From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This is going to go fast, people. Pay attention. 2 points ties it up. LeBron in the paint. Layup, no good. Got his own board. There's the horn! And the Denver Nuggets, for the first time in franchise history, will go to the NBA Finals! Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and an early Tuesday appearance from Roberto Bobby Belt with Peyton and Ryan in the back. And we have a team who has locked in their spot in the NBA Finals as the Denver Nuggets pull out the broomsticks for LeBron in LA.
This is a throwback. This is like a running back leading you to a Super Bowl. You have a center leading you in 2023 to the NBA Finals. It's like a throwback.
Well,
sort of. I mean, he can't really.
The guy brings the ball up the court.
Yeah, he does a lot.
He runs the break.
Yeah, he's a center though in any era, right? You know, he's a center in any era. Like there's no, well, you can play him at power forward. No. You play him at center. And it's like he's a treat. He really is. He's a special player, man.
I like to go back and look at his scouting reports coming out. Where was he even drafted?
41.
41?
Pick 41.
Wow. 41. Look, same exact thing throughout the entire series. That's why this is much different from the Heat and the Celtics. The Celtics are getting humiliated. It's embarrassing to get swept. All these games played out the same, though. Denver was the more clutch team in the fourth quarter. LA had a 15-point lead. The third quarter was the difference in the game with the offensive rebounds. And then you had, it was either Joker or Jamal. I said it from game one. They were heaving up these crazy shots that kept going in. Jokic hit one of those last night with that three, and you could just see that LeBron ran out of gas. Anthony Davis was not going to show up, and now we have Denver in the finals for the first time ever.
Yeah, I mean, Denver, it's funny. They were up 15 at half, the Lakers were, and you still felt a little bit like, all right, they're going to start making shots. Denver's going to start making shots like they always do. And this is still Denver's game. Like, it was the most uncomfortable 15-point lead. They come out in the third quarter, absolutely dominate. And then it's that stretch in the fourth quarter, starting with the Anthony Davis foul on Jamal Murray's three, where he gets the 3 free throws. Then you get Aaron Gordon with the dunk and one. Then you get Jokic with that ridiculous 3 that he put up.
Also a foul to Jokic's face on a three. I mean, just Mark Jackson said it, just stupid, non-winning basketball by the Lakers, just fouling 3-point shooters.
And he's just, LeBron was tired. He played, gave everything in that first half. It's funny, when he was walking off to the locker with like 10 seconds left in the first half, it reminded me of that scene in Forrest Gump when he finishes running and he just turns around and he's like, I'm tired. I think I'll go home now. He just looked exhausted. You thought it was going to be one of these 60-point, I refuse to lose type of games. It's like he can't dig deep like that for 46 minutes.
I don't know, like if he could be, I mean, it's obviously can't, the guy who leads you to a championship anymore at his age, where he like takes over the entire series, takes over the entire game, and they win the game. They have decent role players.
Well, the plan was for Anthony Davis to take the torch.
I mean, that was the plan.
It was
a dumb plan.
If LeBron James can be the second best player on your team and 2 or 3 times a series, like kind of like the Harden role with Philadelphia, have Joel Embiid be Anthony Davis and vice versa, and then LeBron be that second guy and then win you 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 games of a 6 or 7 series, then his career can be extended. But he still has to do way too much because Anthony Davis...
48 minutes. That's way too much.
That's way too much, man. And at 38, and the MJ comparisons and never been swept and all that stuff is now trending, which we'll get to at 6:20. But the big storyline after the game is LeBron James saying this to the media.
I love to be out there for my guys, my teammates, wherever I have that particular year. I think it was special in the fact that having a first-year coach and a first-year coaching staff to be able to take them to the Western Conference Finals. I think that's dope for Coach Ham and his coaching staff going forward. It was okay. I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career. And but we'll see. We'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. Just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, got a lot to think about.
So that is LeBron mulling retirement. I've got a lot to think about and deciding whether to come back and play next season.
I do not think that has him mulling retirement at all. He has no plans of retiring. He has said for years that he wants to play with Bronny.
He's kind of backed off of that a little bit. I read some quotes this morning where he's like,
it's a big McMenamin.
Bronny's got to have his, own path and forge his own way. And if that happens with me, it happens. Do I think much of this is 40% of this is LeBron being exhausted and just getting swept. The other 40% is LeBron wanting attention, and then 20% may be the actual decision.
Yeah. I was thinking I have my 40 and 40% is changed to one thing. This is 80% a message to the Lakers that they need to go get Kyrie, and 20% emotion. This is all about, and about the Lakers, it's like, okay, we did this last year with you. We got you Westbrook, and that was a disaster. Yep. You're a terrible general manager. You have been your whole career. You wanted Shabazz Napier, but that's what this was. This was a twist of the arm to the Lakers to tell them to go get his guy.
And maybe this gives Kyrie second thoughts. He was there last night again, and this would be a tremendous hurdle and hump in the plans for Kyrie to go to LA if LeBron James isn't there. So maybe, again, you want him to love being a Dallas Maverick and love being here and love Luka Doncic. But for all the other reasons, maybe this is another one that Kyrie Irving returns here with the contract.
I wonder if he could. So Bronny goes to USC next year, right? He's not. Okay, so he'll be at USC in the fall. I wonder if he could, maybe as part of this entertaining, could he do the let me sit out a year? Like, I just want to keep up with what Bronny's doing. I want to go to his games, do everything. And then when Bronny comes out, I'll come back.
The other option is he does the Roger Clemens and he sits out to the All-Star break and then picks it up.
Load management, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that is as load management as it gets. See you in February.
Well, after watching him in the fourth quarter in this series, he needs some load management.
Anthony Davis and LeBron agreeing afterwards that amongst their Laker career, this is the best team that they faced in Denver. He said, this is probably the best team that we've played in our 4 years together. Well orchestrated, well put together. They have scoring, shooting, playmaking smarts. They have length, they have depth. And when you have a guy like Joker, who's as big as he is, but also as cerebral, you really can't make many mistakes versus a guy like that. Joker really is like Tom Brady or just that veteran quarterback picking you apart. You make any little mistake, he knows exactly where to go with the basketball. And if he can't find the person to go to, he'll eventually have the step back three or overpower you. Like that big bucket where he drove through it. I mean, Anthony Davis played hard and played well defensively throughout the playoffs. You could see that maybe a top three best defensive player in the league was just helpless going up against Joker straight up one-on-one. But the Denver Nuggets are your NBA finalists, your first one. And tonight we could get 1 versus 8 if Miami,
there you go,
when Miami pulls out their broomsticks.
Yeah, eventually, whenever they win, because the Celtics quit in Game 3. I have no reason to believe they will unquit in Game 4. And I mean, my goodness,
as Shaq would say, just stay out there, pack one suit. Stay out there in Miami.
Just pack one suit. I mean, I hope, obviously for the Stars, I hope that we do not have 4 sweeps in the conference finals in both winter sports, because the Peas, as Koepka calls them, are on the brink of doing the same thing.
And the Peas got a Game 1 win over the Texas Rangers, and the Bees in the bullpen. That's next on your Home of the Rangers with Sean RJ and an early visit from Bobby. Waking up with you right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G. Turns, he looks, that ball's out of here. A grand slam for Tucupita Marcano, and the Pirates have opened this one up as they take a 6-1 lead.
Guess who done did it again? The Rangers bullpen. Spores allowed 3 runs in 1 inning of relief and took the loss. The Rangers bullpen gave up 5 runs in all. It was a quick 5 as they dropped the opener in Pittsburgh. 6-4 right here on DFW Sports Station. This is your home for the Rangers and Cowboys 105.3 The Fan with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And they had a rookie, Luis Ortiz, pitch into the 8th inning and get his first major league victory. He allowed 2 runs, 5 hits in 7 2/3 for the win in his 8th career start at 24 years old.
Yeah, they got pretty much shut down by a guy who really had struggled all season long. And they talk about this at the post game that sometimes when you face a pitcher for the first time, you really have no idea what you're getting. The scouting report's limited, and there's a difference between the scouting report and actually seeing it. And it's obvious they didn't see much very well yesterday.
No, didn't see much very well. Later in the game, they obviously had that little spurt to put some runs up late. But this is 9 out of 12 losses now where you've given up the go-ahead run in the 7th inning or later.
Oh,
and I was just looking it up during the break when we were getting ready to talk about it. The Rangers starters have allowed 23 more earned runs than the bullpen in 147 more innings pitched.
I don't feel pressure.
You should, Jared. This is bad. This is bad. And we talked about it, even with how great the weekend went. The bullpen was still bad over the weekend. It's just you were up 12 on the Rockies.
Right.
And so it didn't matter as much.
Dane Dunning allowed 1 run in 5 2/3. No decision. 6 hits, struck out 3, and walked 3. So in replacing DeGrom, he has been charged with just 4 runs in 22 2/3 innings. That's good for a 1.59 ERA. But the bats were not there except for Josh Young late. Corey Seager had a sac fly. Simeon had an RBI single, and they lose the opener.
And I'm not going to say this is a bad loss because Pittsburgh's not terrible, even though they haven't played well over the last week or so, 2 weeks. They've got to, when they play the NL Central, they can't go on the road and lose every game. They can't go on the road to Cincinnati and get swept and then go to Pittsburgh and then start losing again. That's how you don't win divisions, because look who's coming.
1 game back. 1 game back.
Won again. They won again last night. Look who's coming. That's tough. I mean, look, it's almost like that mental hurdle that the moment Houston, if they do take over first place, it's like the mental hurdle is like, oh crap, here they go. They're just gonna go hide. They're just gonna go run and hide.
Angels are 4 back. Seattle is 6 back. Oakland is 20 back. but there's the armpit lurking 1 game behind. Little sandwich debate broke out on my social media yesterday as some Tolo said that they went to Pittsburgh and got this, is it Primanti Brothers? Have you ever been to Pittsburgh?
I've been to Pittsburgh one time. Drove through it and
It looks
stopped
like it's
in.
just a bunch of smokestacks.
Yeah, I like, apparently if you're, I went there in high school. I was driving to West Virginia to go see the campus. I thought it was great. Like, it looked really cool, but I've heard if you're like over 21, you could drink. That's awesome. I've heard Pittsburgh in the summertime is like Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Buffalo are just like fun summer towns.
So this Tolo sent me this picture in Pittsburgh. Stopped by Primanti Brothers for a Pittsburgher, and this is it. What are your initial thoughts, RJ?
That looks like a bean on there.
A bean?
What's that white stuff in the middle? It looks like pinto beans.
Yeah,
from a distance.
I think it's French fries.
Oh, well, change my mind.
I think it's French fries. So it looks like a little. I thought you were talking about the bean looked like the burger. That's how bad the burger looks. Then you got a slice of unmelted cheese. Then you got a stack of French fries. Then you got a ton of what looks to be coleslaw. And then you got a heaping piece of bread on top. And Kyle Yeomans and others were all, chiming in. DallasCowboys.com. The great Marcus Mosher. A bunch of different people were just writing whether it was good or bad. And it was either Newey Scruggs. It's overrated. This does not look good.
No, it doesn't look good. And are those two different types of bread, the bottom and the top?
That's a great question.
It
It looks like the bottom one is either smushed so much or they either like cut out some of the bread because it's a lot thinner than that piece on top.
That doesn't look like sandwich bread at all.
No, it looks like not quite a sourdoughy type on top, and then maybe a focaccia on the bottom.
Focaccia.
I think that's regular shredded lettuce. I don't think that's coleslaw. Nobody would ever put coleslaw on a burger. The fries. I don't get Kraft burgers.
Is this question 1 for Mike McCarthy?
Yeah, what the
First time you guys get him. Like, what is this sandwich, dude?
Yeah. This doesn't look great to me.
No, I'm not a fan of that McDonald's level patty.
That totally is.
And it's got that gray. It's gray.
What do you define as a Kraft burger?
I think it's one of those things when you see it, like a rodeo goat Kraft burger, right? Anybody puts a fried egg on a burger, Kraft burger.
Okay.
I'm not against. I mean, I put a fried egg on my burger the other day at home, but I'm not against it. It's a Kraft burger.
Is that a single grill mark on the bottom piece of bread too? Just like one and then nothing on the top. What is this sandwich?
It really
This
is.
looks awful.
It does look awful. I mean, you start with the patty on the bottom, but I think Choppy. I think that's coleslaw. I think that's cabbage and some type of dressing versus shredded lettuce. And look at that little dainty piece of tomato. But
Half a tomato.
I just retweeted it at 1053 SS. Just thought that was something else to talk about besides the Rangers bullpen. This messy sandwich. Which one's uglier?
This is actually worse than the Rangers.
Yeah, it is. I'm not
Stunningly enough, that is terrible.
Game 3 in the East. Are we on our way to the third of 4 sweeps in the Hockey and Basketball Conference Finals?
Down behind the net, Bennett off to the near corner, Kachuk. Kachuk in front, right on a shot, top shelf, he scores a power play goal! Sam Reinhart just under the crossbar, and the Panthers strike first, just past the game's halfway point. It's 1-0.
And that was it. 3 zip after 1 zip last night. The narrowest. This is even more painful than the Lakers losing every single game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
These are all 1-goal games.
Yeah, they've had nothing but overtimes in this series or a 1-0 game. The first shutout in Bobrovsky's playoff career, which as Peyton texted us, they've won 11 of 12 since they were down 3-1 to Boston in the first round. They've won 11 of 12. This team is red hot. And let's not forget, they were the 1 seed last year. They brought back largely the same team. That just didn't get it done last year, and this year they're getting it done. Like this is an impressive run. Like this is a much better team than the regular season gave them credit for.
They were losing at Carolina on the way to the locker. I was watching this morning. SportsCenter had
Oh, you weren't watching this live, Hockey Hamster?
I didn't see this shot live, which was the guys walking to the locker room after the game, and all these Carolina players are like trying to break their sticks on the wall and like throwing helmets, and it's like the old Scottie Pippen. You remember ripping the towels down with the Blazers when they lost to the Lakers? They were all just furious, which it's frustrating. These have been, you're right, these have been awful conference finals so far. Dallas will salvage it tonight and moving forward. But man, this has been just absolutely brutal. And I thought Carolina, this is why I'm not the hockey hippo. I thought Carolina was the best team left in the playoffs. They looked really, really good the first two series.
They probably were at the time. They've run into a buzzsaw right now. And if I'm Carolina, I'm livid because you want to talk about having a great chance. The Bruins are already out of it. Panthers took care of that. You don't have to worry about Colorado. You don't have to worry about Edmonton and Connor McDavid. You had a really good chance here if you were Carolina to wind up winning it, and you're going to wind up getting swept out of the conference finals.
Tell us about the watch party tonight.
We're going to be at Boomer Jacks on Technology Boulevard in Dallas, 10250 Technology Boulevard. Actually, something I noticed, Peyton, I didn't tell you this. It's right around the corner, literally about a half mile from the Papacitos.
Oh,
that exact one. Yeah. But we will be at Boomer Jacks. Myself, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, Peyton Russell, Alec Medford, Will Chambers. I know several Tolos are already planning to go. But we'll be out there at Boomer Jacks tonight, 10250 Technology Boulevard in Dallas.
Go Stars, baby!
Yeah, between 6:30 and 7, I would guess we start showing up.
We will not ask Peyton to get a chant going again.
No, we have to.
Maybe a Tolo can kind of get it going and Peyton can participate.
You guys going?
No.
Aww. I just want an excuse to point at you with the foam finger.
The foam finger.
Yeah.
Live on the... Now, I love that you're going out.
Uh-huh.
It's great. For the Tolo engagement,
sure.
But the last two times you have gone out, you've been a hot mess afterwards. Hang on, you were a hot mess last week, the day after bad, and then you're taking prednisone and steroids after going out on Sunday in Addison. So I just want to plant that in your head.
I think you're mixing up the days. You remember the day last week where we were walking to the elevator, where you were like, not great. You even made the point. You're like, you were better yesterday on 3 hours sleep after going to the Stars.
Okay, maybe it was 2 days later.
It's 2 days after. That's the thing you got. Tomorrow I'll be fine. Thursday I'll be useless.
Okay, all right. I take it all back.
The Thursday show is going to be bad.
Apology accepted, Sean.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We have another concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with during the Expressway. But first, would you root against and have you rooted against your replacement? And would this future Hall of Fame receiver ever want to catch passes from Bobby's quarterback right here in DFW? 6 a.m. headlines to get a Tolo Tuesday going next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for some 6 a.m. headlines here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. But first, did you confirm those numbers on the Rangers bullpen you just looked up?
We have. There's more to get into because it's the way Baseball Reference has it. They only list the 5 starters as Heaney, DeGrom, Eovaldi, Gray, Perez. They don't have Dunning in there. So Dunning's numbers are being attributed to the bullpen. So it takes a little bit more than that. But what I had was the 5 starters have allowed 89 runs this year, and the bullpen pitchers have allowed 90. But with Dunning being now thrust into the starting rotation, his runs would not be attributed to the bullpen, so it would be different. So the starters have allowed a little bit more runs.
Yeah.
But still, it's
close enough to be
basically 50-50.
Close enough to be scary.
It's not good.
That's
not good. You don't want that at all.
No, and a lot of teams this in 2023 baseball will have their bullpen pitch, 40% of the game, 45%, not 20% the way it used to be. So you're going to have a bullpen allow runs because you're going to get a lot of innings, but typically bullpens, hopefully, are a little bit more shut down because they're not going out there trying to pace it. They are gassing. They are gassing it for 30 pitches.
And it happened again yesterday in Pittsburgh as the Pirates scored a quick 5. Rangers lose the opener 6-4 on the road right here on 105.3 The Fan. Game 2 today, 5 o'clock pregame, 5:30 first pitch. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Peyton, we've been kind of undecided in the room. Roethlisberger or DeAndre Hopkins to start off with?
Oh, Big Ben. Got to go Big Ben.
Got to go Big Ben. All right, that had conviction. Here's Ben Roethlisberger on his Talkin' Football podcast inviting on Kenny Pickett, the current Steelers quarterback. And here's Roethlisberger admitting something that I want to see if everyone listening has felt at one point in time in their career, or does this just make Big Ben even more of a bad person?
I'll be completely honest, and I'll be super transparent here, and I'm going to get blasted. I probably shouldn't say this. I wouldn't say that I wanted Kenny to necessarily fail, but when someone comes to replace you, and you're like, I still feel like I had it. I hope he doesn't come ball out, because then it's like Ben who, right? Early on, I didn't want him to succeed because I didn't want him. They followed me up. I didn't want it to happen. I think that's probably the selfishness of me, and I feel bad for it. But as it went on, as the season went on, he got into this 3rd game playing. I was rooting for him.
Yeah,
I was excited for you.
All right. So there's Roethlisberger admitting I didn't want my replacement to do very well. The most offensive thing in this comment is Roethlisberger thinking he still had it. What are you?
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers were unwatchable for the final few seasons of his career offensively. He did nothing but throw screen passes and 2-yard outs. That's it. It was horrific. You had nothing left. Your arm was as dead as Peyton Manning's at the end. Maybe a fraction of a bit more.
It was probably a little bit better than Peyton's, but not much, right?
Man, it was bad. But Ben is probably going to get criticized for this, but I think we all understand. We all understand the human. Look, to me, it comes down to what you've accomplished and security. If you're Ben Roethlisberger and you got 2 rings and you're probably going to the Hall of Fame, bro, what are you rooting against Kenny Pickett for? You've already accomplished a ton. You don't have to have a little shred of insecurity. Now, it also depends how you exit, right?
Right.
Tom Brady,
different.
The feeling was Belichick wanted to kick him out the door back when Garoppolo was there. So Tom Brady, I would understand more, even though he's accomplished more than Ben. I would understand Brady rooting against Mac Jones more so than Roethlisberger to Kenny Pickett because New England basically said bye-bye.
Yeah, right. And now, look.
It's like us. It's like us. None of us want to hear when we go out for the week that the show went to first place. None of us want to hear that it increased by a 10 share. Now, if we were sitting here, number 1 for 15 years, then I don't care as much.
I get it. It's Ben obviously thought he had something left in the tank. Like, you wonder, like, guys who have nothing
you don't
left.
think I'm looking over my back? I know the nosebleeds are coming. I know the spittle. I know they all have their plan. I know that the succession plan is taking place. Yeah, the nose. That's what it is. The nosebleeds. They're in the rear view. I'm watching them now. 1 year. 1 year left.
1 year left. 1 year left. Okay.
That's my contract.
Not if you got to look at their photo they posted yesterday.
They're tied together.
They're tied together.
That's an even better reason to have them replace us. They're in unison.
Not if you saw Eric's calves. You can't. That those are not morning show calves. Those are depressing. Yeah.
Depressing calves.
Yeah, he needs work. He needs work on those things. No, but look, if Ben thought he had something left, I get it, right? I get it. He felt like that. If you think that you are completely toast, your arm is shot, then I think you're much more at peace. Brady obviously had something left, and he had something to prove. So I think he absolutely was rooting against Cam Newton. He was absolutely rooting against Belichick. He was absolutely rooting against Mac Jones. Ben obviously is taking this approach. He's going to get killed for it by some people who call him insecure. It's definitely an insecure thing. It's definitely an insecure thing to say or to feel. Like, what does he have to work? Like, he's like you said, he's a 2-time Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
He went to 3 of them. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame most likely. How much money does he have? A couple $100 million bucks? Like, what's he insecure about?
This is the Romo question. How did Romo really feel about Dak Prescott replacing him?
Yeah, now the difference is I think Romo still had something to prove.
Yes.
Right? I mean, he had unfinished business within his career.
Yeah, he had to prove he could finish a whole game.
Yeah, well, and also, like, I think Tony deep down knew, like, that team was close.
Yeah.
And had he been healthy, the what could have been, what might have been, that was going to play into it. And it should have. It should have. But with Ben, I mean, Ben had reached the pinnacle a couple of times.
I would have been bitter if I was Tony.
Sure.
I mean, that's before you probably really got to know Dak. You'd have to hang out in the locker room to actually get to know someone, which Romo did not do by many accounts. But no, you're on your way out, and here's this brand new kid getting all the shine when you guys are going on this undefeated winning streak. I would have been jealous about it. I would have been bitter about it, and I think the majority of people would be. It's just a matter of whether you admit it or not. What do y'all think? You take off that week, you hear, oh, so-and-so stepped in just fine. Didn't miss a beat. Former producer here would always do this when he'd take off a couple days. Oh, so-and-so, how many screw-ups? How many mess-ups? How many times did someone mess up? And I'm like, he was helicoptering the show, Tommy Sledge. 877.
That's why I Tolo when I'm off.
What's up?
Just so I can see how many mistakes Joey makes.
That's right. Well, I don't even remember you taking off, so you don't even give anyone an opportunity and a chance. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
So let's see. People are coming in with this one. He was being honest. God forbid people be human.
Yep.
That's why you media people suck the life out of humanity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our fault.
We just offended him, numbnuts.
Yep. Dak has turned out to
ears.
Yeah, but now Dak has turned out to be just like Tony. If someone was hired to push you out the door, F them. I hope they fail. It hurt to watch someone step in. I was an idiot. I rooted against Dak at first because I was a huge Romo fan.
Sure. All right, now over to DeAndre Hopkins, who apparently is not the biggest fan of Dak Prescott. Brandon Marshall just having to get this question at the end. And it worked because we're talking about it here on the home of America's team, D-Hop, who has flirted with the entire league, especially the Cowboys. And then he goes, who said I wanted to leave?
Yeah.
Who?
It's weird.
Who said that? Who's creating this narrative in the media? Well, then he went and listed the top 5 quarterbacks that he would have throwing him the ball before he ends his career.
One of my favorite quarterbacks that I've been watching since he came in the league is Josh Allen. He reminds me of an old school or of a new school Andrew Luck. Jalen Hurts, Houston kid, your dog Jalen. Number 3, who I would love to have a ball thrown by. Patrick Mahomes, obviously. Number 4, I'm gonna have to go with. I got to go with the underdog, man. The people. Not a lot of people respect this guy, but. You know, as a throwing quarterback, Lamar Jackson, obviously. And number 5.
Dak Prescott?
I like Dak Prescott.
Any of these young rookie quarterbacks stand out to you? Do you want to catch a ball from a young player? Are you past that point in your career? Like, some guys out there.
I'm past that point in my career. But my number 5 quarterback, man, I'm gonna have to go with my dude at San Diego or the Chargers.
Herbert.
I'm gonna have to go
Justin
with
Herbert.
man.
Justin Herbert.
All right, so that was the list.
Pulling teeth, man.
Josh Allen. Well, Peyton did a good job of cutting it out. It was more painful to listen to. Allen, Hurts, Mahomes, a guy, man, talk about the underdog story. A guy who doesn't get any respect, Bobby Belt, is Lamar Jackson, and then he came with Herbert as Brandon Marshall tried to get more likes and hits, and he probably did by bringing up Dak's name.
I like Dak Prescott.
Noticeably absent from this list would be one Joe Burrow.
Yes, Joe Burrow. I love Lamar Jackson, but you can't put Lamar Jackson ahead of Joe Burrow. This is what it is. This is just like I really wish. I hate when athletes just pick their friends. That's all to play with.
Here's my favorite thing. It was at RJ's email with this story. Did DeAndre Hopkins pick Dak as one of the 5 quarterbacks he wants to catch passes from? Ha ha ha. No, don't be silly.
Don't be silly. Let's not be silly here.
It hurts when you don't get picked by the team. When you're trying to lobby to get over there this offseason and the team's like, yeah, we'll pass. Some hurt feelings get involved and they start saying ridiculous things like Lamar Jackson is above Dak.
Like we could, he is.
Pick a Lamar to throw the football to you.
Over Joe Burrow?
Over Joe Burrow.
I mean, he's got to show up to OTAs to get the work in with you to even begin to develop that relationship.
He still hasn't shown up?
Nope. Didn't show up to OTAs this week.
Interesting. That's
yeah.
not good.
How do you feel about that, Chop?
They said he's coming. He missed the first day.
He missed the rookie. He missed he missed school. He missed homework classes.
Well, that
school.
would be important if they had a new offensive coordinator.
It would. Yeah.
Luckily, they don't.
They do.
Oh.
They do.
Yeah. See, that's bad on Lamar. He should have been there. New coordinator, you got to be there. Regular coordinator, you don't have to be there. New coordinator, you got to be there.
So there's D-Hop with his list.
So these player lists, look.
The player lists are terrible unless your guy's on there.
No, he could have put Dak on there, and I would have been like, oh, that's great. But, I mean, the player lists are terrible. Like, generally, guys are watching tape of corners and things like that. Guys will tell you routinely around the league, I don't know names. I know numbers.
Yeah.
And it's not an offensive thing. They're prepping for stuff each week, watching tape, going into meetings, getting numbers called out. And so they don't always have the fullest grasp.
Tom Brady, minority stake of ownership with the Raiders. The NFL is investigating a second wave of gambling issues. The NFL has approved the emergency quarterback situation, so we don't have a repeat of San Francisco against Filthy. And what's the Thursday night flex? Or do we need Bobby to explain it because you and I are confused?
Yeah, I'm too confused with this.
What are you confused by? They've got a stretch of games, 4 games. I think it's weeks 13 through 16 that they are able to now flex if they have a game that they want to flex in. It has to be flexed a month in advance, though. Like, because teams, their whole complaint is you cannot tell us 10 days out that we're playing on Thursday all of a sudden.
I agree.
Here are the games subject to change starting in week 13. Seattle at Dallas. That could be flex.
Please.
Then New England at Pittsburgh. Chargers at Raiders. New Orleans at the Rams. Jets at Cleveland. Anything else amongst those NFL headlines that you're interested in? Brady, the gambling, and the third quarterback.
Man, I'm glad Micah Parsons has been tourist around the NBA playoffs because that means he has not been placing NBA bets at the Star in Frisco.
Kidding.
So thank God. That's what I'm excited about when I hear this report.
The Brady thing is interesting because, like, I don't know how this isn't a conflict of interest if he's going to be an announcer.
Totally agree.
He's not going to be an announcer.
Well, he's put pen to paper, apparently, according to Andrew Marchand. So that would be...
Does this end it? Does this end the broadcast booth?
Now, Marchand says the NFL told him it's not an issue. I don't know how.
Wow.
It makes no sense that they've assured him that that's not. They've assured them that it's fine.
I think that Shaq. Well, you've had Shaq and D Wade on TNT while they've been invested in the Kings and the Jazz.
That's fair.
So it must be the same.
That's fair. But is calling.
And that's like an old journalist broadcast thing. I don't care.
No, I don't care.
I want Brady in the booth. I don't care that he has a stake in the Raiders. You know what I mean? It's like Aikman being on the Cowboys or, Brady calling a Patriot game. We're going to assume bias anyway. I don't care. I think it's an old school thing.
No, yeah, we are going to assume bias. Is it different for Shaq and Dwayne Wade not being on broadcast, but being on the studio? Being in the studio, not on the actual game broadcast. Is that different? I don't know. But if Brady is going to be on the actual game broadcast, which for $37.5 million a year, you better be, is this different? And they also said that, did Tom's being at Fox, force like Matt Ryan to go to CBS? That's interesting.
Is LeBron James retiring after last night? He suggested so after the Lakers got swept. And did the sweep end all the all-time LeBron you-know-who arguments? Get ready for some basketball fights next. But first, the simple truth is, look, there is more to retirement than just planning and
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. His foot was on the line. A two-pointer.
BS. All that BS they threw up all series. It never ended. The Denver Nuggets sweep the Los Angeles Lakers. LeBron suggests retirement after the game. You want more Denver disrespect? Mark Jackson did not put the Joker on his MVP ballot.
Yeah, that was bad.
Lisa Salters, who's been doing games for a long time, sidelines, ABC, ESPN, she said, this is really the first time I've had a chance to watch him play, and I've got to admit, I've been sleeping on this guy. This is an NBA sideline reporter, and this is Mark Jackson. It was Embiid versus Joker the whole year, and Mark Jackson forgets to put him on the ballot. That's embarrassing.
Did he forget? Is that what we're going with? He forgot? He just forgot about him?
Oh, you making it a race thing again, Choppy?
What, did I ever make it a race thing before?
It was a joke.
Yeah, I know. You can't joke about that anymore. That's the problem. You can't even crack jokes like that. It's stupid.
Well, but the MVP race did turn into
I know.
Who brought that up? It was Kendrick.
Kendrick Perkins.
Perkins.
No,
made
it had nothing to do with race. It had to do with the fact that he's an idiot. All right? There's no way you can say that Joker deserved to be on the MVP ballot. There's not a shred of evidence that you could use to support your case that he's not one of the 5 best players in the NBA this year.
So LeBron's saying, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to come back. I'm still better than 90% of the NBA, maybe 95%. And you got stink face.
I'm just saying, as long as we're talking about the first 3 quarters.
Oh, my God. Okay, let's get to the narratives now. We're the official show of narratives and deciding what your legacy is going to be. Here are the things that Twitter is talking about loudly.
All right, I'm going to write them down.
Final shot, Michael, never an embarrassing final ending like that. LeBron did get tied up. It was 2 bad shots. He shot the fadeaway baseline against Aaron Gordon that hit the side of the backboard, and then he got tied up by Jamal Murray, and then the shot also blocked. Embarrassing final shot. Michael never gets swept like that. He would never get swept. LeBron has played 7 more years and still has less rings than MJ. Michael would never play like this in a final quarter, as Bobby tweeted out last night. LeBron's 7 of 23 shooting in fourth quarters of this series. And there you go. He's 38. LeBum. All these things are trending as the Michael Jordan psychos are out and about looking to put a final nail in the coffin that this decides the argument.
What do you mean the Michael Jordan psychos? RJ Choppy last Friday was literally saying he was ready to put Michael Jordan in the grave, ready to put him in the dirt if the Lakers win this one.
Yeah.
But they didn't, so don't worry about that.
LeBron, first 3 quarters of all these 4 games, he shot 34-56, 60.7%. It dropped to half of that, 30.4, exactly half. He made as many shots in 4 fourth quarter performances in the West Finals, made as many shots as he had combined turnovers and fouls in the fourth quarter.
What were the percentages?
His shooting percentage in the first 3 quarters in these 4 games was 60.7.
Yeah.
And then in the fourth quarter it was 30.4.
Do you have his total numbers for the series?
Yeah, shooting wise?
No, just points, rebounds, assists.
Let me get the points. I know he shot 51% as a whole, and even with the awful fourth quarters.
And to all those numbers, I say, so what?
What do you mean? That matters.
I'm not gonna let people forget that he's 38 years old.
He is 38.
And let this sink into your head and everyone else's. And by the way, I'm an MJ guy. Michael Jordan would get Michael Jordan couldn't sniff LeBron James' jock at the same age of the two of them playing against each other. Let that sink in your head. Let that sink in everybody else's head. We can sit there and talk about, LeBron in the fourth. Michael Jordan would have been wheeled out of the arena with his old ass with LeBron sitting there and only resting, 10 seconds last night. He had 40, 10, and 9. Michael wasn't capable of it. I failed classes in college to get one single season ticket to go watch Michael as a Wizard. Trust me, it was a rough time explaining it to the family as I was going to the MCI Center nonstop. Michael Jordan was an old, mid-range, fadeaway jump shooter, and that was basically it. He was nothing compared to LeBron at the same age, so let's stop with the comparison.
It's different because if Michael continued to play after the Utah game, I mean, he probably is in better shape as opposed to being 3 years removed and he's trying to get back into basketball shape. But there is no comparison. Like LeBron at the end of his career had a much better end to his career,
sure,
and that needs to be accounted for in the legacy discussion. But yeah, like, would Michael get swept? I mean, who knows? He got swept by the Celtics early on in his career. It was early. It was his second year.
Yeah.
And that was arguably the greatest team ever assembled.
Now you could say
the 5 Hall of Famers.
You could say the Lakers shouldn't even have been here. They took out the Warriors.
They shouldn't have.
They took out the 2 seed. Now, the LeBron haters will say, well, you shouldn't have been that low of a seed. You're LeBron James with Anthony Davis. You shouldn't have been a 7. I get both sides of the argument. You can argue it was a hell of a playoff run for L.A., who took out the 2 seed and the defending champs.
And then, Jordan never got swept in the, after his second year in the league. Again, against a team that is just loaded with Hall of Famers in the Celtics. Did MJ get embarrassed on the final possession? Absolutely. We seem to just completely give him a pass on his Orlando series where he got stripped by Nick Anderson, who is the biggest head case in sports. And Nick Anderson, with 10 seconds to go in a 1-point game, just picks Michael Jordan's pocket and steals the ball from him. So, come on. Every player is going to go through parts of their career where they have bad games. They just are. Where they have bad series, bad years, bad weeks, bad months.
But LeBron didn't have a bad game.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Bad possessions, whatever you want to call it.
Of course.
Great. LeBron had a bad possession at the end of the game, which, by the way, didn't matter anyway. They were already going to lose the series. They were down 3-0. Nobody in the history of the league has ever come back from that. So, even if they did score.
This doesn't change anything for me with the all-time arguments. Michael's 1 for me. LeBron is 2. I'm curious if anyone is going to... Now, I would take LeBron throughout a regular season, but I would take Michael and Kobe over LeBron in a fourth quarter. That's just me. LeBron's going to make all the right plays. I'll trust Kobe Bryant in the final 2 minutes over LeBron James any day. I know you're getting a quality shot. LeBron definitely to me was scared from the 3-point line. Different game. Michael and Kobe didn't have to shoot as many threes. But for me, all time, this doesn't change anything. I don't care that he was swept in the West Finals at the age of 38. All the games were close. Jamal Murray and Joker were just better. It's Denver's time. That's me. What about y'all? More importantly, at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Go ahead, Chop.
All right, we got Jordan did have load management in his time. LeBron spends millions a year to stay in shape to play at that level. They just didn't do that back then. LeBron never had the physicality Jordan had to play with against his throughout his career against. Jordan basically had Gatorade as a supplement. That's it. Michael gave up on basketball at this point in his career. Let's see. LeBron with 2 championships as a GM finally found something he did better than Jordan. MJ played 82 games a year, which is true. LeBron is playing at a level no one has ever played at for 20 years in a row now. 38, so the best of his team. Michael at 38 couldn't drag a team to the conference finals. Let's see.
I think the Wizards missed the playoffs. They didn't even make the playoffs in those years.
Yeah, they were basically a 500 team.
Okay, and no one says anything. They didn't make the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. Bobby?
Yeah, so I've got my LeBron James' stats, by the way, for the series, which is what it's unreal how many minutes he played. He's a marvel. And I do want to put this caveat in there. These discussions naturally, every time when you're comparing legacies, turn to, we always know the checks in their favor. It naturally turns into talking down on the player that you're arguing against. And so it sounds like you're trashing somebody who is the second greatest basketball player of all time to me. And that's not a slight at all. I agree completely with what you just said. We're in the clutch. I want Kobe and Michael. overall as a player, I had what Michael and then LeBron. But LeBron in this conference finals at 38 years old was averaging 43 minutes. He played 40 minutes minimum in every game. He shot 52%, 26% from three. He was awful from three. He was 75% from the free throw line, averaged 27.8 points, 10 assists, 9.5 rebounds in the 4 games. So he was very good, just not in the fourth quarter when that was when Denver was beating them.
Yeah. So to me, it doesn't change anything. I'm interested to see if anyone tries to use this to have Kobe vault LeBron.
Oh, you can't. No. That ship sailed. That ship has sailed. The only one that you could maybe have ahead of LeBron if you wanted to, in my opinion, is Kareem
or Hakeem Bobby.
It's
reasonable.
It's it. The only one you can have ahead of him is Kareem. Nobody else. Or obviously Jordan. You can have Jordan. Jordan would be one. But if you wanted to have LeBron somewhere other than number 2, it can't be Kobe.
And will it be a sadder ending for LeBron or the way Brady went out against us? Think about that.
Ooh.
You're talking about GOAT exits. 877-881-1053. Trademark.com text line. Denver advances to the NBA Finals for the first time in their franchise history, and they'll just wait for Miami to finish off the Celtics to get a 1 versus 8 to decide it all. Man, this Micah Parsons massage thing is not settling down. We'll bring you an update. And did we fail this woman as a country with a lack of support from her returning back home? One basketball coach thinks so. We'll get to it next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
And RJ, it's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Tolo Tuesday with a concert ticket giveaway coming up after headlines at 7:20. Austin Eckler has reached a deal to remain with Kellen Moore and the Chargers. So it'll be interesting to see what that money comes in at, judging by the running back graveyard that we've seen throughout this offseason.
Man, it's been a bad year for running backs, is it not? You got guys out there. You have Zeke's out there still. With you have Fournette's out there. Kareem Hunt is out there. Teams are realizing, hey, we don't really need to pay these guys. The Eagles did not pay Miles Sanders. They gave him a fourth for DeAndre Swift. That's nothing. So all I'm seeing on this so far is he's going to have $2 million in incentives added to his deal.
Which his deal for next year was supposed to be a $6.25 million base. So it sounds like he can earn up to 8.5 almost.
We got former Major League pitchers checking in during the commercial break. Mikey called me on his way to, I think, spin class.
I do think Derek would take offense to being called a former Major League pitcher.
Well, is he a current one?
Is he former? That's the question.
If you're not, well,
let's just call him professional pitcher because he is that.
Professional pitcher.
Yep.
Just don't ask Corey Majors where he's going. So Bassett called, and then Holland texted, still driving, but still Toloing. By the way, in case anyone missed the Holland news yesterday, where's he going?
He is going to the York Revolution. Not the Peppermint Patties, but York, Pennsylvania, which is independent ball in the Atlantic League. And he's going to try to get himself some innings against live hitters that are not college kids and see if he can get on with the team.
Derek with a question for the Tolos. Is it bad to just stop at a hotel and sleep, get up, rinse off, but wear same clothes since everything is all packed, asking for a friend? And then he said, wait, don't talk about this. I'm walking into Starbucks. You got the Odyssey app. Yeah. You know how to work it. If you've just been driving in the clothes, I think it's okay. Like, I'll go home, change, and then nap. And sometimes when I get it from the nap, I just feel like grimy, and I'm like, I just want to take a shower. I just want to rinse off real quick. Rinse off, wash my face, and put the same clothes back on that I just took the nap in.
Yeah.
That to me would be what Holland is doing.
I wear clothes shower to shower. That's how I determine when I change clothes. Shower to shower. So I go home after the show, I go to the gym, I come home, I shower, I change clothes. I wear those clothes the rest of the day, and then I sleep, then I wear them to work the next morning, and then I go shower after the gym.
Okay.
Right? So to me, it's shower to shower. Once you shower, you must change clothes. If there's no shower, keep the same clothes on.
I mean, how big a pain is it to get into your bag?
But you're only showering when you are working out or sweating. Derek's just driving.
He's wearing a very loose T-shirt yesterday, it looks like. So I don't think he was sweating a lot in that. He was probably cool.
Yeah.
With his major league money, he probably has, cooling seats. So he's not doing a lot of sweating, I would guess.
Yeah.
So I think he's fine. You're fine, Derek.
Yeah, and no one's around you. What's the female scene in York or wherever he's going?
Oh, it's a good question. Here we go. People on the Trucker.com text line. Fresh undies and he's golden. That's true.
If he's wearing them,
you don't want to get that. You don't want to get that yeasty body down there.
Yeah.
Napping includes sweat for me, so I shower anytime I've slept.
Put the AC on, brother.
If he's rolling,
buy a fan.
Yeah, if he's rolling solo, it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's see. Better have good AC. He's fine. I feel more gross after a drive than most times. Left-handers never think their career is over.
Look, when you feel grimy. You just do. You start, itching your hair a little bit, or you just feel the grime on your face or down there. When it's
Dude,
time.
is there any better shower than the, been in bed sick for 3 days, that first shower after you've just been, laying in bed sick for a couple days? That one is so... oh my gosh, I feel like a new person. This is me turning the leaf.
You don't shower for 3 days?
I'm talking about if you're sick and laying in bed and feverish for a couple days.
3 days, that's a nightmare. I mean, I understand being super sick, but I'd have to just force myself to get up and go shower.
I've always thought of Peyton as the shining example of hygiene around here anyway. So that makes sense.
Take a bath.
The post-July lawn mowing cold shower is my favorite.
It's a good one.
You're sweating. You got grass everywhere, and then you go in there, you take a shower at about 65 degrees, you might give yourself a stroke. You might give yourself a heart attack. You're not really sure, but it feels amazing.
He said, yes, professional pitcher, not former, haven't retired. So there you go. Derek Collin, drive safely, friend. Drive safe. All right, this Micah Parsons thing is not dying down. Mm-hmm. Look, is it the best? Would I have told him to tweet out who's got, who's someone who could give me a massage? No, I probably would have said, you're going to catch stuff for it. But, Bobby, it's not going away now.
No, and if I asked you, Sean, RJ, if I asked you guys, who is the most likely person to take some, moral grandstanding position? Deadspin. Deadspin wrote the article.
I was going to say Kevin Hagelin.
Florio. Yeah, Kevin Hagelin.
This is the headline from Deadspin. Micah Parsons is about as clueless as they come. How oblivious must you be to tweet about massage therapy right now? So obviously we talked about this. All he had tweeted was, I need a professional massage therapist in Dallas, which a ton of athletes use. They use professional massage therapists outside of their team. And this article written by Chris Party, Chris with 2 S's, by the way.
Doesn't sound like a party.
Like Chris, no, he doesn't. Like Chris Angel. He writes, no, he hasn't done anything wrong. Or she, I guess. I don't know if this is a man or a woman. It's 2 S's on the end. No, he hasn't done anything wrong, and no one is alleging that. But this post shows a disappointing level of tone deafness to the situation. It's simply not a good look for Parsons to post this, even though he has nothing to do with Watson's issue. NFL teams have training staff, and if you really need a professional massage therapist outside of team facilities, surely someone within the organization could help him find one. This almost comes off as a bad joke. Or someone dared Parsons to post this, and he took the bait. The fact it's still up is surprising in itself. Surely Parsons received a ton of DMs, but this only comes off as immature and oblivious. The fact that this is in Texas, the same state as the Watson incident, has also raised eyebrows. Had Parsons been searching in Houston, the internet would have exploded. The author here takes about 4 different opportunities to point out, had it been this, or clearly it's not this, but if it was this, which should show you how stupid this argument is.
This is the dumbest thing ever. He's, we have become so cynical, like that you can't even assume that a guy's literally asking a genuine question about a massage. Like 99% of massages do not end the way that Deshaun Watson's do.
Yeah.
They end with the person saying, okay, time to wake up. Time to wake up because that was a good nap. Get out of here. Get your clothes on and sign up for the next week.
He's not erasing it because he doesn't have to, and he's not doing anything wrong.
Exactly.
He's not going to react towards your little sensitive articles that you write or your sensitive tweets. So I'm not taking it down. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not apologizing for it. Now, would I have suggested? I would have said if Micah. If we were boys and he asked me, I'd be like, people are going to tweet back Watson at you. You're not doing anything wrong. I'm not telling you not to do it, but just be prepared. There's going to be nothing but Deshaun jokes. That's all I would have said. And if you want to tweet it, go ahead and tweet it. I think sometimes people may have, I don't know, the reality, the misperception that the team that you play for is just giving you everything in life. Like, why are the Cowboys just giving them a Rolodex of massage therapists? I don't know. Maybe they're not at his beck and call. That's what I'm going to go ahead and assume. These guys have to get their own chefs. These guys have to get their own, trainers, off-season stuff. So maybe they don't just have this list to hand over. I'll ask my best friend, Britt Brown, next time I see him.
We've talked about this with in regard to the Stars, that whole story of Wyatt Johnston living with Joe Pavelski. The whole idea there was, hey, we need this kid to learn what it's like to be a pro and be on his own and learn to, pay bills and get his things in order. And they're not just going to hold your hand the whole time. These teams, they'll give you a ton of resources. Could he have asked somebody at the team, hey, do you guys have some massage therapists? Sure. Maybe he's already done this. Maybe he didn't like the massage therapists 2 years in that the Cowboys have given him. He's like, these guys didn't work out for me. Let me see if, I can cast a wide net here, find some folks. But it's just this ridiculous, like I say, this moral grandstanding that's just an attempt to look how above it we all are and wag your finger and look down on somebody who did nothing wrong.
Trucker.com text line. How long are they going to be offended? Get over it and grow a pair. Micah should have added asking for a friend in Cleveland. people need to loosen up. I like that Parsons didn't take it down. Proves a point to me. He knows he didn't do anything wrong.
Yes.
Typical media making something out of nothing. Dumbest thing ever. The fact that articles are even written on one tweet is ludicrous like this. Let's see.
Speaking of tweets, let's squeeze in this Michigan story. What's going on with Schembechler?
Oh, gosh, yeah. So this is Glenn Schembechler, and he resigned his post at the University of Michigan. They said, so this is the statement from the school. Effective this afternoon, Shemmy, now this is Bo Schembechler's son, the legendary coach of Michigan, has resigned his position with the Michigan football team. We are aware of some comments and likes on social media that cause concern and pain for individuals in our community. Michigan Athletics is fully committed to a place where coaches, staff, student athletes feel welcome. So what had happened was he'd been hired as their assistant director of football recruiting. And then he went through a thorough background check during the hiring process. His Twitter account was deactivated. He had been a longtime NFL scout. According to the Detroit News, his Twitter timeline included likes of numerous offensive and sensitive posts, including suggestions that slavery and Jim Crow had a positive effect on strengthening black individuals and families.
Oh.
Which is quite the stretch, if you ask me. But so they come across this and they decide to part ways with Schembechler. It was kind of, they said it was a mutual parting of ways, but we all know it wasn't a mutual parting of ways.
How long before eventually, because this has gotten so, how long before eventually Twitter just goes, we're not going to have likes public? I mean, should they even be public, whatever you're liking? I don't know. But this is clearly stupid. Like, that tab is public to everybody. If you're going to be doing things like that, you shouldn't be doing things like that in general. But if you have the common sense to know, people are going to see this, and you're going to have to answer for this.
Yeah. And, RJ did a breakdown. We probably don't have enough time for all of it right here, but our reasons for liking thing. I'm not saying Schembechler did this. I'm just talking about for us. Like, when someone sends me something, I want them to know, like, I thought that was funny. Some people do it for a bookmark. Hey, I need to go back and do this for an article.
I basically, when someone responds to me and responds to one of my tweets, I basically like every response as like a thank you for responding.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an acknowledgement.
It's an acknowledgement.
Doesn't mean I agree with what you said. I'm just thanking you for responding.
Right.
Thanks for the interaction. I retweet a lot of things just to be able to go back and read them again. And like if I wanted to, I don't have time to read this article, I'm just going to retweet the article.
Yeah, and then you go back through your Twitter as part of your prep.
Because I have my bio. This is why I get out of jail free. Retweets are not endorsements.
Yeah.
It says it right there.
It does. So
take that, Deadspin. But this, I think you can make a much better case that likes are endorsements.
Yes.
I think if you're Michigan, you can say, okay, if you just retweeted as well, likes, like literally means like. It's an endorsement.
Oh, this was a clear endorsement.
This is a clear endorsement. Yeah, this is a clear endorsement.
Just how bad is the Rangers bullpen? Bobby has the numbers after what happened yesterday in Pittsburgh. We'll get you set for Stars Game 3, a must-win at the AAC, and was last night the final game for LeBron James. LeBron James. Tolo Tuesday headlines and another concert ticket giveaway next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swinging a ball, hitting the air to center field. Tavares on his horse. He turns, he looks, that ball's out of here. A grand slam for Tucupita Marcano, and the Pirates have opened this one up as they take a 6-1 lead.
Rangers offense and bullpen waste another fantastic outing from Dane Dunning, and they lose the opener in Pittsburgh 6-4. This is Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home for Rangers baseball. Game 2 today, 5:30 pre. First pitch at 6 o'clock. But, Bobby, they gave up 5 more runs out of the pen. That was the grand slam call from Jared Sandler. What do the overall numbers look like that you've been working on for an hour?
So we were trying to figure this out. We've had the reference here in the last couple days that now it's up to 9 out of their last 12 losses. They've given up the go-ahead run in the 7th inning or later. So if you start with that first loss of the 12, which was the 19th game of the season, April 21st against Oakland, the starting pitcher's ERA since game 19, or the earned runs allowed, is 58. The bullpen's given up 59 earned runs during that time, one more than the rotation, and they've done it in about half the innings. The rotation's ERA is 2.97 during that time. The bullpen's is 6.61.
It's not
and
good.
For the year, rotation 3.35 ERA, bullpen 4.8. Because remember, they started with like 20 scoreless innings.
Yeah, I wonder, if you go to look at every team, how many teams lose the games, not necessarily at the same rate the Rangers are, 9 of 12, but I assume just off the top of my head that about half a team's losses are going to be in giving up a run in the 7th inning or later, a tying run, right? Because a lot of times the team that scores later in the games are going to win these games a lot of times. So I wonder how abnormal that is, but this team feels like they're on an abnormal pace with this bullpen. It's not good.
Their save percentage is the worst in Major
League
Baseball.
It's awful. I mean, they only got 9 saves. This team got one of the most. They got almost 30 wins, and they're sitting here with 9 saves.
Yeah.
All right. And that also speaks to the fact that they're winning games outside the save margin. Okay, they're winning games by more than 3 runs a lot of times, so there's no save situation. But it's a bad stretch. That grand slam. By the way, say his name.
Oh, I got to go back.
Heisenberg?
I got to go back to read it.
No.
Tucupita Marcano?
There you go.
Tucupita?
I mean, that guy swung from his colon on the pitch before. All right, and on the next pitch, he takes the same swing. I mean, his intestines switched side. That's how hard he swung.
Gross.
This guy, I have not seen 2 swings like that back to back. If Nolan Ryan was pitching on that first swing he had, he'd have been ear-holed on the very next pitch. He'd have been, seriously, like that guy swung, he dug in and he swung. And he fouled it right back. And he was like, ooh, I had you. I got you. I had you. And then he comes back and it's the same swing in the next pitch. And it was a laced seam to center field.
Nathan Eovaldi against Rich Hill today with the 5:30 first pitch.
Rich Hill is like 73 years old.
How's he still pitching?
He's a lefty. Lefties never retire.
Give me Eovaldi's ERA for the month. Guess.
0.78.
114.
Damn.
It's a 114 in 23 2/3 innings.
It's pretty good, man.
I mean, you sit here and you look at his recent games of his last 4. It looks like he got bludgeoned in the last outing against Atlanta. He only gave up 3 in 7 innings. Before that, 0, 0, 0 in, let's see, 16, 16, 34? 34 previous innings? No, that's not right.
You want to know something even more
25.
stunning in the fact that you said 25 innings? Is that what you just said?
Wait, my math is hard. 25 innings, yeah.
And his ERA is 1.11?
1.14 in his last 23 2/3.
Okay, this goes to show you, because pitching is really good across the sport right now. He's not even in the top 10 in ERA.
For the year?
For the year, among starters. Sonny Gray.
His season ERA is a 2.83. That's not top 10?
It's not top 12. He's 13th.
What?
Let me go to this thing. There are 21 pitchers with an ERA under 3 in the sport right now.
Wow.
It's phenomenal. Sonny Gray and Alex Cobb.
Get comfortable in York, Derek.
Yeah. Sonny Gray and Alex Cobb both are the only 2 pitchers that have ERAs under 2. Garrett Cole's at 2.01. Shane McClanahan of the Rays, 2.05. And Bryce Elder of Atlanta's 2.06, along with Eduardo Rodriguez of Detroit. Like, it's tremendous. The sport is so healthy at the starting pitching spot right now. It's very, very deep. I mean, we didn't even mention, Scherzer's not there. He got hurt. Verlander isn't up there. DeGrom, I don't even think he qualifies yet for the ERA. It's remarkable what the sport's doing right now. Shohei's 24th He's at a 3.05.
In the month of May, Evaldi, Dunning, and Gray are 7-0 with a combined 1.63 ERA. They are absolutely wrecking shop.
Much to many people's delight listening and in the Metroplex and around the country, the Western Conference Finals are over.
This is going to go fast, people. Pay attention. 2 points ties it up. LeBron in the paint. Layup, no good. Got his own board. There's the horn! And the Denver Nuggets, for the first time in franchise history, will go to the NBA Finals! Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
LeBron gets tied up and stuffed at the very end. 2 bad shots as the Lakers once again lose to Denver in the fourth quarter. They were up 15 points in this game. Denver seized control in the third, and you just have the Nuggets making humongous shots every single game. It results in a 4-game sweep. Denver going to the NBA Finals for the first time in their franchise history. But after the game, LeBron making all the headlines, saying that he will consider retirement.
I think it was special in the fact that having a first-year coach and a first-year coaching staff to be able to take them to the Western Conference Finals, I think that's dope for Coach Ham and his coaching staff going forward. It was okay. I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career. And but we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. Just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, got a lot to think about.
Good callback.
Yeah.
I think that.
Does this make let me start off real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Does this make anybody sad? Do you have that feeling of sadness when a great goes away? When you were thinking about it with Brady, when Brady retired, where you're like, man, I wish he would come back. This is sad. When you get the Aaron Rodgers talk, and I mean, we were all sad when Mike walked away the first time. What about this?
It's the same. We all say we're sick of the Warriors until you don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
And now
that's why I always root for dynasties.
Yeah, because then you gotta find somebody new to hate or like, or have an interest in. Like, we were 4 games away from having Lakers Celtics, which is the NBA's dream, and we're gonna be having the Heat Nuggets.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I mean, be honest. You could say you want something fresh all the time, and I say that all the time. I want something new. Do I really want something new?
No, that's why I was rooting for the Lakers.
Right? Like, do you really want something new? Right now, the Panthers. Do I want the Florida Panthers in there? Florida Panthers? Really? Panthers? In hockey? Do I want that?
Mm-hmm.
I would say no. I would say I don't.
NCAA tournament syndrome.
Yeah, I mean, I love Cinderella until Cinderella starts to really F up my entertainment.
Yeah.
And I wasn't too keen on.
So you got to take her home.
Florida Atlantic and San Diego State. Like, all right, man, cool, wonderful. Like, not really into it.
Yeah, you love Cinderella to a point, but you got to remember, like, the Lakers were Cinderella this year. The Lakers and the Warriors were both Cinderella. The Nuggets have been best team in the West the whole stretch of the way, and this will be.
But you're dead inside. You want the Warriors gone. You're tired of them. And I'm sure this does not make you sad.
I root for dynasties. I think the Lakers are the Warriors.
You don't root for dynasties.
Yes, I do.
You wanted the Warriors done
because the Warriors are a decade in now. I want like other dynasties to start rising up. Like I want somebody else to start taking the mantle, but I don't want it to be a one-off random champion. On LeBron, I would have been sad if not for Game 3, when he's dropping dunks and airballing layups. Then I was like, all right, he's getting too old. It's time. I don't want to watch.
Is he still better, like he said, than 90 or 95% of the NBA?
Yes, he is.
Yes,
he is.
Yes,
he's better. He's better than 98% of the NBA.
He's too good to retire. I do believe. I mean, he's got an obligation to me. To us.
Here we go.
He has an obligation to us to play. Yeah, to me specifically, to play as long as he can. To give me my entertainment, because that's what athletes are for. They're there for my entertainment and enjoyment.
Game 3, Eastern Conference Finals. You got a team in hockey trying to copy Denver and the Heat.
Down behind the net, Bennett off to the near corner, Kachuk. Kachuk in front, right on a shot, top shelf, he scores! A power play goal! Sam Reinhart just under the crossbar, and the Panthers strike first, just past the game's halfway point. It's 1-0.
3-zip East Finals, that was the call on Panthers radio as Carolina is one game away from getting the LeBron treatment.
From getting swept out of the postseason. The Panthers were the 1 seed last year. They got knocked out early on, and here they are a year later as the 8th seed, winners of 11 of the last 12 games in the playoffs after falling down 3-1. Peyton had that stat for us this morning. I mean, it's just tremendous what they've done. And then, you see Koepka, the only Panther fan there is. It looks like he has upper deck seats. Is he sitting in the upper deck?
I don't think so.
Oh, man. I don't know what it looks like he's in like the last row of the stadium.
Looks like a lot in that photo and video.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like a lot in that photo. He's wide-eyed, man. I don't think he slept very much since.
Had some coffee.
He may have had some coffee. Yeah, it may have been coffee. May not have been coffee.
Met up with Bobby before the game.
Maybe he did. He did. I don't know, man.
And you can meet up with Bobby and others from the station during the game tonight. Game 3, AAC puck drop at 7 o'clock. Spittle will be in the arena. Bobby, where are y'all going to be?
10250 Technology Boulevard in Dallas. We're going to be at Boomer Jacks. Me, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Walchuk, Peyton will be there, Alec Medford, Will Chambers, bunch of Tolos. And we'll be partying. Be there probably around 6:30 or 7, but come out for stars and drinks and food and everything else.
Go Stars, baby.
Try to get Peyton to
worst chant ever.
Participate in a chant. We have another concert ticket giveaway for you being a Tolo. We're about to be commercial free. No reason to go anywhere else. 7:20 till 8, commercial free with the Expressway, hooking you up with another giveaway. Ask Reddit, and did we fail this athlete as an entire country? Next.
But let's get that carpet clean.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It is Tuesday, which means it's time for Ask Reddit. And we want to hear from you, Twolos on the Twitch, Yolos on the YouTube, and Tolos on the TruckRock.com. Fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is where we take some of the most viral questions off of Ask Reddit from the previous week. Lead-off question here for the room, and I'll give some of the answers that were most popular on Reddit. But lead-off question here, what are some, quote, guy secrets that girls don't know about? Some of the answers that Reddit had put out there. We will never forget a compliment. I used the same conditioner until it went out of production because someone once told me my hair felt soft and smelled nice. I'm 48 years old. We never know when you like us. When a woman, and that's...
You have no idea.
Oh my gosh. It reminds me of the line.
What does that mean? You don't know if your wife likes you while you're married to
her?
No.
Before that.
Like in the should I ask this girl out? Like it's the old the joke in the last season of Friends where Gabrielle Union or whoever was in that last one, I can't remember. Went up to
Guys
Ross.
don't watch Friends.
Went up to Ross and said, I think you know what I'm about to say. He goes, I thought I've known what somebody was going to say before and I've been wrong a lot, so it'd be easier if you just said it.
Just say it.
And that's the same sort of way. And so that I think that those are probably the biggest secrets are guys' own insecurities when it comes to approaching women. Because you got to come up with the confidence, but at the end of the day.
There's a lot of them too. There's stuff that's like we have a favorite pair of underwear. We just do. We have a favorite shirt. You know, I don't think girls just.
I think if they live with you, they know that.
If they live with you, they know that. Yes. I
My
think
wife wants to have a yard sale every 2 weeks to throw out all my crap.
Oh man, I gotta throw so much crap away.
Are you guys hoarders?
No, but just after 43 years, you just acquire stuff. You just kind of accumulate. I'll tell you another one. I have not talked to my best friend in a year. He's my best friend.
That's
I feel like you're a bad friend.
I'm a proximity friend. He lives in Jersey. I have no reason to talk to him. But if I see him tomorrow, we'll pick right up where we left off.
No texts?
Not text. We occasionally it's like he sent me a text.
Like you have friends fly in from all over the country.
Yeah,
like one night hangouts.
We don't talk, and then it's like, hey, I'm coming into town. Okay, cool. Let's go out. It's or if I'm going up there, like that's, I'm a proximity friend. Like if you don't live near me, I don't.
Yeah, like when this show ends, you and I we'll never speak again.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't like you.
Right.
Right? It doesn't mean that I don't, if you came into town again or if we happen to see each other, we wouldn't have a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's making me very sad.
No, it's just like, I think life
I know the reality. I know I'd never speak to Troy again. Ever again.
Ever.
I mean, you want the truth? I've said like 5 things this morning that Bobby has cringed over.
And it doesn't mean that you don't like the prize. It's like, like I said, like I don't talk to people unless I know I'm going to see you.
I would think I would try to talk to all of you.
You definitely would.
You would. Yeah, you would. You would keep the relationship going.
That you definitely would sounded very like you clingy MFer.
You did stand behind me twice in the bathroom yesterday while I was peeing. That made me a little uncomfortable.
Were his hands on your shoulders?
No, they weren't.
No.
But we were like talking about something. He came in the bathroom, but like you stood right behind me while I was.
Bobby's just weird, man. That's just how he does it.
I started.
Did that go on the fan?
I don't think so. I think I moved it.
Yeah.
Here's another one similar to what.
Hang on, are you going to acknowledge that? That could be a topic.
I walked in and I at first was just realizing, our conversation carried into here.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of stopped. I didn't want to just leave, and so I just stopped. But I turned around, like I wasn't like right behind. You make it sound like I was like it was Jack and Rose on the front of the Titanic. It wasn't bad.
3 feet behind.
No,
that's not a lot of space back there.
No space.
So if you were directly behind for 2 Ps.
Do girls know that guys have a complete language of speaking without using words? Like the head bobs, up means something, down means something.
Oh, I think I mean I think that's one. I wonder if they know sometimes how easily you can communicate just with looks, like not even nuanced looks, just like look over, dart over. I think couples get that eventually with each other.
I wonder if women know who you like confide in or speak to about your relationship problems. Ooh. If you do, you know what I mean? Like I've always told anyone I date, like, yeah, my brother's annoying as crap, but I'm going to talk to him if I need to vent. I'm going to talk to my parents if we're having a fight. But I feel like some people don't understand that. They like think that you're like leaking your business, but you got to talk to some people. You got to confide in people. I wonder if girls realize that you are, talking to someone else about some of your issues.
Yeah, maybe they think you just internalize it, because one of the other aspects of that over on the YouTube, D1.
Like, do you just talk to us? Like, when's the last time you talked to your mother about a dating relationship issue, or your sisters?
I've
never
spoken to my mom about anything. I don't. I love my mom to death, but I treat her like an acquaintance. She knows nothing on me. She has nothing on me. She's not going to be able to. She's got no dirt on me. Mm-hmm. I tell her nothing. It's a need to know basis.
Sorry, Bobby. Go ahead.
Shout out to the YouTube D1 Bed Dough the Toe says we love to be alone. Men do love to
that's a great one.
There's something about the silence and solitude of just
some people don't.
The recharge.
My dad doesn't like it. Choppy didn't like it forever. My boy Samir, he can't sit still. Like there's just you either love being alone or you have to be around people and doing things.
Being around people makes me happier generally.
Reddit, this is one of the good answers. Dudes can be friends for years and not know each other's real name. I think that there have been relationships before where, if you want to talk about work relationships, there have been guys I knew at different work spots where it's like, hey, what's up? And I couldn't tell you their name today. I couldn't remember. It's just the relationship is what it is.
It's like the fan promo guy who went off on me. Like I think we were in Deep Ellum, He came up to me. I decided to be honest. I'm like, man, I can't remember your name. I think he like set up a couple of broadcasts like with the tables and equipment. And I was like, let me get you a drink, but I can't remember your name. What was your name again? Man, he wrote me this whole long DM about how upsetting it was, and he thought I should this. I said, just be more memorable. Don't give me. I said, don't give me your
right back on it.
Don't give me your sob story. Make an impact next time.
Wow.
I said all these tears. I bought you a drink. Shut up.
Holy cow.
Good Lord. I mean, I was honest about it. You know, you're not important enough.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Like us with Jerry Jones.
That's right. That's right. We only had more money.
Okay, you know what? I genuinely need to. I have such trouble with names. I met somebody. I don't remember what we were doing. It was at one of the Twin Peaks like fan hangs we did a year ago, and I met somebody, and I think Eric was with me. Met it and walked away a minute, and was gonna come back and say something to him, buy him a drink, and I had to go to Eric, and I went, "What's his name?"
Yeah,
like it'll leave instantly, or I'll get it wrong, and
I always just blame it on being a drunk.
Yeah,
I always say, "Oh, I was probably drunk.
Alcohol.
I was probably bam," and then that way they're like, "Yeah, you were a fun time," and they're not as insulted because you were probably buying shots. That's why I buy shots and drinks for people, so I have an excuse not to remember your name.
That's genius. I've started texting myself names of people
when you
I meet
save
like
names
that.
in your phone, like I put like a qualifier next to
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm. I'll put notes underneath their contact. All right. If someone offered you a box of everything you ever lost, what would you look for first? Now, obviously, this is going to be a very personalized question.
That's a great one.
The most popular answer on Reddit that was broad and not personalized was,
sunglasses.
The issue is, I can't recall what I've lost. That's the problem. And so a lot of the answer was, give me my memory. Give me a box of everything I've lost. How about my damn memory? For me, it'd probably be my mom, Sean.
Say it to Peyton.
Peyton as well.
God,
yeah.
Peyton texted or tweeted a dead mom joke to Slater about your mom, and I was like, Peyton.
No, I think it was the other way.
We were talking about going to the Rangers game and bringing +1s, and Peyton texted, he's like, I'll be there with Bobby's mom. I was like,
oh yeah, I did.
Damn.
I did do that.
Yeah, I was like, dude.
And
easy.
when I showed up to the stadium, I saw him. I was like, I was kind of excited to see my mom again. It's been 16 years, Peyton. And
Not a hey Peyton. The first thing gets right in my face. It says, "Where's my mom?"
Yeah,
Peyton?
exactly. So trying to think back over things that I've lost. I had for a long time, you know that Kelly Kapowski shirt that I run around in, the Saved by the Bell shirt? This would have been my answer had I not gotten a new one. Jacob got me that. If I had not gotten that one 6 months ago, that would have been the answer. And I don't believe it was lost. I believe Kristen got rid of it and hid it. But that was always my favorite shirt, and that would have easily been the answer. There's some stuff I've lost over the years from my mom that I had collected and had in a drawer or whatever, that some of that goes missing, that wish I would have had that. But Chop, you got anything?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I got two of them. One is deep. One is not deep at all. The first one is the one that's not deep is
deeper than Bobby not taking care of his mom's artifact.
No. It'd be the half the money I lost in the divorce. That'd be one of them. The deep one is my youthful innocence.
Wow, that is deep.
I miss that, man. I miss being. I'm cynical now. You know, you get cynical as you get older. But I wish I would miss my youth. I miss my youth a lot. I miss the future. That could have been.
What do you regret?
I mean, I regret not taking. First of all, I regret back at 5 years old, letting my mom put me in school instead of keep me back an extra year so I could be a more dominant unit in sports my senior season. I was just immature and I just didn't take golf seriously, and I just regret that. I probably wouldn't have been anything anyway, but you never know, and I just regret that.
You know, the thing I lose the most is sunglasses, but I never have a special pair. I'm like, anytime Amanda's like, oh, I'm like, buy the cheapest ones. Buy the cheapest sunglasses possible. I'm trying to think of that one thing. I think I've lost a jacket that I really liked, but in terms of losing it, that I'd be going through the drawer. Peyton, do you have one that's jumping out?
Yeah, so my thing with losing stuff is I have to put it in the exact same spot every single time. My AirPod Pros, I have to put them in the case on the right.
Look at that.
Had to throw it out there. I have to put them on the right side of my dresser every single time because if I move it around, if I leave just the AirPods out, even if I put them in an obvious spot, I'll forget where they are because I go back to the same spot every time. But mine's the Game Boy, the classic Game Boy way back when. Before I went to bed, I always left it on the couch upstairs in the game room. That's just where I left it. That way I can go right back to it in the morning. And I woke up one morning and it wasn't there. And I looked all throughout the couch. I flipped the couch inside out. I cried to my mom and dad. I was like, where did y'all put it? They're like, you probably just misplaced it somewhere. I looked all over the house. No idea where it is.
Never found it.
Nope.
Wow.
Truckwreck.com fan text 817 AirPods 972 my first generation Pokemon cards 214 signed Roger Staubach commemorative Dr. Pepper bottle. Ooh, that one hurts.
Wow.
903 want my first car back. Speaking of AirPods,
stolen?
I don't know, wrecked or just sold it or something. Speaking of AirPods, did you ever find Luca's AirPods that you lost?
So I did find them. Found them a month later. They were in my baseball cleats. I guess he had borrowed them for baseball one day because my 13-year-old wears the same freaking size shoe as I do now.
Wow.
And I wear a 12. It's not like I have small feet. And they were in there. And then a week later, he put them in the washing machine. Now they're broke.
Oh, lovely. So now he can't blame you for that.
Right.
And then also on the Twitch, Opie World, my iPod Nano, Swaggy Booties, my mind. So a couple of those there. All right, next one here.
Broadus would be looking for his truck, by the way.
Well, I mean, they found pieces of it. Took it to the chop shop. If the internet shut down tomorrow, RJ Choppy, or Sean, we'll lead with you on this one. You got to have an answer on this one. If the internet shut down tomorrow, what do you do?
I mean, I would have a panic attack.
You know what I'm doing
I'd
instantly?
freak out.
I am driving. If the internet shuts down, it's like, this is down. We don't know when it's coming back up. I'm immediately driving to Walgreens and I'm buying out the magazine rack and going, we got to have content for tomorrow. I can't Google anything. I've got to have magazine articles we can reference.
Go get a newspaper.
Go start DVRing everything with Sports Center. Just go, all right, I don't know how we're going to pull all this off, but I got to, for content alone, I don't know what we're doing other than just grabbing magazines and stuff.
I mean, you got a newspaper subscription. You watch Sports Center, you watch First Take, you record all the shows. I mean, my initial thought was I do everything that I did before I was 18 years old. I didn't get the internet until I was 18. We didn't have my family didn't get the internet until 97.
But now you've lost your innocence, and so you don't know how to live without it.
Right. So I mean,
and you didn't have this job.
Right. But they did this job before the internet somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Newspapers.
I remember when I was working with the Michael Irvin Show. Kevin Kiley was his co-host, and he didn't use computers. He didn't have a cell phone. This was like 2008. He didn't have a cell phone. He didn't use a computer. He didn't have an email address. He would literally walk in and read the entire newspaper, front to back. And I'm talking the front page, that section, and then the business section. He read everything. Travel, the whole newspaper. That was his prep for the show. And his fingers were black from all the ink at the end. So I guess that's what you do. You read a newspaper.
Dang. Yeah, we could save the Dallas Morning News.
Single-handedly.
Yeah.
817.
By the way, real quick, I love this from GT. I'm 51, been listening for a decade from South Carolina. You guys make me understand who I am as much as my therapist. So there you go. That means a lot.
That's what we're here for. 817 with a great point. No internet, no DVR. Fine. I'll have to go get the little VCR recorder I still have in storage and start recording that, and that's what we're going to have to do. But no, I think that, man, I'll tell you what, a entire generation of testosterone-filled young men are going to have to find different outlets for their content.
I mean, we figured out a way. At least I did.
We did.
Close your eyes.
We survived.
That's where you get the magazines.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the articles, for the show, of course. Have you ever dreamed of doing something your whole life only to find out once you did it that you hated it? And what was it? I'll tell you the easy answer for me on this one is driving. I was so excited at the idea of being able to drive and
but you didn't hate it in your first 3 years.
I did.
Really?
Pretty quickly. Pretty quickly with my temper and my just anxiety, aggression and everything else. Pretty quickly, I discerned I don't want to be around the masses in giant death machines on the highway. And I don't want to sit in traffic. Traffic is the quickest way to get me.
Oh, yeah.
It's Orlovsky and then it's traffic. And that's the quickest way to just get me, like, jazzed. I will say, I was worried. This is what I wanted to do when I was 8 years old. Was
work with us.
Cover the Yeah, you guys specifically. I wanted to cover the Cowboys. I wanted to cover the NFL. I wanted to do radio. I grew up around radio because it was my dad's profession. And I was always worried once I got around it, I'd be like, I hate it. And I was very glad I didn't. Because I know a lot of people do pursue something and then they get it and then they hate it.
I mean, I think as we always used to, I used to say this all the time. My kids do now too. Oh, I just can't wait till I'm done with school and I get to go to work and make money. And then you realize that work is just a giant repeat of the same stress every single day. That's what it is, right? But I love yours. I didn't think of driving. Man, driving sucks. I
thought you liked driving.
Well, I like the peace I get from it, like where I just sit there in silence a lot of times, and just my own thoughts. But it's a pain in the butt. And my car now, I've got so many miles of this thing. This thing shakes like crazy. I'm sitting there going, like Sarah's in the car the other day trying to, do some work on her iPad, and she can't. She can't. Every time she tries to touch the screen, the car is shaking so much. It's I have to have the speakers peaked on the highway if I'm doing over 40. It just shakes so bad.
Peyton, you have one, something you always dreamed of, but it didn't live up to it?
Oh, mine's definitely the full-time job. I would kill to go back to high school or even college. And now it depends on what major you had in college. Mine was pretty, simple because I got through in 3.5 years. But yeah, it was the full-time job. Because in high school, I was like, man, I just can't wait to be done with school. Because I couldn't imagine anything better than making money and like not worrying about school, like waking up, go make money, come back home, the same rinse and repeat. I always wanted to do that, but now I fully regret it.
People are saying shaving.
Oh, great. Oh, God.
Who looked forward to shaving? I always...
Everyone.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, oh my God, that's coming in, and I can make a goatee, and I can... Shaving is a phenomenal answer.
It is. Becoming an adult. It's getting
moving away from mom and dad. I wonder how many people would pick that. I couldn't wait to... I would never go back to my hometown. I love my parents. My hometown sucks. It's small town mentality. Especially my sister-in-law's there. But in terms of like just being around your parents, I wonder what the percentages of people who stay within a 30-mile radius of where they grew up. Because you think, I can't wait to get out of here. I went out of this house. I'm running away. I'm moving away.
That's small town vibes. I had the same thing.
But I think it's big city. Look at your friend group now. I wonder how many of them live within a 30-minute radius of their parents. Peyton, 30 seconds.
Right down the hall.
But I wonder what that percentage is.
I did growing up was one of those where it's like you can't wait to get out, and then as soon as you see all the responsibilities, you think even when you think you have a handle on it, and you get into it and realize everything you're responsible for just to make sure that your life continues, it's like, oh my gosh, this is just too much.
Yeah,
there's nothing you can do to prepare for everything that you have to do. Like I remember when I moved out initially, because I was kind of a quick split. It was like you're still on your parents' insurance, so then you're not always thinking about right away, oh, I need to get car insurance, I need to have that ready, I need to have this ready. You start finding out all these other things that you didn't need or didn't know you needed. That's one of the big things we're seeing here. Buying a house from the 573, just becoming an adult, voting from the 972. Let's see here.
What did you say, Peyton?
What about getting married at like a young age? I wonder if people regret that. Or like having kids at a young age. Because a lot of people in my generation were like, oh, I can't wait. 23, 24, that's when I want to start having kids so I can be, in my 30s, but like still be able to do stuff with them. I wonder if people regret that now.
I think, in my experience, I've met more people who regret having kids later than earlier.
I wish my kid was 17, 18.
Well, you'd be 41 years old with a kid about to be out of the house.
Yeah.
Your whole life ahead of you.
You want to trade? Deal with the vapor.
I'll trade for 2. I'm taking Jaden Hardy off the table. I'm leaving out the number 10 pick. I'll take the 2 girls.
Yeah.
And TBD. I'm not gonna insult. Bring the vape over this weekend. 877-881-1053. A very deep edition. I like it. Of Ask Reddit every Tolo Tuesday and every day during this time during the Expressway. We want to thank you for listening.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold, along with special guests Falling in Reverse at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on October 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Choppy, let's set up how we failed. According to a professional basketball coach, we failed Brittany Griner as a nation.
Yeah, so this is her coach, Vanessa Nygaard. So Brittany she plays for the Phoenix Mercury. And of course, if you don't remember, she was in Russian custody following basically a Soviet-style show trial on drug charges. The vice president made an appearance to this game in L.A. at Crypto Arena, and it had 10,396 fans. However, that is not a sellout. And the head coach of the Phoenix Mercury, Vanessa Nygaard, was baffled at the attendance.
It was great, but honestly, come on, LA. We didn't sell out the arena for BG. I expected more, to be honest, right? It was great, it was loud, but how was it not a sellout?
So she was baffled that it wasn't a sellout, very critical of
This was a road game.
This was a road game. Very critical of the LA fans for not coming out to watch Brittany Griner play in her first game since her trial and arrest and subsequent prisoner exchange in Russia. So I guess the first thing is this fair?
Well,
or what do you have to say to this?
Here's what I have to say to it. 10,000 fans showed up. The average attendance is 5. They doubled it. Save your guilt trip. 10,000. They doubled the usual attendance at a road game. That basically qualifies as a sellout. So you're wrong. What? There are a few empty seats. Okay. Let's see the Phoenix home crowd if the arena is packed every single game. The other thing I would like to inform the head coach of the Phoenix Mercury, one of my struggle words. Not everybody felt sympathy for Brittany Griner. I did, but in doing this topic many different times during this saga, we got don't break the law. It turned into a sexuality thing. It turned into a race thing. It turned into a gender thing. It turned into many things. I got someone that texted me in a commercial break saying, I still can't believe we pulled off this trade. The Merchant of Death. She still deserves to be over there. I don't have any sympathy. So not everyone has these feelings of Vice President Harris and many of the other people in the country of, welcome back. I have the warm, fuzzy feeling seeing her back out there on the court. This was a story that divided many a sports talk audience.
Look, I'm glad that she's not in Russian jail. Did they give up the right prisoner for her? Probably not, but they wanted to get her back, and they made that decision.
Yeah. 10,000 fans.
10,000 fans. Listen.
They draw 5,650.
I know a lot of people. I know 2 of them who like the NBA, and they work together every night.
The WNBA.
Sorry, the WNBA. Yeah. The WNBA. I know 3 people who like the NBA, but I know 2 people who like the WNBA. Reggie and KG, and that's it.
Yep.
Nobody likes the WNBA. It's a terrible product. I'm sorry. It's awful. Woo! And it's just bad. It's bad. Women's college basketball is amazing. I'm not a fan of the WNBA. It's just...
Say it.
You're going out there to what? What? Say what? Say what? Say what?
Just trash it.
We care about Brittany, the prisoner. Do people care about... They didn't promote the game. Yep. Nobody knew it was on.
No, but I had no idea.
I thought she was playing for weeks. I thought she had been playing for weeks. I had no idea this game was on.
I agree.
Because the country does not care about the WNBA.
No.
They care about Brittany Griner, the person, getting her home. That's what we cared about. Once we got her home, she was largely forgotten about. I saw a ton of press conferences with her, interviews with her on TV, but I had no idea there was a game because I thought they'd been playing all along. And that's not the LA Sparks fans' problem.
Yeah.
That is the WNBA's promotion team's problem. They may have a worse promotion team than Major League Baseball. They might.
Yeah, I'm stunned that in between games 3 and 4 of the Lakers playing in the West Finals, people weren't totally aware that the Sparks were playing a regular season game against Brittany Griner. That's stunning that they wouldn't have that awareness. Look, I think the head coach here, Vanessa Nygaard, I think she completely realizes it's unrealistic to expect a sellout for Brittany Griner's first game. This is
on the road.
We're jumping back to, again, grandstanding and points that you're trying to make. She knows that's an unreasonable expectation. And she should know what a hotly charged discussion that even was.
Yeah.
And how it's a very strong dividing issue.
Okay, here we go. So they played a second game. They had their home opener. How many do you think showed up in Phoenix?
I have no idea what the size of the arena is. I'll say 13,000.
14.
Okay.
It's USA Today says more than 14,000 fans showed up, nearly double the team's average attendance last season. So there you go. That's fantastic. LA gave 10. Good on them. That's impressive as well.
Doubling it. You're getting plenty of extra gate revenue that you don't typically get. This could be
She
like
had 27-10 and 4 block shots as well on May 21st. So that was 2 nights ago.
I had no idea. We were sitting in here yesterday. The story was on SportsCenter about her first game back. That was the first I heard of it. Up there on TV. This is apparently she's returned to the court.
Are we supposed to just magically know? You know how people know what time the Cowboy game is? They don't go to the website. It's on TV.
I'll be honest. I could have known a week in advance this was happening. I wouldn't have tuned in or cared. I don't care.
I would like.
I'm serious. Like part of, for the people who care, it's an awareness issue. For me, the awareness could have been there, and I wouldn't have watched. I
wasn't going to tune in. I'd like to see the highlight of what happened when she walked on the floor, or
that'd be a thing. I would tune in for maybe the start, just to see the crowd reaction.
The reaction, the emotion.
There's stuff there that I wouldn't be interested in the actual game.
Meanwhile, back to a real. I'm kidding.
Wow.
The NBA All-Star Game. They're having discussions now. Pro Bowl-like discussions on what to do with this.
They are considering a major change to the All-Star Game
Which
format.
I would rather watch the WNBA than the NBA All-Star Game. And I'm not joking. If you made me pick one, I'd rather watch Brittany Griner play or that girl in college who...
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I'd watch one of her games over the NBA All-Star Game any day of the week.
So...
It's a joke.
They are ready for the start of the 2024 All-Star Game. The league is discussing a major change. They are going to do this very unique, innovative, very forward-thinking plan of returning the All-Star Game to East versus West.
Oh, man, that'll fix it.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Like, why don't they do a one-on-one contest? Get all the All-Stars there, do a one-on-one, winner gets $1 million. Or do a 3-on-3 tournament, like a big 3, right?
Yeah.
A 3-on-3. Like the NFL said, all right, we're scrapping the All-Star Game. We're going with flag football. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Do a 3-on-3 tournament. Winning team gets $1 million. Or each. Or whatever.
For some reason, them playing flag made them play harder.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you're more exposed and we can see if someone jukes you and we care more. Your helmets are off. Maybe that makes someone to perform better. But I would be hopeful you get that in a 3-on-3 or a 2-on-2 thing. But the NBA's got plenty of money. Have $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Have $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, just pickup basketball games, for instance, for anybody tend to get very competitive.
Yeah.
And very nasty. And so it's probably the same sort of effect for the guys playing the flag football game, is that it feels different than work. Like, this one feels like an exhibition game to them when they're in that. But if you turn it into flag football, it's like, oh no, this is more like we're out on the yard and it's just competitiveness. You would hope the same sort of thing would be in place 3-on-3. Now, I will say, while most of the All-Star games I don't care about, and there's nothing you could really do to get me to care about them, I do think East versus West is smarter than these Team LeBron, Team Giannis. I hate that. I don't like it.
What's the difference?
I don't like the whole draft thing. I'd rather break it up in a conference and see them play. I want some sort of natural dividing line. just to know, all right, I'm rooting for this team compared to this team.
All right, there it is. Hooking you up here on Sean and RJ during the Expressway with Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan. Thanks for hitting us up, as always, on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. Your number to win a different giveaway every single day. But we have an all-time college football list. The greatest college football quarterbacks ever. And number one is not too far from right here at this radio station. Let's get into an all-time college quarterback debate next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Boomer.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Lowe Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. It is not fist pump time, Peyton Russell, but go ahead and do your thing. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and we have an all-time college football debate that has broken out. But first, let's get to the coach that is accusing Deion Sanders of destroying college football.
All right. I love these, right? This is Pat Narduzzi. Now, Pat Narduzzi is the coach at Pitt. Did a really nice job at Pitt in his short time there. He is not. Let's just say he does not disagree. He disagrees wholeheartedly with Deion Sanders' approach to college football. Now, Deion took over at Colorado for Carl Durrell. They went 1-11 last year. He's taken an aggressive approach to rebuilding the roster. There are 70 players who have entered the transfer portal since August at Colorado. Basically, 50 of them have entered since Deion arrived, a number of which were more or less shown the door by Deion. And he told he told 247 Sports this, just in his internet article, that he does not agree with this approach. Real quick, it's not to overhaul your roster. We'll have to see how it works out, but to me, it looks bad on college football coaches across the country. The reflection is on one guy right now, but when you look at it overall, those kids, they have goals in life. I don't know how many of those 70 that left really wanted to leave or were kicked in the butt to get out. I grew up in the profession that you can't tell a guy that he has to leave based on athletic ability. I think he'll be shocked that he probably had some pretty good football players in that room. When I got to Pitt in 2015, I didn't kick anybody off. Zero. Those are your guys. When you become head coach, you inherit a team, and you coach that team. If they want to leave, great. You don't kick them out. I disagree with that process. That's not what I got into this game.
Wow. Interesting.
So this to me is a philosophical difference. Deion is looking at it like as a win-loss thing, and Pat is looking at it as a coach thing.
Yeah.
He wants to coach these guys up, and he'll get personal satisfaction and enjoyment out of coaching these guys up. Deion wants to win games. Deion is like, does he want to get his hands dirty and really coach the kids up, or does he want to skip that step? And that's fine. Like it's his program. And
he is going to coach them. He's not just going to. You're not signing free agents you're signing kind of free agents, but he still is going to be responsible for molding young men and teaching them.
I think a lot
he
of
just wants to teach better players.
I think what Deion is, Deion is doing is he wants to coach them from becoming a man thing, right?
Yeah.
Preach, not necessarily get his hands dirty with technique, where maybe other coaches love to get their hands dirty with technique and stuff. I think it's just a different philosophy on coaching. Like Deion doesn't want he would view coaching bad players as wasting his time.
And a bad mark on him.
Image. There's no right. There's a million ways to skin a cat. I think it's philosophical. It's interesting what Pat said. It's like, I want to coach the guys. I'm not going to kick them off the team. I'm going to make them better players. It's admirable. I appreciate that, but it's going to take you longer to win games. And Deion doesn't want to wait.
Just came off as cold.
Yeah.
What?
Deion's whole approach to Colorado has come off as really cold and callous, is just the only thing. And I understand he's trying to change the culture and everything else, but it felt like a very, and maybe this is just the reality of where college football is at now in the era of NIL. It felt like a very professional approach to a roster, like a professional rebuild.
Absolutely.
Than it did a college program, which has always felt, even if it was...
Is Deion just being more honest about it? Is this the reality? He just didn't handle with kid gloves.
Potentially, but we've never really seen an exodus like this. So it's definitely to a level that even if people have pushed certain guys out for certain reasons, they've never done it in such volume like Deion has.
Correct. But we also never, until recently, haven't had the transfer portal.
Yep.
So that also played. If this was 5 years ago, it's not going to be the same exodus.
Yeah. Would you be okay sending your kid to play for Deion?
I'd be okay with it. I don't know that. I wonder how much of it is
And I still believe a bigger program should have hired Deion. He will win big at Colorado. And if I was an even higher profile program, I would have hired him.
Yeah.
He's going to make you famous. He's going to put you on the map. He's going to build interest. And I believe he's going to win. Those are, I think Colorado is too small for him. That's just my opinion.
Would I be comfortable sending my kid to Deion from just in general, like, hey, do I want him to succeed as an athlete, or just in terms of like, would I be comfortable with Deion mentoring my child? Because I think I'd feel more comfortable about Deion mentoring my child than honestly success. Like, I feel like he's instilling good values and he's trying to hold guys accountable and teach them to. I just don't know. I guess I shouldn't doubt him, but I don't know how much success he's going to have in Colorado. It's going to be very competitive, very difficult, and this aggressive turnover is going to take time.
I guess it also depends on how good your kid is, whether you want him to play for Deion or not. Because Deion will pack up a suitcase, kick him out the door. All right, let's get to the list.
All right. ESPN ranked the 75 best quarterbacks since the year 2000. Okay, since the year 2000. Right off the bat, number 75, just retired. Actually hasn't retired, Matt Ryan. And then you got Teddy Bridgewater, Timmy Chang. You got some guy named Rain Dakota Prescott coming in at number 72.
Too low.
A perfect QB prototype for the Dan Mullen offense. Went from tantalizing dual threat as a sophomore to all-around star as a senior.
Look, they were on the cover of SI. They deserve to be. That was an amazing story. We're like, Mississippi State?
Yeah.
What? Mississippi State? Are you for real?
Yep. Brandon Whedon, Geno Smith, 71 and 70. Not bad. A.J. McCarron, 67. Andy Dalton, TCU, 64. Both Dalton and the Horned Frogs improved incrementally throughout his career, going 11-2, then 12-1, then 13-0, with the lone Rose Bowl win in his last 3 seasons. That was a pretty good run. He was fantastic at TCU. Zach Wilson at 63. Max Duggan at 62.
Better than Dalton.
Yeah. Kenny Pickett at 60. Aaron Rodgers, how about that? 59. Unrecruited as a high schooler. I'm going to say that again.
Aaron Rodgers?
Unrecruited as a high schooler. He spent a year at Butte Community College. Butte is in the great state of Montana. He went to Butte, Montana. Patrick Mahomes, 57. Remember Joey Harrington? He's at 55. Keep going down the list. You got, let's see, Denard Robinson, the last cover athlete on NCAA college football. Eli Manning, 47. Brady Quinn, Byron Leftwich, Colin Klein, K-State, good play there. Landry Jones, Oklahoma, cracking the top 40 at number 39, 1 spot ahead of Alex Smith. Let's keep going. Mac Jones, 38. Stetson Bennett, 37. How is Ken Dorsey 36?
Too low.
Are we forgetting? What Ken Dorsey did at Miami?
Well, they said he inherited an all-time great supporting cast.
He did.
35-2 in his 3 years.
Jason White, he was fantastic at OU. Rex Grossman, 30. Ben Roethlisberger, 28.
Skipped over Graham Harrell from my Red Raiders, 34.
Yep, that's right. Pat White, 27. Why is he important? Well, I think he's the only one that is 4-0 in bowl games as a quarterback. Russell Wilson, Jalen Hurts, 25. Carson Palmer.
I'm not digging this list so far.
No, me neither.
Why?
Hurts was, you can say
How can he be number 25 on the all-time list and he couldn't stick at his school?
Yeah, he got run out of Alabama basically for like he failed at Alabama. It's part of, nobody pushed back and said that's Jalen Hurts. That's just the reality of it. He went to OU and he was good at OU, but he was also the third transfer quarterback in a row. The previous 2 won the Heisman. He didn't. Mm-hmm. He didn't have as good a year as those other 2 guys. So,
Phillip Rivers, Tua, Bryce Young, 19.
Sorry, Todd. What else is bothering you so far?
I mean, some of the, it feels like it's weighted a little bit professionally. Like, I feel like Dalton being as far back as he is, but then they have like Aaron Rodgers and Mahomes in the same territory, which were exciting players. But I mean, I think as a college quarterback, Andy Dalton was more successful.
Well, trust me, when you get to the top 4, you'll see it wasn't weighted professionally at all.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's garbage.
Yeah, Andrew Luck at 18. I think that's too low. Andrew Luck had a great college career.
Yep.
Tremendous college career. Matt Leinart. Matt Leinart had a great college career.
Wait, where is he?
17, Matt Leinart.
Too low. Bridgewater, by the way. Teddy Bridgewater was too low.
Teddy Bridgewater was like 74.
Yeah, no, that's way too low.
Jameis at 16.
No, too high.
Well, he won the let's see. In his 2 years, he won the title and went to the Final Four. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. He had a good team, though.
I've never been the biggest.
Sam Bradford at 15. Here's the thing. Jameis, how many interceptions did he throw because he couldn't see? Every photo of him, he's squinting. They get some LASIK, dude. Sam Bradford at 15. Kellen Moore at 14. Johnny Football at 13. There is no way in hell Johnny Manziel had a better college career than Matt Leinart.
No, I would have
The biggest mania.
Or Sam Bradford.
The biggest mania of our career here.
It was, no doubt.
Johnny Manziel mania.
Yeah.
No doubt.
With these insufferable Aggie fans. My God.
Colt McCoy at 12. I think this next one is entirely too low. Trevor Lawrence at 11. He went to 3 college football playoffs and won a title as a freshman. Like, that's, I don't know. RG3 at 10.
Ooh.
Marcus Mariota at 9.
Wow. 9?
9. Lamar Jackson at 8.
I'd rather have Johnny Manziel than Mariota.
In college?
In college. Yes.
I can see that.
Lamar's too low.
Well, let's get to it.
At the start of the century, Clemson's Woody Dantzler pulled off the first 2,000-1,000 season. Less than 2 decades later, Jackson was posting back-to-back 3,500, 1,500 seasons. Solid passer, most terrifying run at the QB position since Vic and that hurdle. Oh, that hurdle.
So he's on here at 8, Lamar.
8. Number 7, Kyler Murray. Number 6, Deshaun Watson.
Oh, remember the Deshaun versus Lamar game.
Oh, yeah. Number 5, Joe Burrow.
Just too short
It was
for me.
too short. I think he should be lower. I think Trevor Lawrence had just as good of a career.
But it's tough because it's the greatest quarterback season we've seen.
I think this next one is 4 spots too low.
Sit back and enjoy the rest of the segment, Bobby.
This is without question the greatest college football player I've ever seen, including my guy Peyton Manning, who was not on this list because he was graduated already. They have Tim Tebow at 4.
Yeah.
You cannot have Tim Tebow at 4. He is much higher than that.
I put Tebow 1.
I think he has to be. In 06, he served as a short yardage back, scary red zone passing option. They won the title. In 07, he had over 4,000 combined yards, won the Heisman. In 08, he gave an immortal speech, led them to their second title. In 09, they were 13-1, finished in the Heisman top 5 for a 3rd straight year. It's impossible to put together a more complete career than that. He had 3 straight top 5 Heismans. Like, that doesn't happen. Number 3, Superman. Vince Young.
Oh, I thought you were saying Cam Newton.
No, Vince is Superman. In college, at least. Cam became Superman in the NFL. Speaking of Superman, Cam Newton, number 2. Which, I don't know that you can put Cam ahead of Tebow. Cam had 1 year. He played 1 year.
Yeah, that's tough.
And he was Tim's backup. And then number 1, I don't get it. He was a really good player, but I don't know how you can be the number 1 ranked player and never even reach the title game, but Baker Mayfield.
Oh, my gosh.
The best college quarterback of all time?
Since the year 2000. Here's the write-up. Newton, Young, and Burrow had the best seasons. Mayfield had the best career. It began with him walking on at Texas Tech, quickly winning the starting the job, throwing for 413 yards in his debut. He lost his job to injury, traded up, landed at OU. Sooners hadn't won an outright conference title since 2010. He led them to 3 in a row, 3 top 5 finishes, 2 college football playoff bids. Storybook career ended with him throwing and rushing for 49, 38, and 48 TDs. Winning the Heisman, bringing OU to within an eyelash of a national title game. He was so good, despite his size, the Browns couldn't resist, making him the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
I'm going off memory here, but Manziel versus Baker.
Not even close to me. Manziel.
Oh, really?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Manziel. Kyler versus Baker. I think I'd take college Kyler.
Kyler, I think, was better. Baker did it longer.
Yeah, the longevity of Baker's career, I think, vaults him over Johnny.
That keeps Baker a little above Kyler for me.
Never at one point in my life did I say, I'm watching the best college quarterback ever when Baker Mayfield was playing. Not one time did I ever think that. Ever. Who decided this?
ESPN.
Yeah, but who
probably Orlovsky.
Let's see here. It was done by. Oh, wow.
I got my 10 just right off the top.
This is Bill Connolly. Bill Connolly's amazing.
Baker Mayfield 10, RG3 9, Jameis Winston 8, Kellen Moore 7, Lamar Jackson 6, Johnny Manziel 5, Deshaun Watson 4, Leinart 3, Vince Young 2, Tim Tebow 1.
Yeah, Leinert's too low.
I think Leinert's way too low. I think we forget about
That's one of the all-time great and entertaining teams.
What they did to Oklahoma, we should never forget that. Like what they did to Oklahoma. That was, and they probably should have won 3 straight.
Absolute beating.
They should have beat Texas. They dominated that game.
Vince Young was better though.
877
Vince was.
877-881-1053 is the trademark.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby with your own college QB list. What does Kyrie do if LeBron actually retires? That's next after what happened last night in the Western Conference Finals right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. His foot was on the line. A two-pointer.
The Lakers get swept. We're 3-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. Last night you get the sweep. And 3-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals of the NHL. Stars, Game 3 tonight at 2-0. When's the last time the Final Four in both sports have had goose eggs on the other side this far in? I bet this is never... Well, we know it's never happened in hockey. Well, no, hockey was the stat was overtime. My bad. But I just wonder, in terms of the series, when's the last time we've gone this deep with possible sweeps?
Oh, that's good. That's a great question. Man. I would highly doubt there's been a time where you've had, 4, 7, 10, 12, where it's been 12-0. I doubt it.
I'm sad. Hagelin was trying to, troll me yesterday. Bassick has been wanting to say it. Sure, you root for the Lakers. I know you are. Yes, I was. I was rooting for the Lakers. I root for dynasties. I just, I respect and like watching Joker play, but they're the Denver Nuggets.
Can't you make an argument, though, that with what Michael Malone's been in place there for 8 years, Jokic, they've built something there with him. Jamal Murray's a legit star who's, established himself over the course of several years. Michael Porter, guy. Like, can't you make an argument that the more well-established, long-tenured team that's been built is the Nuggets over the Lakers?
Yes.
The Lakers have the history of it, but the Nuggets, I think, present day, have been the team that's sustained their core longer.
Plus, I wanted to keep Anthony Davis around to keep kicking him. I hate him so much. The most maddening star, maybe of all time. I'd have some conversations about trading him if I were LA. But all the conversation this morning is LeBron mulling retirement, thinking about stepping away after last night. The guy played all but 10 seconds and had 40, 10, and 9. Well, ESPN is doing their very best to reunite LeBron and Kyrie and steal him from DFW. They keep showing Kyrie talking with A-Rod last night. Kyrie went to another game. I guess he isn't allergic to the limelight. I guess he kind of does want to be in a circumstance of stars. He was at the Laker game talking with A-Rod, and Brian Windhorst, the great NBA insider, was just on television. Peyton recorded him.
Well, the first thing with any conversation about Kyrie, he would probably have to take a pay cut from what his expected salary for next year would be to sign with the Lakers. And so it'd be a pretty big one. Right now, the Lakers can generate about $30 million in cap space. They could maybe, if they do a couple other moves, get it a little bit higher. But Kyrie Irving's maximum salary is $47 million. So you were talking about a potentially enormous pay cut that he would have to take from where he wanted when he forced his way out of Brooklyn. So that's number one. However, the Lakers do have the ability to generate cap space. And to be honest with you, for a team to have Anthony Davis and LeBron James on their roster and to be able to generate cap space is a rare situation. And when I say generate cap space, this would be keeping Austin Reeves. This is accounting for keeping Austin Reeves. So the problem with that is if you go that route, you would potentially have another top-heavy team like they had with Russell Westbrook, but they would hope that it would be a better formulated team. But I must also say that they don't have to go the Kyrie route. In addition to just keeping the team together, re-signing their free agents and looking to draft a player and using maybe some free agency to do some other things, they also can go trade for other players or potentially look at other free agents. It's not Kyrie Irving or bust for this team at all.
So there's Windhorst with the very latest. And now you have to worry about maybe convincing LeBron James to come back if indeed he was serious last night and not just, kind of in the sports depression of losing and getting eliminated and worrying about the return of Taco Tuesdays. What was that?
Okay, so
what was that commercial?
Hey, LeBron is cringy. Like, we can all agree with that, right? Like, he's incredibly cringy, and it now makes sense why they were swept. He is too busy focusing on fighting the important battle of making Taco Tuesday accessible to all social classes. So Taco Bell has been suing to undo this trademark for Taco Tuesday that exists. And
they should sue Pete Davidson for those stupid commercials.
Yeah, I mean, we should
sue
Pete
who has
Davidson
the trademark for it?
I don't know who's got it.
I remember LeBron got in trouble for screaming this every single week.
Taco John's owns it.
Taco John's?
Taco John's owns it in...
Jones or John's?
John's. Taco John's has owned Taco Tuesday in 49 states since 1989, and Gregory's Bar holds the trademark in New Jersey. And Taco Bell wants this lifted, and LeBron James joined them.
I'm going to open up Sharif Pizzeria. That's the same thing as Taco John's.
The
Taco
Sheriff.
John's, yeah.
Taco Tuesday, this is what LeBron said in a press release. Taco Tuesday is a tradition that everyone should be able to celebrate. All restaurants, all families, all businesses, everybody. Payne, if you got the Star Spangled Banner, put it behind us. Taco Tuesdays create opportunities that bring people together in so many ways, and it's a celebration that nobody should own. So now, according to this press release, LeBron James is starring in this ad, Taco Bleep, as part of the attempt to liberate Taco Tuesday.
I saw it last night. I was like, what is this?
He's a dork.
This is
He's
weird.
a dork.
So you just can't sell anything that says Taco Tuesday. So
Can't brand have Taco Tuesday promotions. Taco Bell can't have that.
So no restaurant can have that, which I'm sure I've seen Taco Tuesday promotions at restaurants before.
I'm guessing you can't use it in advertising. You could probably have it as a promotion at your restaurant, like, hey, you can, on a chalkboard, it's Taco Tuesday over here. But I'm guessing you can't have advertisements that use the slogan.
Huh. Okay. All right. I mean, so you can just say, hey, it's Tuesday. Let's have some tacos at Taco Bell.
Yeah. The Michael Buffer of
Got to be able to figure it
corn
out.
tortillas.
Yes, they are.
And then LeBron with a movie. You were making fun of that?
Yeah. So there's a movie out about LeBron. Now, he took a couple of L's here. One is on the court, obviously, because he got swept out. But this one is, they're saying that this movie, Shooting Stars, is the worst movie of all time. Now, it's on Peacock, which you can get for the NFL for $4.99 to watch a playoff game. It will chronicle James' rise to superstardom in high school at St. Vincent St. Mary's in Akron. And they are saying that this looks like a parody of a bad SNL sketch. So you remember, if you watch Fresh Prince, where they did a basketball scene at school, it was like a court that was like a third of the size of a regular court, right? That's kind of what this looks like in this trailer. Right? It's just bad. But it's got Caleb McLaughlin in it, he's in Stranger Things. He's not a lightweight.
No.
All right, he's a fine actor. But it looks far below the talents. I mean, people are killing the movie. And and this is another thing. We forgot. ESPN broadcasts high school games. You hear that, Wemby? Did they broadcast any of your games?
Oh, you need to tell it to Woj.
Woj, you hear that? Woj?
Yeah. Woj is the one hyping him
Woj
up.
and
Greatest prospect ever. Didn't see a single one of his games. You know why? Because he ain't the greatest prospect ever. LeBron was. We put his games on high school. It's the high school games on TV.
What's LeBron's involvement in this? Is it just about him, but is he producing? Is he acting in it?
He's not acting in it from what I've seen.
He was so bad in Space Jam, which was disappointing because he was so great in Trainwreck, the Amy Schumer movie that came out in 2015. He was so freaking. He was hilarious in that. That's the most likable LeBron's ever been, was in that movie.
I highly doubt there's a movie about LeBron's rise of high school and he doesn't have input in it. LeBron's got a production company. I would be floored if he has no input in this movie.
The guy that says Kyrie already has a deal done with the Mavericks, Eric Pincus, will join us at 9:20 from Bleacher Report. Woo. Also saying that the Mavs are going to be in on DeAndre Ayton. So we'll get you that NBA update at 9:20. Do you want Chili's, barefoot on a plane, or cassette tape?
Cassette tape.
Here's a girl on social media not knowing what we all grew up with.
Look what I found at the thrift store. Okay, so I know it's a newer radio that's made to look old, but I just really love the aesthetic, right? So cute. But I was confused because there's this slot on the side and it says tape. And I thought that's really weird. Why would you want to store your tape in the radio? And I was like, well, maybe if it was on your desk, back in the old day, maybe you wanted, to get tape from it. But then I thought that, obviously, that doesn't make sense. That's stupid. So I was like, oh, it's probably for one of those old iPod things, because my mom had one of those. You probably stick the iPod in there, and then it plays the speaker. And to be sure, so I asked one of the employees what it was for, and she said tape, and I said, what kind of tape goes in a radio? And she said, a tape with music. And I said, okay. And she said it was called a cassette tape, and I don't know why I'm saying that. I think probably after the person who invented it. But I was like, do you have any cassette tapes here? And she said, no, we don't sell them, because usually we like throw them away because no one buys them. So I went to another thrift store, and look what I found.
I never believe these
Cassette
things.
I don't believe this.
I believe this only because I have no faith in the youth of America. Because I don't blame this girl. I blame her parents. It's poor parenting. When Peyton doesn't know a song or a movie, I don't blame Peyton. I blame his parents. Thank you. It's on your parents to tell you these things.
He said thank you.
That's what your parents should have told you about Bob Dylan. They just should have. Parents that's what there's no point in being a parent.
My dad told me about Foreigner.
Excellent.
Yeah, we know. We heard your clip.
Yes.
Oh.
What about Journey? Did you talk about Journey? Yeah, we heard the clip too.
I heard your resume tape.
So I believe this because I have no faith in the youth of America and not even in the youth, in the parents. I know parents of my age. Parents of my ilk are morons. Okay? They don't teach your kids properly. This is on her parents.
I got duped recently. Did you see a video? I put a video up on Instagram of Addison saying, "What's a CD?" She was like, "What are those?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "CDs were." Later, like I found out the next day, she
said, "CDs next."
She was playing. She was playing me. She knew what they were. She was just screwing with me.
There's videos out there of kids trying to open CD cases. They can't do it.
Yeah,
because you had to pinch the side. They can't figure it out.
The Cowboys begin OTAs this week. A brand new offensive scheme. Questions along the offensive line. Let's talk about the 5 things to watch for out at the Star in Frisco. Next and Below the Belt.
But let's get.
the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. OTAs? More like OTAs. Right? Am I right? So exciting. Football's back.
I love how you're holding the microphone too, like a Netflix special.
Whoa.
You're holding it like you're performing on stage.
How you guys doing tonight? What's the deal with women? Organized team activities begin this week, and we'll be out at the Star on Thursday. Thursday's going to be a packed day. We've got the Stars game there, Stars game 4. We've got Rangers baseball in the middle, in the swing, and we got organized team activities for the Cowboys. And this is always a little bit of a, I'll be honest, a little bit of a hyped up time that you've got to have a good understanding of what it is. I think a lot of people hear OTAs and hear that they're going to be back out there and think they're out there in full pads and tackling. It's not that, but there's still a lot of things that you can learn and a lot of things that you can look out for. Exactly. The Dallas Cowboys. And in fact, Michael Gallup, you'll be one of the things that we'll be watching. We'll talk about that here in a sec. So here are 5 things that I'm going to be looking for while we're out there. Brian Broaddus and I.
And the preview, by the way, is brought to you by Bochy, the official sponsor of the fans' coverage of OTA and minicamp.
Yep, and we'll be out there repping it and giving you guys all the coverage. But Brian Broaddus and I did a new Love of the Star yesterday, and you can hang out with Brian Broaddus, myself, a bunch of other people from the station tonight at Boomer Jacks, 10250 Technology Boulevard in Dallas to watch the Stars if you like, and talk Cowboys with us. But we were discussing the things that we're looking for out here in OTAs and the things that you actually reasonably can evaluate. It's like rookie minicamp a couple weeks ago, where it's the most you can really take from rookie minicamp is who is teaching what, who is talking to who, what are the coaches working on with who. Those are the kind of things that you can look at. So here are the things that I'm looking at for. Number 1, who is Mike McCarthy interacting with? Who is Mike McCarthy standing over? Mike McCarthy has generally in his time in Dallas during OTAs, training camp, things like that. You guys have been out there practicing him. He's usually arms folded, kind of at midfield.
Kind of hard to find him.
Usually closest to the quarterbacks, but he's kind of just observing everything.
Yeah.
He's going to be calling plays. He's going to be intricately involved in what Dak Prescott's doing this season. It's obvious that a big focus is we've got to reduce the interceptions. We're changing up some schematic things. We're not going to see the full playbook out there this week at OTAs. That's not what this is about. But what we can see is how much coaching is Mike McCarthy doing of Dak Prescott? How much is he standing over him, involved with him, talking to him between, practice reps, things like that? I think that'll be an important thing to see and be a quick indicator of, is it more Schottenheimer or McCarthy standing there dealing with Dak?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see and hear Mike going back to aspects of teaching. Now, I'm sure he's been doing it while coaching, but this is really getting your hands dirty again. Something Broaddus, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, Broaddus has questioned whether Mike would really want to get his hands this dirty again. And now he is.
That's the term. I think Brian used that exact term yesterday about getting his hands dirty. And so, no, absolutely. I think that's one of the things that you're going to watch for is how much does Mike McCarthy look like he is being hands-on specifically with your quarterback? Because I think we all recognize the quarterback's performance is going to largely determine Mike McCarthy's long-term future here.
I think it's, and he ain't alone.
Duh.
So
basically every coach, right?
The other thing, the second thing that I'm going to be looking out for, the offensive line work. So again, you're not in pads. You're not going to see a whole bunch of really physical stuff. Last year around this time, we were just looking for where was Tyler Smith playing? How did Tyler Smith look in his pass sets, his footwork, things like that? This time around, there's just so many questions about what the offensive line combinations can look like that I'm going to be looking at, is Tyler Smith working on kick slides? Mm-hmm. Does he look like he's working with the offensive line coach on, the type of pass blocking technique that you would see from a tackle, or does he look more like he's doing guard footwork? Is Asim Richards the 4th round pick or the 5th round pick out of North Carolina, the guy who sounds like they want to play at tackle, but they believe he can play all over the place? Is he taking snaps? Is he working inside at guard? Tyron, does his footwork look like it's on the right side or the left side? Those are all things to look at.
You don't have to look at it. I can already tell you what's going to happen.
Tell me.
Tyron will be working on footwork at left tackle.
Okay.
Tyler will be working on footwork at left guard. And that's all you need to know. You don't even have to go out there. You're welcome.
Great. What are we even doing?
I know.
We need to have the sheriff badge
Ask
instead
me
of
what
below
else
the belt. All right. Well, then here's my next question
Do you
for you,
agree
Sean.
with that? The way they're talking now.
No, I think we're going to see Tyron working it right.
And
because I don't think Steele's totally ready yet.
Okay.
And so I think because of that they're going to have him working right tackle.
Opening day lineup.
I still right now anticipate it's Tyler Smith at left tackle, Terrence Steele at right tackle, Zach Martin and Shumi Doga at guard, and Biadasz at center.
And Tyron your swing.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, man. I don't know.
I agree with that. I hope you're right, but it's not the way they're talking.
I just feel like it's a lot of public posturing and negotiation tactics. They still got to get Terrence Steele done. And
Does
then
anyone posture more with their? Create as many offensive line headlines. Right. They insulted Terrence Steele weeks ago, and now they're hyping up Tyron to get him ready to be the swing tackle off the bench. It's weird.
Which I don't think, when you talk about the way they were handling things with Terrence Steele, I don't think it's too much of a leap to say Terrence Steele probably wasn't thrilled with the way they were talking about him at Combine and after. And reasonably so. The dude has earned his spot and been absolutely fantastic. And you saw how much of a drop the offensive line took last year when Steele went out and Tyron had to play right tackle. It didn't go as well.
Well, how much of that is that Tyron's not a right tackle?
I think that's part of it, but Tyron has played right tackle before, and what you saw was...
What, his rookie year?
Yes, but what you saw, I think, and at USC, I think what you saw was a issue with decline more than being uncomfortable with where he was at.
I buy that.
But still, would he look better at left tackle? Probably. He would probably have cleaned up some of that. The third thing I'm looking for, and that Sean's going to tell us what the answer is.
Yes.
Who's missing, Sean? I want to know what's the famous Darren Hambrick line, Choppy?
What do voluntary mean?
What do voluntary mean? Is anybody out here trying to make a statement by missing? Less so that. I don't think they're going to have as many of those. What I'm more interested in is who's not physically ready. Where's Pollard at? Where's Steele at? Are we going to find a surprise injury of, hey, where's this guy at? Is he just skipping? And then we hear, oh, no, he had a surgery 3 weeks ago. And
is Diggs in a category? Are we in a time frame where Diggs could justify not showing up?
Interesting. No, not yet.
Okay. Well, then everyone else will be there.
But I think Diggs could be in that category. Maybe, I don't know. No insight here.
Maybe not Steele.
Steele is still Steele's been out there working every day, pretty much at the start. It's just a question of how ready is he to do some of the team stuff. I would guess we're going to see Pollard and Steele out there and on bands and stuff and not doing a whole lot.
Because of Dak's leadership, they will all be there.
That's right.
If healthy.
You're damn right. Meanwhile, that running back in Baltimore can't even show up even after getting his payday.
All right.
All right. The other thing that I'm going to be looking for out here, number 4, Michael Gallup and Jabril Cox confidence in their knees. I was
kneecaps, looking at their kneecaps.
Here's the thing. We are,
which one's Miles Jack?
Gosh, it was October 21 when Jabril Cox tore his ACL. We're almost 2 years. We're almost 2 years down the road here. It was surprising last year that we're at the end of the year and we're looking out there at practice and it's like, why does Jabril Cox still have a compression sleeve on his leg? It's still there, which is a sign of not feeling confident about what you got there. And so if we get out here to OTAs, I've already...
Wait a second. Players wear compression sleeves all the time in sports.
He never did. He's wearing this compression sleeve and a brace. It's a brace with a sleeve over it. And so if the brace and the sleeve are still there on that leg, he doesn't have confidence in it.
Okay. I'm just devil's advocate. Like, would you not, if you tore an ACL, wear a brace? Like, Parcells used to mandate every offensive lineman had knee braces on, whether they had good knees or not.
No, I would not. I would not wear the brace forever. And that's one of the things. Early on, I understand the stability of it, but there reaches a point where they say, you are cleared, you are fine. You don't need the brace. So if there is a lack of trust in that knee, that'll be one of those. When I get out there, if I see the sleeve and the brace are on there, that's going to be my new projection is Jabril Cox gets cut at the end of training camp. Because we're 2 years out and he doesn't trust his leg.
MJ wore a knee brace every day. Now, it was a sleeve brace. It wasn't like one of those metal ones.
Yeah. He did. Context is different here. for that one. And then Michael Gallup, I don't think is going to be wearing any sort of a brace. I think Michael Gallup's going to be clear, but how comfortable does he look out there running? He talked it up. We heard him last week. He was talking up how confident he felt and how, this is MG's back. It's the new MG. There was last year, he was there of course are going to be some physical limitations sometimes coming back from an ACL. A big part of it was, I think the Cowboys trying to convince him, you need to trust what we're medically telling you, which is you are good. And I understand that's a leap, but you got to take that leap and understand you're good. So confidence in their own injuries is something that I'll be looking for. And then number 5, the 5th one listed, but the one that I'm interested to see how it breaks out, how many kickers are there working out and what the hell do they look like? Because this kicking situation, I still think they've made a mistake by what seems like essentially ruling out Brett Maher and walking away from him after what was one Jose Leclerc meltdown.
Yes.
When it came to extra points.
Well, to be fair, we all said it was a disaster in training camp, that they're screwed. They have no answers. And they found an answer in Maher.
Right.
So they're probably taking that same exact approach.
Yeah.
Except without Brett. But I've never seen or had to cover my head for more kicks in Oxnard than last year.
Oh my gosh, Garibay?
Yes.
Never.
Oh my gosh.
Brad Sham take cover. I'm getting behind Sham. People in the crowd. Cowboys PR had to go and recover the kicks because they're going everywhere. And they figured it out. They answered it.
Garibay area, because that's where his kicks were going.
That's right. Because
Maher was staying in this zip code.
I mean, I can't imagine they have a better kicking year than they did last year.
You've reached your joke quota for the segment.
Oh, damn it.
I really would be surprised if they had a better kicking year than they did last year.
But what I'm saying is, in training camp, we were having the same discussion. They have no answer. They're screwed at kicker.
It's true. We felt exactly the same way, and then it ended up being good. Vizcaino, that'll be interesting because he was brought in to compete before the San Francisco game, and he looked awful next to Maher in practice that week.
There it is, below the belt. Every single day at this time on your home of America's team, home for the Cowboys and home for the Rangers. Where are we with sweeps? What you need to know for the Stars, Game 3 tonight. And one of the Rangers says this division is ours to lose, plus an update in the MLB Power Rankings on your home of Rangers baseball next.
But let's get you over to...
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1 pitch, swing and a ball hit high and deep out into left center. This one hit a long way and into the bullpen, a home run for Josh Young. A majestic shot into the Rangers bullpen in center toward left center. Home run number 10 this season for Josh Young, and it's now a 2-run ball game at 6-4.
Late offense not enough on your home for Rangers baseball. Final hour, fist pump time. Choppy's getting in on the fan cam. We got Bobby, Peyton, and Rai in the back, live on Twitch as well and YouTube. And there is your Dallas Stars rally towel with the watch party for Game 3 tonight with the radio station.
10-250 Technology Boulevard in Dallas out at Boomer Jacks.
Go Stars, baby.
Brian Broaddus, Peyton Russell, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Alec Medford, Will Chambers, a lot of people. And you can watch the Stars with the #1 Stars fan.
That's you?
Yeah, I've been bestowed it.
With the foam finger.
I do have the foam finger. And at the request of some of the Tolos, I will bring the Stars chain tonight.
Ooh, very nice.
Okay, some of the bling bling. Rangers lose to the Pirates 6-4. The bullpen gives up 5. Bobby, what were the bullpen numbers that you had during headlines?
The bullpen's pretty terrible, and we've known that all year, but particularly in the last 29 games or so, which is when the meltdowns really started. In the last 29 games, the starters have given up 58 earned runs, and the bullpen has given up 59. So a run more than the starters, and they've done it in about 80 innings fewer, or actually 100 innings fewer. So the bullpen's ERA in the last 29 games is 6.61 compared to the rotation's 2.97.
Ugh,
it's awful.
That ain't good. That is not good. But look, we are well past expectations for this team. Like, we have blown by him, and
except Peyton's.
Except for Peyton's,
he had him.
Who had about 93 wins.
He knew.
It is like I'm enjoying this season. I think too much to like want to be brought down by the bullpen woes, but they're bringing me down. That's the thing. It's like, I don't want this. I don't want to be brought down by anything. Like, I just want to enjoy the baseball season and not worry about trivial things like the bullpen. But the problem is that this team could this team could have 34 wins right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally reasonable. They're sitting now at what, 29-18 or whatever it is.
Like that,
I mean, they very easily could and maybe should be a 35-win team right now.
Are the Rangers still getting their respect? We have some Around the Diamond power rankings from the national people, as the Astros are now 1 game back.
Yeah, they are 1 game back. Rangers have been in first place alone or tied every day but 1 this entire season so far. They have not dropped below 500 at all. Potent offense, capable pitching staff. Been toward the top in run differential all season, second to the Rays, plus 108 going into yesterday. And, that's without Seager for all but 15 or 16 games.
Yep.
And without DeGrom, who's only made 6 starts. So there you go. But the Rangers come in at number 4 in the power rankings right now.
Okay.
The write-up, Seager must have felt left out while on the injured list in his last 3 days. 7 for 13 with 3 doubles and 2 home runs heading into last night's game. Rays 1, Braves 2, Orioles 3, Rangers 4, Astros 5, Yankees 6, Dodgers, Sox, Diamondbacks, Blue Jays round of the top 10. Again, the AL East with all 5 of their teams in the top 10.
Nate Lowe was on the Chris Rose podcast, and he said the American League West, it's ours. Not in the armpit, and DFW, it's ours to lose.
To those naysayers out there, what do you tell them about the Rangers?
It's funny you say that because I got on a Zoom call too early in spring training and I watched a certain host at the network talk about how it's Houston's division again and they're going to win the division by 15 games. And I was like, gosh, that kind of pisses me off and I don't want to say anything about it because we haven't even played a single spring training practice yet. But this team's for real. Like the starting staff is for real. There are guys in the bullpen that are competitors. They're guys that'll get big outs for us. There's 120 games left or whatever it is, but the division is ours to lose. You can't sleep on the Rangers, man. We're not in contention like coming down the stretch. I would be very, very surprised and say something has gone horribly wrong.
Wow. So there's the confidence. And I guess the only thing that could go horribly wrong is, besides your bullpen, injuries. And you've already gotten through the two biggest ones. You have DeGrom and you have Seager. Chris Young yesterday was on this radio station with all the Rangers coverage, and they asked CY what he's seen from Corey since his return.
About it, and I think both had some quotes. Just really, Corey's remarkable. I mean, he really had a very short rehab stint in AA, and then he got a little stomach bug at the end of that rehab stint. Caused us not to activate him for a couple days when we thought we were going to have him back. And so really kind of rolls out of bed and just starts hitting again. And it's just amazing to watch. He's so talented. He's so good. And, we thought this when we signed him, and now to see it every day up close in person, year number 2, he is even better than last year. It's just so fun to watch.
Since his return, a 368 average, 2 home runs, 9 runs batted in, on-base percentage is .333, slugging .842, OPS over 1,000. So, look, we talk about the Marcus Semien narrative. I think Corey Seager needed to shed a couple of narratives as well. Overpaid, overhyped, not a true superstar out of LA. I don't know that he's a superstar yet, but he's performing like a franchise player.
One of his narratives that he hasn't shed, what he did last year, it's the injury bug. That was one of the narratives.
Yep.
That he was always he was a very injured player, and so far this year he's proven that he is. He got hurt. Last year he didn't.
There were also leadership whispers.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Seager does his own thing. He's isolated. He doesn't set any example. He's definitely not being paid as a leader for this team because he's not a leader. And I haven't heard any of those whispers so far this year. So that was CY on Seager.
Not just that. I mean, even in these games where he's had a couple games where he didn't get a hit or whatever. So, I mean, ever since he returned from the injured list, I think we're on, 5-6 games? RBI in every single game since, including last night. He's producing even in these games where the rest of the box score doesn't look right. He's stepping up in big clutch situations.
And you had the bullpen and the offense waste another fantastic outing from Dane Dunning. Chris Young was asked, does Dane Dunning make it easier not to rush back to DeGrom, who had a bullpen session very recently?
Yes and no. I think it's great to see the way Dane and the other pitchers have stepped up and just really continued on the winning started early in the season and in Jacob's absence. But I think you always want your top pitcher out there as soon as possible. So, but I think the mindset for us is that when we get Jacob back, it's for the long haul, and we don't want to go through this again. So let's get it right on the front end and make sure that that he's good to go for the rest of the season. And that's the goal with it. And but that said, Dane and everybody else has done a tremendous job. What Nate Eovaldi's done, and then Heaney has strung together some great starts. John Gray, and of course Martin Perez is so reliable. So it's really a fun rotation to watch. They complement each other really, really well, and I know they're competitive with each other in a great way. And they each want to go pick the team up every time they pitch. So it's been fun. And once we get Jacob back, it'll be even more fun.
Yeah, for 2 weeks.
2 weeks for 4 innings, and then that's what happens.
I got to go back and find the over-under numbers for DeGrom in terms of starts and availability.
I think it was like 150 innings or something like that.
I think the starts was 22. Yeah. I think the over-under starts were 22 from one of the betting websites.
Well, that's, even at this point, that might be tough. If he misses... Let's see.
How many has he missed at this point?
Is it 6?
6, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he's probably got. He didn't have another 6 misses in him to get to 22. He has maybe 3 or 4 tops.
Well, and look, we've already seen Chris Young is in favor of doing these spot starts even when everybody's healthy. Like, get a spot start, get an extra day of rest for rotation. So, he's going to probably skip another start or 2 even just from that.
Does Kyrie Irving have a contract already worked out with the Mavs? Is DeAndre Ayton coming here? The guy responsible for those rumors is joining us in 10 minutes. NBA reporter from Bleacher Report, 9:20 this morning. We're going to crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 as Bassett gave me an unrequested bathroom update. I don't know why he texted me this. I'm working out on the 2nd floor. All 4 bathrooms are being used. It's the poop floor.
It is. It is absolutely the poop floor. But the good news is, at 9:50, I would much rather be pooped on. They go downstairs and they clean. So when I go down there,
Really?
around 10:05, there's blue water in at least one of them.
The problem with that floor, first off, everyone has now discovered it.
Yeah.
That they're the nicest, newest bathrooms. So that's,
I mean, they have showers in there. They've got.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You go in there. If you want a restroom in this building, you're most likely to puke in or gag. Bobby, I know you have this reflex.
Yeah.
It's those bathrooms because if someone is taking a shower, you get that.
This is why I don't shower. That's why I have the 2-hour rule.
Yeah,
you can't mix them.
It's
you can just buy a
disgusting.
house. Buy a house, and you don't have to have you get a house with a water closet.
It's that musty, dank, sauna, crap-filled air.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. I love it. Love it. Give it all. Give me it. Give me it all. Give me it all.
Dude, I honestly, I usually have a gag reflex, like going in. What I do is I go to the floor, but I go to the common restrooms.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
everyone else goes to the gym ones, but you get that musty.
Don't. Why?
Yeah, but you know what I do? I go there. I get the dumbbell.
Sonoria.
It's a sonoria.
Right?
I get dumbbells. I do some curls in there while I'm going to the bathroom. That's what you got to do. Hey, by the way, speaking of the gym, can I allow me here for a second? You people in the sauna, okay? When I walk into that sauna and you're sitting there and you've been in there for 10 minutes, don't shake your head like a dog to get the sweat off and spray it all over me. You disgusting old men. And by the way, put a shirt on. I don't want to see your juicy nipples. All right, it's
juicy.
disgusting.
I mean, if you're referring to their nipples as juicy, it doesn't sound like you're that disgusted by it.
No, they're like their skin and their body hair looks like they just put juice and disgustiness all over there.
Is this your latest study you found that sauna use will keep you alive longer?
Well, I did find that study that sauna use to 20 minutes in a sauna every day reduces your risk of heart attack by like 25%, and you reduces your chances of stroke by like 50.
Yeah.
So I'm in a sauna every day for 20 minutes now.
All right, where are you getting a sauna from?
The gym.
Your gym has it?
Yeah.
Stars Game 3. Bobby, where are we with sweeps? I asked this question earlier. The Stars need to break this right now this evening.
So I can't find in the NBA, I'm sure it may exist, but I went all the way back to 1970. I've not been able to find conference finals that were both swept. But you asked, what's the latest into the process we've gotten where all these conference finals for the NBA and NHL were near sweep. So in 1970, you had the Lakers sweep the Hawks, and you had the Knicks up 2-0 on the Bucks, and then over in the hockey, the Blues were up 2-0 at the same time, and the Bruins swept the Blackhawks. But we've never gotten...
So this is the farthest we've gone.
This is definitely the furthest. The only thing that's come close is I went all the way back to 1970 where I could find both of them in this kind of a position.
The Stars, it's up to them to break it tonight.
It is. If it's 3-0, man. Ugh.
Oh, and they will. They will. We're going to bring them some good juju tonight.
Are you going to take the finger?
I'll take the finger. Yeah. I'll take the finger every opportunity I can.
A little young for that.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. All right, let's get to all the NBA headlines. Does Kyrie have a Maverick contract done? Is DeAndre Ayton coming here, or is Kyrie about to stop LeBron from retiring in LA? Eric Pincus from Bleacher Report with all the Maverick headlines next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course,
Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Kyrie already has a 4-year extension worked out with the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavs may be adding DeAndre Ayton. These were some of the headlines that exploded yesterday in the Metroplex from Eric Pincus, NBA insider for Bleacher Report, who was talking to some sources about our basketball team. And Eric is joining us here now, live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Can you just recap for us what your sources said about Kyrie and maybe an agreement that he and Cuban already have worked out?
Well, I was at the NBA Combine and spoke to a lot of different people. And so I wouldn't want to put out like these are it's not the Mavericks. It's not, Kyrie or his people saying there's a deal done. There's just the general buzz around the NBA that when they made the deal that they pretty much had an understanding that they would keep Kyrie Irving and pay him to stay. And that's what Kyrie expects on some level. Now, Kyrie's a interesting guy. He sort of marches to his own beat. So, I wouldn't ink in anything with Kyrie. And I know that the Mavericks can't actually negotiate numbers, but teams tend to, work around the rules without, breaking them. Maybe they break them in spirit, but they stay within the lines. So I wouldn't think that the Mavs have done anything untoward. I'm just saying, there's a reasonable likelihood that, at least according to the people I speak to, that Kyrie will be back.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you think that Kyrie's agreement, if it happened at that time, actually means anything? Can we think about locking that in stone?
Well, I mean, if the Mavericks are really willing to pay him up to the max, I think that's the heart of it. I mean, it's a business, and there's very few teams who can pay Kyrie what he can earn. And most of the teams that have the money are younger and are sort of rebuilding. Like the Spurs getting Victor Wembanyama probably doesn't make sense to go get Kyrie Irving. That's the kind of team that has money. So, but it just takes one. There's been some buzz here. I'm in LA with the Lakers, and there's obviously the connection between Kyrie and LeBron. They played together, won together. But I don't see how the Lakers can get him to the max. And if the Mavs are willing to pay him, I think that's probably the answer.
So you think it's for him, it's I don't want to say strictly money, but that's the driving factor. It's not fit. It's not, going to a place you want to play at, maybe winning. It's more money.
Well, I mean, I think most teams, most players want to go where they can get, the most, they want the opportunities that help them the most financially. And then you go from there. For the teams, they want to win. But it's also a business as well. So, and they trade players left and right. So it's not like, loyalty only goes so far in this league. Someone like Kyrie's been around long enough to know that. So I do think there are things like, fit and chance to win and all that. But I also think all things being equal, because the best players in the world tend to think wherever I go, we're going to win because I'm that good, and I'm not saying that from a cocky point of view, but from a talent. Kyrie's an all-world talent still, so if he goes anywhere, I think he thinks he has a chance to win.
If you had to wager where he suits up to start next season, where would you say it would be?
I mean, I think he stays in Dallas. That's the buzz. Kyrie's not someone I would bet a lot of money on, just on reliability. Again, not necessarily negative, but he is somebody who is a little unpredictable. So here I am trying to predict what he was going to do. I would put a bet on Kyrie staying, but I wouldn't put like a large bet just because, nature of the situation.
Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you have any feel, Eric, whether he would give up more to go play with LeBron if LeBron actually returns in LA? I mean, is the only thing holding back this reunion just the money that the offers cannot, the money that the Lakers cannot offer him?
I mean, I don't think money's the only answer. I mean, the Mavericks went out and put assets on the line, draft picks, good young players, Dorian Finney-Smith, whatever, to go get him. It didn't work out particularly well this year, but I think some of that was because they gave up so much to get Kyrie. So I think there's some element of fleshing out a roster, finishing what he started. I'm sure there's some level of that, but it can't be the driving force because, I work with players, I work with agents, and you have to treat it like a business because, that's what teams do with players. They move them left and right. Just so you got to understand, you got to earn and you got to go to the right situation. And I think there's a situation where the Lakers could be appealing. And I certainly know that the Mavericks are appealing. So it's going to come down to what Kyrie wants. And if the desire to play with LeBron is more than the money, then maybe there's something that changes. You still would get a lot of money from the Lakers, just not as much from the Mavs, at least theoretically.
Eric, fans here towards the end of the regular season started loving Kyrie more than Luka. There's now a negative perception slowly building around Doncic that he's difficult to play with. He's not going to compromise his style. Have you heard anything about how Kyrie feels playing with Luka or the overall Luka perception around the league?
I mean, people around the league look at Luka like he's ridiculous as far as, in a positive way as far as talent, that he's among the best players in the league, and that there are some fundamental challenges the Mavericks face in having a point guard in Kyrie who is not a noted defender, and Luka, who's not really known to be a defender either. And so I think the heart of the matter will be, assuming Kyrie agrees, will be finding like the right pieces around them. So I don't think there's like a personality clash. Certainly we know Kyrie's, the kind of guy who plays his way and has his own style of play where he's going to be aggressive. I think anytime you add two stars, big ego players, and that, again, not a criticism, not negative, there's a learning on how to blend those two together. And when you don't have the rest of the fit around them, that just puts more tension on it. So I don't think Luka's perceived as like a bad guy or anything like that. I mean, everyone has their moments, but he's an incredible player. And I think it's more looking at what the Mavericks gave up to get Kyrie and what they didn't have left to win versus any sort of, Luka drama or, Luka Kyrie drama or anything like that.
Eric, I know you also talked about the potential of going out and getting a player like DeAndre Ayton and the type of, depth pieces that the Mavericks would have to move in order to make it happen. Do you think that would be something where the Mavericks would look at that and say, look, we're going to be a depth-strapped team, but we believe that a core here of Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, and DeAndre Ayton, we believe that's good enough to carry us as a contender?
Well, I think it's a consideration. Obviously, the Suns are evaluating their situation. The Mavericks got the 10 picks, so they're evaluating the prospects to see is there anyone who can help us. But, the reality is it's very rare for a rookie to be playing in the playoffs, deep into the playoffs. Keegan Murray had a good year. I think he was like 4 in the draft. I could be wrong, but he was, a very high pick and was really good for Sacramento. That's rare. Most of the time it's just, second round picks sit or play, marginal minutes. So if you're talking about trading that number 10 pick and you get DeAndre Ayton, you're getting one of the better young two-way centers, meaning, he plays defense and offense. And I just, in Phoenix, he helped them go on a very deep run. And there's been some, I think, uncomfortableness in how they've built the team. And I don't know if that Ayton's been a great fit. They have a new coach coming in. We don't know who that'll be. So there's just a lot to sort of figure out. If you're the Mavericks, I think you need depth, you need shooters, you need defenders. And they would, if they got Ayton, they would need to really be diligent in finding the right role players, probably with little money to spend at that point. Find a way to get defense, athleticism, size, shooting around those three. But is it a perfect combination? I don't know that it's perfect, but find me one team in the West, outside of the Nuggets is the closest, that is really has the West on, chokehold. It's just not a thing. So I think Dallas, it's an approach. It's one that could work. I think it's one they would seriously consider. I just, we have about 4 weeks almost, or not quite, to the NBA draft, and I think a lot of those decisions will happen around then.
What do you think the Suns would be willing to trade him here, and what do you think the Mavericks would have to give up?
Well, I don't think teams can limit themselves to we won't trade with teams in the West or teams that we're fighting for in playoff position, because really, with the play-in, almost the whole West is at least in the play-in run, and so you can't cut out most of the league when you make negotiations. So if the Suns say that, because the Suns are in a difficult spot where they made a similar trade to the Mavs where they went and got a star, but gave up too much to win, and that was, getting KD. So, with all the picks they gave, they don't have a lot. I look at the Mavs, I think the Mavs have a little bit more to offer in trade than the Suns, and really all the Suns have is DeAndre Ayton and maybe the contract of Chris Paul. But those are guys you need to replace with talent. So if Dallas helped give the Suns enough depth, I could see that kind of thing happening. I know that Luka and Ayton share an agent, and Bill Duffy, he's with WME Sports, formerly BDA Sports. So I think there's a good relationship there, but the ownership or leadership of the Mavericks can't just make moves because it's, friendships. They've got to make moves that they think is right. But if you have a big and you have a wing who can also be a point guard in Luka, and you have a point guard like Kyrie who can also play off the ball and shoot, defensively there's some issues, but I think there's some, I could see the Mavericks going this path. Who knows what's going to actually happen given the NBA changes so quickly, but I think there's a reasonable path to it.
Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report, joining us with some Kyrie and DeAndre Ayton Mavs rumors here on 105.3 The Fan. What did you make of LeBron's retirement comments last night?
It's that one took me by surprise. I don't get surprised much. I've been doing this a long time, so a lot of things kind of happen a certain kind of way. And I was at, I think it was a Memphis game where LeBron was, celebrating his son, Bronny, going to USC and talking about how committed he was to playing with him when he comes into the league. Probably not this, certainly not this draft, but probably next summer. So for him to kind of about face, he's obviously going to do some soul searching after what was a difficult series against the Nuggets. But it could have been emotion. It could have just been, LeBron just speaking off the cuff. I sort of kind of wait a day or two or three and see, does he still feel that way? But that would be earth-shaking for the NBA. I mean, they rely on players like Luka, like LeBron, like Steph and whatnot for those ratings. You lose a guy like that, that's tough, and we all know it's coming because he's been in the league 20 years. But I think the NBA and the rest of the world thought we had another year or two, so we'll have to wait and see.
Eric, thanks a lot for the time. We appreciate you giving us a lot to talk about. Keep it up.
All right. Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Eric Pincus from Bleacher Report. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next on The Fan. But are you ready to leave the job that is going It is now time to crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, good morning. What is coming up?
11:20 today. Sean Shapiro, he's on with the Spits and Suds podcast as the co-host there. Our Dallas Stars insider will talk with him about tonight's game. And then Bruce Bochy at 12:20 today. And we're gonna play. Are we gonna play the audio for him today? The Jared audio?
Jared's audio. We should.
Yeah.
Of what?
Of him impersonating Bochy.
Oh, I have not heard that.
It's fantastic. It's
in our folder
glorious.
yesterday. If you want to hear it,
Did he get the voice low enough?
It's perfect.
Oh,
You couldn't have.
No way.
You couldn't have had. I wasn't sure if it was Bochy or Sandler when he did this. When I was driving home at 10:52 p.m. on a Wednesday night, listening to the Jared Sandler post-game show,
definitely tell.
I was just like, "Wow, did he just get Bochy back on the post-game show?"
I know.
Why were you chuckling earlier?
Well,
The
just
Lakers lost.
well, that is just sweet, beautiful love in my ears. But also just that we're having Bruce Bochy on, and he's doing such a great job, but I just feel bad for him. Like, literally, he's chosen 9 different guys. And that one, yesterday, at least you didn't have the lead. It was 1-1, so you can't say, we blew a win. Well, it was 1-1. And if you had held them to 2-1, and let's just say the tag gets down a little bit sooner or whatever, then it's 2-1, and you still have a chance, and maybe you do score 4 runs. But there's nothing Bochy can do. Like, literally, he has chosen 9 different guys to pitch the 7th and 8th inning in a tie or a lead, and they've all come up short at least one time.
Let's ask Bochy what he would do about it.
I think he is, to a man, going home, looking around and just looking in the mirror and talking to himself, saying, Bruce, well, I don't know what you could have done differently. I can't do Bruce Bochy voice. I'm sorry.
That's amazing.
I thought a forest fire was going to break out.
Well, and I pointed out yesterday, you can hear the moment where Jared in his brain's like, maybe I shouldn't. And then he goes ahead and does it anyway.
It's a bad idea. So, the Grand Slam. Did you see the swing before?
Bruce?
Hey, Bruce.
Did you see the swing before?
No, I was cleaning my windows outside of the house, getting ready for 1 million people to come over for graduation on Saturday.
How often do you clean your windows?
Not much.
On the outside?
Not much.
Yeah.
And when you do it, you have to clean it like 3 times because you have to get off all the mud that you smear pretty much, or dust, dirt. Then you have to do it again, and you're like, it's close to clean. And then the 3rd time, you're like, oh, man, this looks like a really clean window. But I was watching from outside, so I saw the bases were loaded. After the replay, I went outside. And then I saw the ball flying out, and I go, well, this game's over.
So they threw a fastball. This guy, DeMarcano, just absolutely took a man-hack at this ball.
Yeah.
Fouled it straight back. And he swung so hard, it was one of those off-balance things. I'm thinking, man, Nolan Ryan ear-holes this guy the very next pitch for taking that hard of a hack on it.
He probably can't
pitch.
there in that score,
I know,
right? But he might throw it underneath his hands
Why can't people swing as hard as they want?
You can.
No, I'm saying, like, why would I know Nolan did it, but why take the offense to the big hard swing?
Well, do you think let me ask you this. I don't know. I'm trying to think of tennis here, but if he takes a big hard swing and I don't want him taking that big hard of swing, I have one thing to do. I can throw up and in, and maybe it scares him, maybe it doesn't. But if it does scare him, there's a video that I show. There's Boog Powell in the World Series versus Nolan Ryan. So Nolan's like 20 years old.
Yeah.
And he drops bombs, back then, and he takes a rip on 1-1. Like he falls down pretty much swinging. The next pitch is 102 right at his nose. And then the next pitch was a breaking ball, and Boog Powell already was like out of the batter's box. He's like, I don't care. I'm not getting hit by 102 in my face. Yeah. I'll just take the out. I'll strike out in the World Series to not die.
All right, so
to me, like, that's
offense. It's like I don't want you as comfortable.
Right. Yeah, I'm setting up my next pitch.
Yeah, it'd probably be like someone like being too close up to the service box.
Yeah,
You're like, I'm gonna try to hit you in the head with this next serve.
There's a video out there on social media right now of a guy when Nolan was pitching, who he dug his toe in, stepped out, and then dug his toe back in again and started like digging in with his back foot. And Nolan, you see his right hand, and he just kind of raises his right hand like, are you serious, bro? Like, you really do this to me? And the next pitch, bam, there it was, right in the hip. I was like,
All right.
You don't get comfortable.
Who believes, first
The
off,
other thing, too, is great pitchers also believe this when they hit guys. Like, for me, if I hit them, I was a little bit worried that they were going to score, and I was going to regret hitting them.
Yeah.
For those guys, they don't even care to hold runners on. They're like, I don't care. I'll just strike out the next 3 guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Does LeBron getting swept change any of the all-time narratives? 1. Number 2, do you believe he's actually going to retire? And 3, do you think this have any effect on Kyrie and the Lakers?
Let's say no,
I
and
forgot my
yes.
questions.
All right, your first question was, does it change any of the narratives? And if it does, I think that's a little weird just because he's 38 and they got further in the playoffs than they were supposed to. And like for all the people who are like, well, this takes the GOAT conversation and ends it. Does it? So if he would have won the title, would you be like, whoa, I don't know now.
Right.
And no, I don't think he's going to retire. He likes attention and stuff. And so that's what I think that was. But I do think it changes some stuff up for Kyrie because they got smoked.
He likes positive attention.
Yeah, and then he
I don't
tells
think he
people
loves
with
the-
negative attention they don't understand the issue.
Like the reason he's saying, "Hey, I could retire," is because he doesn't want the negative attention from the media right now. He doesn't want them writing the stories about the loss. He wants them writing stories about, "Hey, I could retire. This whole thing could be gone pretty soon."
Well, I
Good
agree
point.
with you, but I also think he's doing that to the Lakers, going, "You better
Pressure.
sell. You better sell out. Sell out for 2024 because guess what? I mean, he's kind of saying I might not be back even this year if you don't sell out." And the other thing too is I need to look at his contract. I do think he has just 1 year left on his contract because
that is correct.
that means
1 year and a player option.
because that means he can go to where his son is drafted to.
If what?
Isn't his son going to college next year?
Yeah, this year.
So then-
USC this year.
So then he
24
will
draft.
declare for the draft after the season's over, and he will be a free agent. So then if for some reason, let's just say whatever team took him and he's like, I want to do the Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr. thing, well, now he's free to go to that team. And so that's why he wants them to sell all out. He screwed over, I almost said the bad word, the Cleveland Cavaliers. And he's like, what are you guys doing? Why can't, and they're like, because guess what? You're Tristan Thompson's agent. You are the one who said if we do not sign Tristan Thompson to a 4-year, $84 million contract, you're leaving. So we did it.
Yeah.
We can't trade him. We can't move him. We've done everything you've asked. We've traded these things. We got everything you wanted. And now you're going to leave us because we did everything you asked. He's like, hell yeah, I'm leaving. I knew the date I was leaving and I wanted you to sell all out for me. And now that it seems like you can't sell out for me because you have all these bad contracts that I made you sign through my agency. Now I'm leaving to go to the LA Lakers. He wants to do the same thing. He wants to have one more run with the Lakers. And so he's going to threaten retirement. Other players have done this in their career plenty of times. So do everything you can to build this 1-year team around me because most likely there's probably more than a 50% chance I leave and go to the team that drafts my son.
Anyone willing to move up Kobe because of this? If Michael's off the table?
Kobe over LeBron?
Yeah.
Surely you jest. They aren't even close.
Okay.
Like, that's laughable to me.
If Michael Jordan had never existed and Kobe was Kobe, that would be a different story, probably. I have a lot of respect for Kobe's work ethic and like that kind of grind. I know there are other things about him that you're like, that's despicable. There was a lot of work ethic, and a lot of athletes abide by a lot of the way that he went about his business. To, I have to work harder than everybody. I'm not just better than everybody. I have to work harder than everybody. And I don't know. LeBron's just always treated it differently, and it irks people. It makes people feel like that's not how you're supposed to do it, even though he's just taking advantage of all the loopholes the NBA provides.
And what do you mean by the not how you're supposed to do it?
Oh, like the decision. 1.
Right.
Building the super team. 2. Like him being the GM everywhere he goes. 3.
I think Kobe did those same things, but people didn't give him crap for it. He's like, I quit this team, trade me to the Mavericks, or I quit this team again because we're not going to be in the playoffs.
No, people remember. They just forgot that they brought it up.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Kobe Bryant was a hated,
Well,
selfish individual. You ran off Shaquille O'Neal. You broke up the dynasty. You spoiled brat. You don't talk to anyone on the team. You are your own person. You're demanding out. You want to go to the Clippers. You want to go to the Bulls. You're a gunner. You quit in a playoff game against the Phoenix Suns. All those things got forgotten. It's amazing.
Well, and I think I understand the question if you're 35 years old or younger. But for me, I do think Magic was better than Kobe. I do think that Larry Bird and Kobe, there's a strong discussion there. I think Tim Duncan was better than Kobe Bryant. They were very different players.
Way different.
But I start looking at it, at least in my lifetime, I did get to see Magic and Larry in their prime. I did get to see Tim Duncan in their prime. Obviously, I got to see Shaq. I think Shaq got the least out of his career. Out of all the great players in my lifetime from about, let's say, 1985 till now, Shaq got the least out of his career because he didn't care to work as hard as all the other guys. But
because he could have maybe been number one, right? All
Yes.
time. He's not.
He might have been able to win 8 championships if he would have been like, I'm going to stay at the same size as my Orlando Magic days or very early.
That's
LA
why him
Lakers
and Kobe
days.
fought.
Right.
Because Kobe's like, get in shape, fat
But-
ass.
Right. And I just
that's what he
don't.
felt about it.
I don't put Kobe. Kobe's great. Kobe's one of the greatest players of all time.
10
but
to 12.
I just don't think he really is in the conversation,
No,
especially with Michael and LeBron. Obviously, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, those players, it's very tough for
Jabbar,
me to.
yeah.
Right. It's very. And by the time I saw Jabbar, they
It's
were like,
too old,
just stand
yeah.
on the other end of the court, man. Free throws, we don't want you running anymore. You're almost 40 years old or after 40. So it's just a little bit tough. By the time, like LeBron's age right now is about when I got to see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar start playing basketball.
Corey, I'm mesmerized by, on the fan cam, by you just scrolling whatever you're doing on your computer.
This is the Athletics top 75 of all time, and Kobe's 10.
Yeah, zoom in on that.
Sounds about right.
Zoom in on that computer.
10 to 12, I think is fair.
You got behind him, let's go 13, Kevin Durant, 12, Oscar Robertson, 11, Hakeem. Then you got Kobe, Duncan, Shaq, 10, 9, 8, Bird, Wilt, Magic, Bill Russell, Kareem, LeBron, Michael Jordan. Like that's a list you just throw in there, and everybody can argue for anybody in the top 10 the way they want to.
But everyone has LeBron too.
I mean, if you
In
wanted
my
to
lifetime,
put,
for sure.
Exactly. Well, that's definitely true. If you go in the history of basketball, if you wanted to put Kareem up to 2, I get that. I mean, I've gone back and watched as much as I could, but like,
Did you hear Bobby's Hakeem Kareem take the other day?
I did, and I went and looked at the stats. Looking at their numbers head to head is insane.
Really?
Like Hakeem had 7 blocks in one game against. I don't know that it was blocks on him, but he had 7 blocks in one game, 20 rebounds, 17 rebounds. Kareem had the points until right when you were like, oh, okay, the minutes are going down, everything else is
Yeah,
going
Bobby
down.
said Hakeem over Kareem.
look, I like Hakeem Olajuwon a whole lot, but that's tough. I mean, Kareem won 6 MVPs. Like that's
it's tough.
That's
tough.
he had a whole nother career before he got to the Lakers. Like, how many people think of Kareem with the Lakers? He did this whole other thing before that.
So, in the Lakers dynasty book that I read, because they are unfortunately a dynasty, at one point late in his career, Wilt Chamberlain goes to his team and he goes, guys, I've carried this team. You guys know I've carried this team. Here's the deal. I can't beat Lou Alcindor. I'm too old. I could back in the day, but we're so different in age.
Yeah.
He's in his early 20s. I'm in my mid 30s. It's not a fair fight anymore. I'm going to do everything I can, but you guys got to really help because I can't beat him. He was honest enough to say,
It's like LeBron and
Lou
Jamal Murray.
Alcindor.
Was he with Golden State? Was he with Golden State?
Kinda,
at the
yeah.
time?
No, he's with the Lakers, Wilt, late in
And the
his
Lakers,
career.
okay, yep.
And Lou Al's been drafted by Milwaukee, and he's there with Oscar Robertson, and they're a really great team. And he's like, I'm not of the age to compete with this young monster. And I think for Kareem and Hakeem, Kareem's close to 40 years old by 1984, 85. And then here's Hakeem at 21 years old, 22 years old. Like, it's not really a fair fight the way that maybe Wilt and Bill Russell had fair fights.
Sure. And Russell won basically all of them.
I think their first matchup, Kareem scored 39 points and had 20 rebounds, and Wilt had 15, 12, and 6 blocks, and they lost to the Lakers, or they lost to Milwaukee. Wow. God.
I'm still bitter that Joker was a second-round pick. That's just me.
During a Taco Bell commercial.
What
Have
do
you
mean?
not seen that video?
Well, they didn't
They
have
weren't
him on
even-
the
Yeah,
draft
no,
on the clock.
they just announced it on the scroll when a Taco Bell commercial was on.
Perfect.
That's a real thing.
Perfect Taco Tuesday for LeBron.
Taco
Ooh,
Tuesday,
can we say that?
man.
Is that a...
No,
Nobody should be able to own Taco
The
Tuesday.
Buffer Buffoons own that too?
I don't know. Oh, my gosh.
God, I hate those guys now. All right, we're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece. Go Stars. Next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in any of our conversations all day long. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Joey Erickson all in studio. Gentlemen, what is at the top of your mind today? Is it basketball? Is it hockey?
I hate LA. We hate it. We hate LA. We hate it.
Yes.
Take that, Michael Young, in your face. At least he
Did you harass him last night?
No, at least I will say for Michael Young, he grew up in the LA area. So I can't make fun. It'd be like making fun of us as Dallas Cowboy fans. At least we grew up.
Fair.
And now, honestly, if you became a Dallas Cowboy fan, what are you doing? We never win. We never get the best quarterback in the NFL. Like the Lakers, don't worry, Lakers. LeBron's career is coming to a close in the next 2 to 4 years. Whoever it is, Giannis, Luka, whoever's the next greatest player in the NBA, guess what team he's going to choose? The LA Lakers, and you guys can root for the next greatest player in the NBA to show up in your stinking town. Smog, taxes. I don't even know how you guys live there. Can't even breathe, and you never get to keep your money.
So does that mean then you're going to be rooting for Denver to win it all now?
I don't care.
You just okay.
I mean,
I always support the people who took out the people I dislike.
Okay.
Like I became like a huge Holly Holm fan when she kicked Ronda Rousey's head off. So I get it.
I guess I'll probably root for Denver. I think it'd be a great story for that city. They've never won anything. I mean, in basketball, and they've never been to the NBA Finals.
Well, the Rockies have stunk for a long time.
True. Yeah. They've been to the World Series.
Yeah.
But I'll root for Jokic. Is obviously I think he took a lot of undue criticism late in the year for being white. So, like I'm kind
Kendrick
of
Perkins is shocked today. He's like, I can't believe it.
So, but I'm not a Heat fan. I did see this from David Aldridge. If the Heat win tonight or win the series, which most likely they will, Pat Riley will have been in 24.7% of all NBA finals, either as a player, a coach, or an executive in a high-ranking role. He would have been to a quarter of the NBA finals through 2023.
Yeah, we're going to loop back into the NBA in just a few minutes. But what's on the top of my mind today, I'm going to go to cut number 4 because I'm guessing this is what it is for Joey as well. And Corey, I'll be curious for you. This is what I'm thinking about today.
Stevenson with some speed, centers it, Stone down low, off the stick of Howden. Then he tries to jam it, and he did! Brett Howden! Game-winning overtime goal!
And you know what? Just to prove it's not a fluke or anything like that, let's go back to the series before that. Let's go to cut number 3, once again in overtime.
The rebound on the doorstep. Controlled by Yanni Gord. Swings it towards the net. Score! Yanni Gord! A wheel around wrister wins it in overtime.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of crap you're pulling right now, Kevin. What kind of crap is this?
Well,
dude?
maybe this will help crystallize it even more. If we can go to cut number 2, maybe you thought it's just this series and the series before. Let's go to overtime in the very first round of the NHL playoffs for the Stars.
Harley pokes that pass to the corner. It ends up right out in front. Shot, score! It's over!
The Dallas Stars.
Why did you play all the bad things that have happened through the playoffs?
I just played things that happened in overtime. And I could dig up another cut for it if you wanted. As the Stars, oh man, I might not be able.
Oh, he said he could dig up another cut. So I want to see this happen.
Right, can I ask you a question about tonight?
Yeah.
Will I be there? Yes, I'm going to be at the game tonight.
What?
Yes, I can't wait to be in that arena.
Who you going with?
Me and my buddies.
What's their names?
Travis and Chris.
Congratulations, Travis and Chris. You get to go to a game with Corey Majors.
Might be
anybody who's ever been to the Plano Kroger will know.
I might be sleeping at one of their houses tonight because they live closer than I do.
Okay.
So yeah.
If it's tied after 60 minutes, will you just quit?
I won't.
I've quit every game so far, Kevin.
Going into overtime?
Even this last one.
Just leave.
Here's the
so you
deal.
don't have to watch your team lose.
I've seen everything. I've seen everything I need. So maybe I need to watch in overtime. Maybe that's
why
the key.
we're losing.
Every
we need to go
time.
to a shootout. Let's just try. Can we, as the home team, can we flip a coin for a shootout?
Here's the thing about that, Mike. We're poor at that as well. And Mike, I'm not going to turn off the game, but I'm going to go to cut number 10, and maybe we should, because this is Pete DeBoer talking about fixing the overtime struggles. Tell me if this gives you a heap of confidence or no.
The overtime's an interesting one. You know, we've been a really good first and third period team all year. We haven't been a good second period team. It's a long change in overtime, you know, and we haven't been a good overtime team. So is there something there to that? I think there is. You know, that's probably a deeper dive in the offseason than a quick fix between games.
Nobody's laughing.
You know, 2 and 3 here. But
I've had enough.
That was a nervous
You
laugh.
got to find a way.
By the way, that was a nervous laughter. He was like, "I'm going to try and make this a joke." Nobody laughed with him, and he was like, "Oh crap!"
And that's the thing. He's right. Like, I don't think you could have taken yesterday and been like, "All right, let's fix all our overtime woes." But it does not inspire the most confidence in the world when he's like, "Man, we're not good in the second period, and we're not good in overtime." So, well, I'm going to look into that. We're not
in the off season, but right now we have a series we got to focus on. We got work to do.
Which I get his point, but then again, I would also be like, counterpoint. You have lost both of these games in overtime. Can you not do like a miniature dive right now and see what's happening? Because here's the other thing. These things happen quickly. Like, I know game 1 against Minnesota, it went into double overtime. But game 1 against Seattle, you lost 12 minutes in. And that's a marathon compared to what it's been. Is 95 seconds into overtime in game 1 against Vegas, 72 seconds in game 2. They have lost these overtimes in a combined 2 minutes and 47 seconds in this series. That's what it's taken. Is you've gotten 120 minutes of even up hockey. Then in 2 minutes and 47 seconds, you're down 0-2.
Mm-hmm. Here's my solution. Don't go to overtime.
Thank you.
Bam. Game
Agreed.
over. Like, think about this for a second. Suter makes that one play where he stops a guy from getting the puck. You're not in overtime. So you only play 3 periods. Just play the 3 periods. Get those done and sealed up, and you're good to go.
How much momentum would the Knights would be at right now if you would have just forfeited after 3 periods and said, we're not playing the overtime, you guys can have the win? They wouldn't have felt the energy of the win in the building and all of that. So they'd be like, well, we've won, but they haven't even played us in overtime to know that we're better.
And we wouldn't have this feeling of, hey, we keep losing at these. Because you just didn't play it and you didn't lose it. So you just seeded it.
This is honestly genius, Kevin.
Yeah.
Is it?
I think Mike's got a really valid point here. But you can't do that now. We've already played them.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of leaks at the American Airlines Center. Just start leaking the building if it goes to overtime. And start overtime like the next day.
Turn off the ice coolers.
Something.
And then
Do something to
everything melts.
Do something to stop
y'all's
it.
hypothesis is
swimming around.
It could still be 0-2, but then Corey, you, Mike, and Joey would be like, yeah, but that's just because we didn't play overtime.
Exactly.
Who knows?
So really, we only lost 1 game.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
See, psychological.
All right.
Yeah. There's an easy fix here.
My follow-up question to that then is if it's 3-2 and the Stars are losing and they pull their goalie or whatever, are you like, man, I hope we score? Or are you like, it doesn't matter.
We have to score
We're
twice. just
going to lose in overtime
If you
anyway.
score, let's say like
goals.
how much was it? A minute 59 where they scored when they pulled the goalie in game 1?
Yeah.
See, look, I'm remembering these
Double
things.
it up, baby.
And then what you do is you say, we're not bringing them back.
Yeah.
Would you bring him back for the face-off at center ice?
No, win the
Maybe just-
face-off.
Yeah, you got to.
Win the
It
face-off.
puts more pressure on you to win the face-off.
Yeah.
How many times have you ever lost a face-off when you don't have a goalie?
Mike,
Probably.
you're talking about adding pressure to your team to be great. I
See,
see where
nobody
Mike's-
knows. It must not happen much, or we'd remember. Remember when the Oilers didn't have a goalie and they lost the face-off? No, nobody remembers that.
DeBoer did say that he needs his team to play in desperation mode. They need to play game 3 like they're a desperate team. The desperate team theory is a real thing. Even DeBoer believes it.
Sure.
So if you're that desperate, hell, play the entire game without a goalie.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and throw out this
Start the game without a
not so
goalie.
bold opinion.
Win the face-off, win.
You play the entire game without a goalie, you are gonna get smoked. It's gonna be 12-4.
Well, maybe your defender should have played better.
Maybe you should have had a goalie.
Put Suter in net. Let him take all the shots.
Yeah,
Mike,
he'll
I'm
just
sorry.
fire it back into our own
I
net.
took it a little too far, Mike. I went too far.
See, don't look to him to reel you back in.
I don't know hockey well, and maybe the Stars don't feel this way. I feel like the Stars are totally screwed tonight if it goes to the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. Do you even call it the fourth period at that point?
No, it becomes a quarter.
It is a quarter, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What do you call it if it goes to the fifth?
A triangle with 2 extra sides.
Like a pentagon?
I'd call it a pentagon.
Okay.
Triangle. The fifth pentagon.
I really hope tonight, well, maybe I don't because people are like, don't wish that on anybody. I would love to see a tweet and be like,
put that on me,
I
Ricky
believe
Bobby.
in the Stars going into the fifth pentagon. Like, people will be, what? If they didn't hear the show.
And then we go into the stop sign.
Uh-huh.
That's the sixth.
No. What?
I think that's 8.
Do you think a
actually.
stop sign has 6 sides? He's counting with his eyes closed right now. It has 8 sides. I feel like you should know that.
It's a hexagon.
I don't really abide by stop signs, I guess.
What?
Suggestions.
Yeah.
No.
What? The ones with the white line around them, aren't those just slow down and if there's no cops, you can go?
I don't think that is necessarily the purpose of any stop sign, right?
Listen, you really embarrassed me by me not knowing how many sides there are to a stop sign.
I'm sorry about that, Mike. All right.
Not the triangle with 2 sides. But that one was great.
Okay. I've never thought about it like that. In all seriousness, I get the overtime problems, and they have been horrid in overtime all year. We talked about it yesterday. 14 overtime or shootout losses in the regular season. Third most in the NHL. And Calgary and San Jose, who are ahead of them, they didn't make the playoffs. How do you feel about the prospects of winning tonight's game?
In an overtime or just in general?
Just in general.
Because if it goes to overtime, I don't feel good at all.
That's fair.
That's a reality.
That's fair.
I think that barn's gonna be rocking tonight, and I think the Stars are gonna live off of that for the first period. How they respond, I think they'll come out and have a couple goals in the first period tonight.
Will you yell at people who aren't actively cheering?
No, man, you cheer how you want to cheer. That's up to you. It's not my life to live for you. But I want everybody up.
How close are you to the ice?
I don't know yet. I don't even have. He has the tickets.
Do you have to wear warmer weather when you're closer to the ice?
I think
warmer
if you're
clothes, a
in
little
that
bit,
place,
maybe?
yes,
Yeah,
I've been.
You have to wear
very
warmer
cold down
clothes.
there.
Yeah, you don't have to wear warmer weather.
You can take warmer weather with you, though.
What?
You never taken warmer weather with you?
I honestly don't know what that means.
You bring the hand warmers.
Yeah, man. There's options, but yeah, I think tonight I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be loud. That place is gonna be rocking. I think it's gonna be like this is what I wanted, not necessarily 0-2. I wanted not to have a closeout possible in Game 4 though, because I wanted Game 3 to be like, all right, now you've come to our place. This is the responsibility of the fans tonight to ensure. This is so loud you can't hear on the ice. There's no communication. This is our place. And for those guys to feed off of it tonight. That's my hope. I think that they win tonight, man. I think they score early. I think they control the rest of the game. There are going to be those moments where things look leaky, but I think that they're going to control it all tonight.
For the 2 and 4, as a geometrist, I believe Mike is correct.
You're not a geometrist.
Thank you.
And
Triangle with 2 sides?
Car?
Huh?
Wasn't that a
Two
car?
exercises.
The
geometrist?
No, I don't know.
Maybe that's a geometro.
I think it's a probe. I think you're thinking of a probe.
Next.
Who knows?
Mark that. The Lakers get swept.
Yes!
The future of every NBA lottery team in LeBron's legal battle for Taco Tuesday. Should it be owned by anybody? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Tired of picking?
TX.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Reeves holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive, goes inside, stop, shot, block, gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history.
Also, for the first time in franchise history, the Nuggets swept a team in the playoffs. Also, this existed going back to 2011, but I want you to just type into your computer, Mike.
2011, Mavs won the championship.
That is true, and that spawned this website, didthelakersgetswept.com. And if you go to didthelakersgetswept.com today, it says yes. That's the entirety of the website.
That's what you sent me.
Yes,
I was very confused on that.
I just said Yankees for some reason. I don't know why that was.
I don't know why in the thing, but yeah.
Oh,
yes.
hold on, I typed it wrong.
Oh, okay.
The
But yes,
Laker.
that's why I wanted you to click on that link, just so you could see.
I knew 2 years ago when I bought those Michael Porter Jr. rookie cards, I knew they'd pay off.
You would eventually be healthy in a season. And he has played well. How excited are you that whoever the NBA champion is, it will not be the Los Angeles Lakers?
Super excited. I have two goals in my NBA rooting life, and that is for the Mavericks to win and the Lakers to lose, and I don't know which comes first.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, if the Mavs win, the Lakers have to lose. So I guess that would come first. But usually I'm rooting for the Lakers to lose because in my lifetime, there's a man named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who changed teams, and which team did he demand to go to? The LA Lakers. Then somehow they have the number one pick and get Magic Johnson. And then they get the number one pick again and get James Worthy. And then they look like they are in a world of hurt led by Eddie Jones and Nick Van Exel. And then what happens? Shaq wants to go there. Then they trade Vlade Dottie for Kobe. And then they have another dynasty on their hands. And then it looks like it all falls apart. And then Jerry West said, hey, you know what? Do you want Paul Gasol to really get this thing going back in the right direction? Here he is on a platter for you. So it just, for me, I think if you're not a Lakers fan and you're a fan of a Western Conference team and you're of my age, they've kind of destroyed you because they're always winning and they're always getting the best player in the league. Sometimes a little bit out of their prime, whether it's Dwight Howard, Steve Nash, and that didn't work out. And then they get LeBron and Anthony Davis, one of the 5 best players in the league, goes, you know what? I don't like New Orleans anymore. I demand to go to one team and one team only, the LA Lakers. Chris Paul demanded to go to the Lakers, and somehow David Stern shut that down, and I bet he regrets that. But, like, you just look at it from my perspective, and I think from a lot of non-Laker fans' perspectives in the Western Conference, they get everything they want all of the time. It's not, if you're just a Lakers fan, it doesn't work that way. For all of the other teams, it doesn't work that way. You actually have to draft, develop, get lucky in free agency. They're just like, who's the best player in the league? He'll eventually want to come here in a year or two.
And that is the way it feels at times. Now, this was a historic Western Conference Finals for the Nuggets, make it to the NBA Finals for the first time, but also for the Western Conference MVP, Nikola Jokic. 27.8 points per game, 14.5 rebounds per game, 11.8 assists per game.
It doesn't sound real.
I know, and he's the first player in NBA history to average 20, 10, and 10 in a conference finals. Never happened, ever. He also had his 8th triple-double yesterday, the most in a playoff run before, and we haven't even gotten to the NBA Finals, the most ever, surpassing Wilt Chamberlain. So I kind of chuckled yesterday when they posted the thing and they were like, Jokic or Carmelo, which jersey would be more retired? And I was like, well, that's pure foolishness. Jokic already has had a far superior career to Carmelo.
Corey, I want you to guess this. There was a game where Carmelo had 62 points in a game.
All right.
His best offensive game of his career.
How many assists did he have in that game?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guess.
Oh, God.
Do you know?
2.
Okay,
0.
keep going. How many
1.
rebounds in that game where he scored 62 points? How many rebounds did he get?
2.
He got 0. He had a game His greatest
It was his
offensive game,
Okay.
where he had 62 points with 0 rebounds and 0 assists.
It's kind of amazing.
Who's better, Carmelo or Jokic? My ass.
He's just telling everybody, "Give me the rock," and they're just like, "But we want to play too." And he's like, "You play defense.
I'm
today."
going to leave you all the rebounds and all the assists you want.
Yeah. Now, this drops teams that were down 0-3 to 0 and 150 in the history of the NBA Finals. I will go out on a limb and guess that neither one of you envisioned the Boston Celtics breaking that run.
I won't be surprised if the Boston Celtics don't play tonight. That's about the effort they gave in game 3.
Yeah.
And they don't like each other. Oh, I know I'm saying something that's crazy and all these things about how that, but they love each other and they're having a blast playing with each other. Is that they are not having fun playing with each other. And we've seen the bipolarness of them against a horrible Atlanta team. Philadelphia was a good team. I don't want to take anything away, but you're like, what is that? What is that performance right there? And somehow they did. They rallied enough to win that series in 7 games. But you're seeing there's something with Tatum and Brown. I don't know if it's the battle of power. We were just talking about Shaq and Kobe. Like, I don't know if it's the battle of power. I don't know if it's a trust thing. Obviously, I heard Jason Williams, former player at Duke, played a little bit in the NBA. He said, this was last series when Boston was playing Philadelphia after game 5. He said, you can tell by the comments of the players, they do not trust their head coach.
Yeah.
And so I think from a former player like that to hear comments, and he said this is kind of throughout this series, you're hearing comments that they do not believe Mazzulla is a good enough coach and they do not believe in what he is trying to get done. And when you do not believe in your head coach, you quit quicker than you would usually quit, because if he says, this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to attack, and you don't believe that's the way to do it, and you go ahead and do it in the first quarter and you're down by 10 points, like, yep, we're following a dummy again. And then you're just like, I'm not going to follow anymore. I'm either going to do my own thing, which can cause chaos on the court because then you have 5 guys doing their own thing, or you're just like, yeah, let's keep following this game plan that I don't believe in, and it's really not going to be executed well that way.
Now, what will be, I'm really curious specifically about Jason Tatum, because I saw this stat is he's the 3rd player to get to 2,100 points in the playoffs at 25 or younger, with the other 2 being Kobe and Kevin Durant.
Been in the playoffs a lot, too.
Yes, exactly. But is the narrative going to be, man, what an amazing start to his career? Or do you think people are going to look at the NBA Finals he was in and they're going to look at this series and be like, dude, he's really good, but he ain't the dude? You know what I'm saying?
That, I think that's the tough. We lived through that a little bit with Dirk. By the time you got to about 2008, I will say, even to maybe 2007, at the end of losing to the Golden State Warriors, it was, hey, he's a great player. He's one of the top 10 players in the league, and you can't take that away from him. But I don't want him leading my team to a championship because he can't do it.
Yeah.
Now, it was tough from, if you don't know the history of the NBA, once you got Tim Duncan on the San Antonio Spurs through 2011, 1998, or I guess 99, through 98 through 2011, 3 teams made the NBA Finals in the Western Conference. The Spurs, the Lakers, and the Mavericks twice. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Dirk was the only human being leading a team that could get through the Spurs and Lakers dynasties that they had for a 13-year period, but it didn't matter. The story was Dirk's not an ultimate winner until he ultimately won.
I think one of the other things too, I'm actually reading this. Have you seen this bit from Caruso on guarding Tatum?
Alex Caruso?
Yeah. Okay. And he was just talking about, I wonder if anybody's ever watched film on him, because 95% of the time, if he has the ball in his left hand, he's shooting it. And he goes into depth on that. I think one of the things is kind of recognizing, hey, I can get my bread and butter all day long, but whenever it's most difficult, and I know you're not a huge Tiger fan, but Tiger practiced the hard shots. Dirk practiced, as he got further and developed even more, he practiced things that he was like, I might never shoot this shot in a game, but I might. So I need to go ahead and be prepared for that. Dirk's warm-up regimen was 30, 45 minutes of just weird shots that you're like, why is he even doing that? Because maybe it comes up in a game. I'm not saying that, but maybe if Caruso's right about this, and there are some things about him. Maybe it's him needing to work on his weaknesses. Because if somebody can say, well, I'm going to stop you from doing what you're good at, then what does he have left? So that might be something too. But as far as leading it, that he's still young. He's got time to work on it and time to grow into it. But he might need to reevaluate kind of the way he approaches it all a little bit to be great, to be elite.
And I always wonder if players or teams in general, like they acknowledge you have time, but I also wonder if they'll look back and be like, we were in the finals, we could have won that one. Like we were the definite favorites to win the NBA final once Milwaukee got bounced. Maybe we could have won another one. Instead of like focusing on, but we didn't. And so now they need to do what you said, which seems like a far more productive way to go.
I do think it takes pain away if you win. Like ultimately, Dirk had a lot of pain taken away when he beat the Heat. But if you talk to, I know Derek's driving right now to play independent ball. If you talk to most of the players in 2010, 2011 on the Rangers, what hurts is they were never able to win in 12 or win in 2013. So they have to live with, we were a great team.
One of the worst
We made
moments.
it to the World Series. We're the greatest Rangers team of all time, but we ultimately didn't accomplish what we were probably good enough to accomplish.
The one more thing I wanted to throw out for you guys is the fight for the Taco Tuesday trademark. I didn't realize this was like such an in-depth issue. You remember a while back when LeBron was like, I'm going to trademark Taco Tuesday, like he invented it or something. Well, it turns out Taco John's has owned Taco Tuesday in 49 states since 1989. The trademark.
What state does he not own it in?
What state he does not own it in is New Jersey, because Gregory's Bar owned the trademark going back to 1982. So Gregory's Bar could have bought the trademark up for everywhere. And he was like, nah, just Jersey is fine. Now, Taco Bell.
The only city that matters.
Yeah. Taco Bell has filed a legal petition to, quote, liberate the phrase for restaurants nationwide. And they've started a campaign with LeBron called Taco Bleep, because they're not supposed to say Taco Tuesday without infringing on the trademark. So this is like...
You can do that? That's hilarious.
It is definitely funny. But aren't you worried if you're Taco Bell that they're thinking like you're saying you're Taco S? Like if they don't know all the legal ramifications, aren't you like, hey, why did you ever wonder why our stuff's so cheap? Come on down to Taco S.
Just eat a bite. You'll figure it out. It's really funny to me right now because yesterday I saw a video, Kevin, of the Deadpool scene with Fred Savage where he's talking about fighting Brad Pitt, but they bleeped the word fight the whole time. And so it sounded like he was trying to do something else with him. So that's really funny to me. I didn't even think. It seems weird that you could do that.
Sure.
That you could actually put the bleep in and people are like, oh, but it gives lots of, you're right. That's a lot of bad things are going to come out of that.
And I just think it's interesting that there's like a trademark battle and potential court cases over the term Taco Tuesday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
It happened again, and I have no solutions. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Odyssey app.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I'll tell you what, Dane Dunning's a good starting pitcher.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
He's the best when it comes to ERA if you pitch 30 innings.
Well, if
What
it would have been a
happens after
high
that,
school
though?
game, the Rangers still would have been in trouble because the 7th inning didn't really go their way there.
Do you just want to go ahead and fire off? Let's do cut number 6. But again, much like the Stars in overtime, people started to ask, what's worse, the Stars in overtime or the Rangers bullpen? I don't know, but let's go ahead and fire off cut 6.
Swinging a ball, hit in the air to center field. Tavares on his horse. He turns, he looks. That ball's out of here. A grand slam for Tucupita Marcano. And the Pirates have opened this one up as they take a 6-1 lead.
I just want to point out Corey pumped his fist when that grand slam.
Oh, I just saw some interesting news from Schefter.
He's a big Bannister fan.
Brandon McManus has been released from the Denver Broncos. That dude can kick the football. Just saying, we still don't have a kicker.
Come on down.
This is baseball. This is baseball gravy, though. Let's get after it.
All right. So I feel bad for Bruce Bochy in a way. Now, you guys asked yesterday, and I was like, yeah, this is the best offensive team. Will they be the best offensive team at the end of the year? I don't know if they will be, but I think they're going to be top 5. I think they'll be in the top 5 at the end of the year offensively. I think with kind of your Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Boston's off to a really good start this year. I don't know if they can keep it up all year, but I mean, I do think the Rangers have a very good offensive team. They have a really good starting rotation. I'm pulling up stats here.
Okay.
Dane Dunning for the year. Now, I know that all 43 innings have not been in the rotation.
Yeah.
In
He's
fact,
phenomenal in relief, too.
he has a 1.67 ERA for the year in 43 innings. So, I mean, he's racked up not tons of innings, but enough innings where it's not like if he gives up 4 runs in 4 innings, his ERA is going to go to 4 or something like that. Okay. Jacob deGrom has a 2.67 ERA in his 6 starts. Nathan Eovaldi has a 2.83. John Gray has the 9th best ERA amongst starting pitchers in the American League. I don't think people would think that.
Wow.
But he has a 3.02 ERA. And Martin Perez, with his good last start, he now has a 4.01 ERA, and Andrew Heaney has a 4.13 ERA. Those are your starting pitchers. I say your 6 starting pitchers because I guess you used Bradford, but he just came up to kind of give the guys a day off, not that he's supposed to be part of your rotation this year. Your rotation is arguably the best in the American League. Your offense is the best in the American League.
Yep.
And I just wonder if you just had an average bullpen, would you be the best team in baseball? Would we go, I can't believe this, but they might win 105 games. Like, I think if they had an average bullpen, so you'd literally have, last night I won't say they would have won the game because it was 1-1 in the 7th inning. So it wasn't like they were up 4-1 or up 6-4 in the 8th or 9th inning. It was a tie game. Pittsburgh scored the run on the base hit, and then they got the bases loaded and hit the grand slam home run. So at least I will say that was a game where your bullpen didn't do the job of keeping it at 1 or keeping it at 2-1.
How many wins do you think, this is going to answer your question,
Yeah.
how many wins do you think the Rangers are on pace for right now?
93?
100.
Okay.
They're on pace right now to go 162. So
Okay.
when you're talking about the bullpen, I know there will be some decline. I'm not saying they're guaranteed to win 100 games, but hell yeah, I would be thinking we might be able to win 105 games.
I'm sorry, Mike. I just looked up on BetMGM. They've had 17 chances and 8 blown saves.
That's amazing.
Doesn't it feel like it's more? It just feels like it's.
No, that's really
It's
bad.
not the
That's a
worst.
lot,
The
yeah.
Guardians have had 31 chances and 12 blown saves,
Yeah.
but like this.
But also their closer has 16 saves right now.
Yeah, it feels just so bad.
So, and in that case, Cleveland, because they don't have the offense the Rangers have, and they don't have the starting pitchers the Rangers have, they're under 500 because of that.
Yeah.
And I just look at this and I go, I just gave you the starters' ERAs. You ready for the relievers' ERAs?
This will be bad.
Taylor Hearn has a 10.29 ERA. Now, he might be the next guy called up. I haven't looked lately, but he was doing pretty good in AAA. But he got sent down after 4 games because he had an over 10 ERA. It was very early in the year in 7 innings. It's tough to have, correct ERAs. Ian Kennedy got released. He had a 7.2 ERA. Joe Barlow last night, grand slam. I know it's early in his 2 2/3, but he now has a 6.75 ERA. And I know it's not total proof, but now does Bruce Bochy want to give the ball to Joe Barlow in a big situation with runners on base?
Nope.
I mean, no, you don't want to. Jonathan Hernandez has a 6.62 ERA, and I will tell you this, it was weird because about a week to 10 days ago, I was like, isn't this crazy that Leclerc and Hernandez still have ERAs under 4?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that at all when they come into the game, but they've been able to, at times, come on with runners on first and second and then give up those 2 runs and get the final out of the inning. Well, they don't count on their ERA. They count on the other person's ERA.
Yeah.
So even though you gave up 2 runs in the inning, well, they're not my runs. So
do you think pitchers think
okay. You feel really bad. Honestly, you feel like you let that teammate down when you, especially this, if you come in with the bases loaded and nobody out and you only give up 1 run, you save that guy a lot of runs on his ERA. But if you come in with first and second and 2 outs and you give up a double in the gap, or you walk a guy and then give up a single and those 2 runs score and then you get the next guy out, you're like, I didn't do my job at all. Like, I was supposed to, as a team, save our bullpen and have nobody score in that situation, and I let all the runs score that weren't mine.
5 worst bullpen ERAs, Mike.
Yeah.
In baseball right now, the A's, White Sox, Giants, Rangers, Kansas City. The A's are the worst.
Kansas City's the second worst team in baseball.
You're part of the 5 worst teams in baseball. None of those are contenders. And you have a bullpen that's right there with the non-contenders.
So when you go down Cole Reagans, and I think Cole Reagans has been pretty good this year, but he has a 5.59 ERA. Sports has come up and it's like, hey, he's my best reliever, right?
Last
like
couple have been.
He's the best guy that's not Will Smith, and now he has a 5.06 ERA. Yuri Rodriguez not with the team anymore, only 4 innings, a 4.5 ERA. Jose Leclerc's, you wouldn't believe this, but he does have a 3.86 ERA. But
that is shocking.
He has 14 innings pitched, and he has 10 walks in those 14 innings pitched. So that's not very good. Brock Burt having an okay year, but not as good as last year with a 3.72 ERA. And then Will Smith is by far your best reliever in 15 1/3 innings pitched. He has a 2.93 ERA. And I'll give John King something here. He does have a 2.7 ERA, but when you look inside the numbers, 3 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, no walks, 1 strikeout. That's not numbers that you look at and go, he's my new 8th inning guy.
Yeah.
But he might be.
Yeah.
Like that. This is where we're at. I said yesterday that I don't think it's going to be this bad. Like, I think they're going to, but then yesterday happens. And by the way, that game was flying by. It's like 7-something in the, I call it afternoon. I guess it's getting at night, but the sun's still shining and out and everything. I'm like, we're in the 7th inning already? Like, I mean, it just flies by when you have dinner with the family and then you come back to the couch and you're like, my God, they played 4 innings already? But I don't know. At this point, I will give in to my negative nature and I will say, I don't think it's going to get better. I don't think that when you're in a 1-1 game, 2-1 game, whether you're winning or losing and it's within 2 runs and there are 6 to 9 outs to go in the game.
Right.
The Rangers have to score 3 to 6 more runs in those games. And they have been. In a weird way, the team, when you're worried, it's 3-0, Nathan Eovaldi's nearest pitch limit. And are you going to close out this 3-0 game? And the Rangers score 7. And they're like, Nathan, you can sit down now. We're up by 10. Hey, it's 6-1. And then all of a sudden it becomes 11-1 in the 7th or 8th inning. Like, we can relax now. We're up by 10.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be. The Rangers can never relax. You shouldn't, but usually you start getting this feeling of when you have a good 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, 3-guy rotation, you're like, man, if we're up by 3 after 6, we're feeling good. The Rangers have to say, we got to score at least 2 more. That's just the way it is because you're a 50-50 proposition. You're up 7-4 after 6 innings. You have a 50% chance, I believe, of winning that game. And the number suggests that, right? 17.
8 out of 17. You're not that far off.
You're literally, You're literally with a 3-run lead or less. You're in a 50-50 game at that point.
And I thought about it after the fact, and I know, like you said, this is not how it works, but when it was Josh Young who got the home run.
Yeah, 10th home run of the year.
Yeah, and I was like, dang it. If not for your stupid bullpen, maybe that could have been a win. Not to say it would have been, but.
And it's in this way a little bit too. Sometimes it's tough to say, well, that would have been a home run because as a relief pitcher, you know you have to stay away from home run pitches in tight games. It doesn't mean you walk people because that leads to worse things. But when you throw hanging sliders and fastballs belt high, you're asking to lose the game because at that point, you can't make up 3-run homers. There's not usually enough time in the game to come back. That's a little bit of the benefit of like Fergie Jenkins would sometimes lead the league in home runs. But he's like, I don't care about solo home runs. I'm going to throw 9 innings. I give up 2 solo home runs in 8 or 9 innings. I give up 2 runs.
I'll be fine.
But I have to stay away from 2 and 3-run home runs. And unfortunately, the Rangers bullpen, they can't just give up 1 run. It's like when it blows up, it blows up. Yeah. And it's a good team. It's arguably a great team.
And we talked to Bochy at 12:20 he sounded for the first time maybe kind of exasperated yesterday. So I kind of want to pick his brain a little bit more about like, what are the next strategies?
Yeah, is it minor leaguers? Is it we have to make trades?
Right.
Like, yeah, there's lots of things that need to be
because
done.
I think Taylor Hearn's the next guy to call back up.
Yeah.
But in his 4 innings, he does have a 10 ERA.
Yeah.
7 innings. He has a 10 ERA.
Is that high?
No, he'll fit.
Hold on, you're saying he's a perfect 10. I get you. I get where Mike's going with this.
This is tough.
10.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the 10 most important Cowboys players this season, because number 1 isn't who you might guess.
Yeah, it is.
We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Tools.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike has hockey questions. We will get to them with our Dallas Stars insider Sean Shapiro coming up at 11:22. But I was going through this list and I found it to be very fascinating about the 10 most important Cowboys this season, because I just made an assumption about number one and they were like, not so fast, my friend. But you have potential Cowboys, it seems adjacent, but maybe it is Cowboys related news. Yes.
The Denver Broncos have informed Brandon McManus that they are releasing him. And Bones Fossil, as he's well known as, recently said anybody on planet Earth is an option for the kicker position for the Cowboys. Mike, I don't know if you know this, but Brandon McManus lives on planet Earth currently, I think. And so I think he's still an option here. I went back and looked.
We've ruled out everybody except astronauts who are right now off of Earth.
Yes. Or aliens who are off of Earth as well.
Yes.
So, and I don't know what the aliens want to be called, but that's what the name we've given them so far.
Man, I don't want to derail this segment or anything, but just a thought. If aliens did come down and they were like, we would like to play football, would they have to renegotiate the collective bargaining agreement? Or because they haven't pissed me off yet. So that's usually why it happens.
I don't know that they'd have to renegotiate anything. I think they would just be like, well, I mean, let's see how they do.
So you don't think they'll be like, well, this doesn't apply to the Quiznos?
Yeah, probably
and you're
so.
like, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no clue. I wanted to point this out, though.
So you want McManus.
McManus is a 97% extra point maker. All right, so in his career, 97% of the times he's had it. Last year, 25 of 27. The year before, 33 of 34. So he's only missed a few. But
so that combined is less than we missed in that one game.
Over the last 3 years, from 40 to 49 yards, he hasn't missed in the last 3 years.
Whoa.
So I'm just saying he had 8 of 8, 8 of 8, 10 of 10. So he 40 to 49 yards, which is where Dak will probably stall out.
My God.
And then you can just throw McManus in there. I know it's not Denver, and he did benefit from the air up there. But I think that McManus is an option because he lives on planet Earth.
So one of the fun things I do think we've talked about the pros and cons of the OTAs and mini camps is I hope we bring in like 8 kickers. I kind of hope we have like a tournament of kickers, and you're
tournament
just like,
of champions.
Yes, and you just bracket it all out and everything like that. And so, by the way, and I'm sure you know this already, Corey, Bosch is the official sponsor of the fans' coverage of OTAs and mini camps. I think they should get their logo on the bracket of kickers. Maybe we should have more than 8. Maybe we should have 16.
Mm-hmm. I will also say, though, I'm looking at his field goal percentage. He was 77% last year.
That's bad, right?
That's the worst since.
There's a reason you release people. It's not because they're good.
Yeah.
So he can't kick field goals less than 40 yards?
Yeah, he's well, okay, Kevin, think about this. 6 of 7 from 20 to 29 yards. Only missed 1. 4 of 6 from 30 to 30.
Hold on.
Did
you see Mike's face?
4 of 6 from 30 to 39 yards.
That's not good.
10 of 10 from 40 to 49 yards.
Mm-hmm.
8 of 13 from 50 plus. We don't need him to kick 50-yard field goals. We're not in Denver.
I'm a little
Dak
alarmed.
can get you past the 50-yard line.
You can always take delay of games to get him back to 40.
That is true. I'm a little alarmed that he missed 3 kicks between 20 and 39
Fourth
yards.
and goal on the 1. You have to take a lot of penalties to finally get him in field goal range.
That would be so weird. All right. So
just punch a guy in the face, just like, hey, can you call this one for 15 here?
Pull his back just a little. Yeah, get a delay game. I like this idea.
Yeah, too many delay of games on this one. We need a quick 15.
Hey, you know what though? If it's within 40 yards, doesn't McCarthy like to go for it anyway? So like what's the problem here? Let's go for it. Let him kick 40 to 49 yarders, and then we'll just trust the offense.
Okay, look. If you're pushing the idea that if it's a 40-yard or longer field goal, we kick it, and if it's not, we go for it. Now you've sold me.
I think McCarthy's in on that too.
I am almost always about being more aggressive when we go for touchdowns and stuff as opposed to just field goals. Now, when I saw this list, on The Athletic. I guess I just made the assumption that Dak would be number one, but The Athletic, John Machota, has his top 10 most important Cowboys players this season. I wanted to see how many y'all could get in the top 10.
Okay.
And if Dak is not number one, who would you put number one?
I mean, I would probably say Micah.
Okay.
Just because I've said this for the last year and a half now. He's your defense. He's the heart of everything right now. He's created the culture of, I guess, Dan Quinn with him, but they've created the culture of the expectation of what the defense should be.
I agree.
I would too. If you were setting up this list, though, you would still put Dak first, right?
As the person who's most important?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the quarterback always has to be. It's the only person that has the ball. Obviously, you don't have it on defense, so he's the person who makes the biggest decisions on the field by far.
They, of course, have Dak second, and Micah Parsons is number one. What I want to figure out is, can you guys figure out the rest of the top 10?
Yes.
In order?
I don't know.
No, you don't have to get in order.
CD Lamb's going to be one of the 10.
CD Lamb is number 4.
Do you think Dak's on this list?
Okay,
He's one
you
already.
already know.
We know 1, 2, and 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Who do you think 3 is? Do you think, I'm assuming that Diggs is going to be on the list, but I wouldn't put him in the top 5. But I bet he's in the top 10. We don't have to get number 3. We can just
go in order.
Do you
Trayvon
agree?
Diggs?
Diggs is in the top 5, yeah, I believe.
Trayvon Diggs is number 5.
Okay. I wouldn't have put him that high, but good. Okay. I do think DeMarcus Lawrence has a lot of value on this team still, but I don't think he's going to be number 3. Obviously, Tony Pollard is going to be very
Martin
high.
ahead of
Zach Martin. That's
DeMarcus
a good one.
Lawrence.
All right, go ahead.
Zach Martin?
Yeah, do it. Zach.
Correct.
All right. Do you want to put DeMarcus Lawrence next? Do you want to put Tony Pollard next?
Pollard is
All right. Pollard.
right
Correct. Now
All
DeMarcus Lawrence?
You want to put DeMarcus Lawrence now, or do you have somebody else?
Incorrect.
He's not in the top 10?
He is not.
Well, so as I said, do you? And then you just scream in our
This
face.
is really weird that you just
That
yelled at us like that.
is incorrect.
We were busy
All right.
discussing it.
Do you want to
Physical challenge.
Do you want to put either one of the I don't want to say free agents because you traded for him. Do you feel like Gilmore or Cooks is going to be on this list?
I think Cooks, because you learned last year in the playoff game that without another offensive threat, this team can't score. You had CeeDee Lamb, and that was it. And so I think Cooks is very important to this team this year.
All right, Cooks.
That is correct. He is number 10 on the list.
Do you have any offensive linemen besides Martin you want to put on the list? Tyron Smith I don't count on. I'm assuming he's missing 10 games this year. I think it's stupid to put a person on a list that you already know is missing more than half the season.
It was interesting this morning. Bobby said he thinks you're going to watch Tyron Smith work at right tackle and Tyler at left during OTAs and camp. But then he said first week 1, because they said opening day, and I was like, opening day doesn't apply to football. But week 1, he said, I think it's Terrence Steele at right tackle, and Tyron's your swing tackle. You think Tyron's your swing?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is weird, though. I want to say yes because that makes the most sense. But I also would love to know more about the logic of why Tyron signed that contract then that's essentially mostly pay for play, you know?
Because he
Or
thought he was
play
going
for pay.
He thought he was going to play.
Yeah, and
now
like,
he's
is
like,
he
oh.
going to be bent out of shape about that?
Yeah, maybe so. But I think more than anything, new offensive line coach walks in and says, I'm tied to this offensive line. I'm not tied to Tyron. I'm tied to the success of this offensive line. I need to make sure my 5 best are there.
How many do we have left to guess?
You still
I think
have...
Tyler's on there. I think Tyler's on the list.
That is correct. Number 9. You have 2 more. So you guys have 1 through 6, which are Micah, Dak, Pollard, Lamb, Diggs, and Martin. And then you have 9 and 10, which is Tyler Smith and Brandon Cooks.
I will go Gilmore now.
All right. Good.
He is surprisingly not
Okay.
in the top 10.
Are-
I think I would have put him in the top 10 as well.
Is there a defensive player on there left out of the? You said we have 2 left.
There is.
Okay.
Maxey? I mean, Mozzie? I always want to say Maxey, but
Sure.
Mozzie?
You want to call him Mozzie Kleba?
I think
that means he's going to miss half the year.
Oh my god.
And then forget how to make a basket.
I think
We won't. We'll just, while he's hurt, we'll turn him into the greatest player in the history of sports.
I think LVE's importance to this team is there. Like, I think it exists very strongly. And when it comes to linebackers, and Mike is your edge. I think Leighton Vander Esch is the next person I would put in this list.
Leighton Vander Esch is number 7. That leaves you but one. Fantex says Jaron Curse.
I think Jaron Curse is like, yeah, what he does is interesting. Mike, I'll let you decide now.
I think there's so many to choose from. It's tough because we know that Lawrence didn't even make this list.
Yeah.
So it's tough to put another defensive
Either
lineman on here
Gilmore.
if he's not going to be on there as your starting edge on the other side of Micah.
Scooney?
I don't think that he's important, but we don't even know. We could get to the end of training camp and they're like, look, he's just not ready yet to take over that job.
I don't know if I'm sorry, Kev, I don't know if you have this planned or anything. I did see, I think Bleacher Report or something had like Jake Ferguson as the breakout player this year to take Dalton Schultz's
That makes sense to me.
And like, I think that you had been on Dalton. This is the year for Dalton Schultz, like a couple years, and he just gave you steady production every time.
Which was fine, but why you eventually had to move in. So it's Tyler Biotish, which is interesting.
Honest to God, that was the name I was thinking about.
That's interesting
because center is so important in the NFL.
We did say Tyler, Kevin. I don't think we said Tyler Smith. So you picked which Tyler we went with there.
Now the honorable and this is something that I thought
should have said his name. It's who I was thinking about.
I think this is encouraging.
Would have made me sound smart.
That's true. When you go down the roster, we listed those 10. And then the honorable mention are Jaron Curse, Stephon Gilmore, DeMarcus Lawrence, Tyron Smith, and Terrence Steele. Like, I understand the concerns that come along with Tyron Smith, but if he's your 15th guy on the list,
that sounds like a really good team.
Yeah,
I
it does.
feel like the Cowboys have a really good team this year. I did see where like Chris Canty, everybody has to have an opinion, said, I don't think the Cowboys are making the playoffs this year. I saw that when I got home yesterday and flipping through channels, and I thought to myself, gosh, I struggle unless Dak gets hurt, and I get last year he got hurt and you were just fine without him. But unless you have major injuries, I feel like the Cowboys are going to win 10 games.
I do too.
And I think they could win as many as 13. I don't know if they're going to win 10 or 13 or somewhere in the 11 or 12 range. You know, there's a lot of numbers in between 10 and 13. So I feel like they're going to be in one of those 4 numbers there at the end of the year win-wise.
I think, Kevin, this is the first time in a very, very long time that you have a coach whose expectations are higher than the GM's. And I think that a lot of coaches that coached for him before have had, well, if I just meet his standard, I'm good. And I think this coach is like, hey, I'm doing my job, but I know that my job is fleeting. You know, and so I think I have a coaching staff who believes no matter how good he thinks we did, if we don't win a title, nobody cares.
Look, and I think the inverse, if Mike McCarthy were to win a championship, I think he would be a legend here forever. Yeah, like I know people like to S on what he does and everything like that, and I understand that. But if he's the guy when they win the championship, because I know people bring up Barry Switzer, but don't forget, like the Cowboys had just won 2 Super Bowls, and so they weren't.
There are 50-something guys on that team. I've never heard any of them give Barry Switzer credit for that win.
And nobody was starving for that championship. It's been more than a generation now, and so people are starving for it. And I'm also encouraged by this, as we talked about potential roster depth, is what about Mozzie Smith? What about Michael Gallup? What about, you brought up Ferguson? It's good to know that even in a top 10 list and then 5 honorable mentions, there are still people texting in that are saying, hey, what about these people? You know what? 972, I feel you, man. There's literally 2 numbers between 10 and 13. Here's the issue. I decided to avoid that because I thought he was going to be like, yeah, but that's whole numbers. What about 10.01, 10.02? And I thought
it goes on forever.
Yeah.
The numbers between 10 and 13 never end.
I thought we were going to get stuck there. And then from the 817, all this Cowboys. See, I learned, Mike. All this Cowboys football talk is getting me ready for the season to hurry up and get here. And the good news is, with the Stars and the Rangers both doing amazingly.
Are they, though?
Yes.
I mean, they've lost 2 games in the Western Conference Final now. I mean,
Yeah,
how good
and
is
the
that?
Houston Astros can't lose.
Yeah, and the Rangers can't throw after 7 innings.
I mean, aren't the Rangers like 11-5
Pirates-
in their last
Would you
16
say
games?
the Pirates pillaged last night in the 7th inning?
That was a pillaging.
Yeah, the Rangers are still 11-5 in their last 16 games. That's pretty good.
In your face, Corey.
Yeah, but what happened last night?
And then
You're only as good as
your last game.
I guess.
Okay.
Not it's so untrue.
Well,
I guess
it's
I can't
funny,
say.
too,
It's a
because-
make or miss league. We'll get to that dumb statement.
At the beginning of the show, somebody goes, I knew the Stars were frauds all along. And I thought, hold on. You're in the Western Conference Finals. If you don't think they'll be good next year, that's a different story. But to say they're
When
frauds
did they start
right
being frauds?
now?
At the beginning of the
Yeah.
season?
Was it when they lost
Frauds.
game 2?
The Lakers are frauds as Western Conference contenders because they didn't make it to the finals.
They can stink next year or whatever, but in this moment, that is tough to say. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Stars insider, Sean Shapiro. Maybe that should be the first question. Are the Stars now proven to be frauds? We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Well, Tolos, I know what.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, getting you ready for Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals tonight at the American Airlines Center. And to help us with that, we bring on our Dallas Stars insider and the host. We have it on good authority, the main host of the Spits and Suds podcast. It is Sean Shapiro. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I think we have to go with the main host introduction every time. No, I like that. That sounds good.
That's what we're here for. Now, I'm a little bit nervous because of what's happening in the world of sports. In the Western Conference Finals of the NBA, sweep. In the Eastern Conference Finals of the NBA, it's 3-0. In the Eastern Conference Finals of the NHL, it's 3-0. Oh, no. What will it take for it not to be 3-0 against us as well?
Well, I think from an NHL perspective, because I can't pretend to be an expert on how the NBA series played out, but from an NHL perspective, it's the reason that I think the Florida-Carolina series really is 3-0 is it's goaltending completely, where Florida is completely dominating. And I mean, Florida's goaltending is dominating, and Carolina hasn't been able to generate anything. And I don't think that's the case in this series. So from a hockey perspective, it's a space where the Stars have been this close to being up 2-0. I don't really have all that much confidence in Vegas goalie Adin Hill. And so I think there's some differences. Now, Basketball, I can't really. You guys will have to do the compare and contrast on that one because I can't pretend to be an expert on that one.
I'm good with that. I'm perfectly okay with you focusing. Listen, Kevin, I've always said this. I want my insiders to focus on their sport. Just like I wanted Bobby to not talk baseball, I wanted football from Bobby. And now he's
okay.
I want hockey from Sean. All right.
Wow.
That's what I want because he's got the goods on this.
Just make sure to end this interview at 11:36 because if we go overtime, it's going to be a loss.
All right, Sean.
Oh, my God.
Can you explain then to us why the Stars in overtime are like the Rangers after the 7th inning in their bullpen?
Well, I will admit, I thought the regular season overtime issue wasn't going to continue. I thought, it's a 3-on-3, it's a different game, it's a format that won't carry over the playoffs, that won't impact them. And then here they are, they're 0-4. And I think one of the things that we've seen in the playoffs that's caught the Stars, particularly in this Vegas series, has been overtime. You go to for some quick hockey nerdery, right? Overtime is like the second period. You switch ends, and it's a longer change to the bench. So when you make a mistake and you have a bad line change and a bad switch in overtime, it's like the second period, and you're more likely to get stung. And for whatever reason, Dallas has had a couple miscommunications, bad changes just to start things off in overtime, and Vegas has capitalized on both of those, where it's two mistakes that if it's the rink's the other alignment, maybe you're not getting burned because it's easier to cover. So I think that's, if you want to get into a nitty gritty of why this series, overall, it's just kind of how do you keep, it's like a team that keeps flipping a coin and somehow they've had 4 straight tails when you called heads each time. Like, that's really what it comes down to. At some point you'd think you'd win one, but I thought the other night they were going to win it on Wyatt Johnston's chance before the Vegas chance at the end, and it's one where the coin didn't flip your way. So it's a terrible explanation for it. I admit completely, it's a terrible explanation. But for whatever reason, they're not playing with the right coins. I guess I don't know.
Or we just need to call heads. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
We had this kind of conversation yesterday, Sean, where we were asking, who do you need to see that step up game from? What are you not getting so far that you maybe have gotten over the last two series? What are you seeing? Like, who really does need to be? I would love a vintage Jamie Benn game right now.
Yeah, and Jamie's someone who I thought had a bit of a quiet game too. He's someone who I think he's a big one. We're starting to see some offense out of Jason Robertson, getting that. But I think one of the biggest things is you need to see a little bit more out of that other kind of second line. The Ben Johnston Dadonov line is the kind of the 2A. The Stars basically have 2 second lines, and the other one being Domi, Sagan, and Marchment. They got pushed around quite a bit in game 1. They haven't really done much offensively in game 2, and I think that's a line where in a series where both these coaches are just kind of playing strength on strength, you need that line to start winning some matchups, and I think that's something that we're going to, from a Dallas perspective, I think you have to watch that tonight and see, because if Robertson's scoring, if the first line's going, you really need that Sagan, Marchment, Domi line to start impacting the game in a positive way, and it really hasn't since really game 7 of the last series.
All right, Sean Shapiro on right now, hockey czar.
Are we going Shapiro or not saying Shapiro?
I guess Mark Shapiro was my farm director and assistant GM in Cleveland, so maybe he's related to him.
It is Shapiro, but because of Shapiro and his time in Toronto, every single time I'm on Canadian radio, it becomes Shapiro. So
he's the president of the Blue Jays now. So
it depends on which country we're in right now, whether it's Shapiro or Shapiro. Apparently.
Okay, so I lack hockey knowledge tremendously, but I've enjoyed watching these playoffs. If you could pick one for the Dallas Stars tonight, would you rather them play faster? Because in my mind, this has been a very slow-looking series with them on the ice. Like, it looks like they've slowed down, or be more physical with Las Vegas.
Well, I think they will look – I would prefer them to be faster. I think the Stars are a team that's built on speed, and physicality is always important, but if you focus too much on that, you lose some of the things that makes this Dallas team go. And so I would look at speed. And the Stars didn't use that as an excuse, but I've talked to people who the ice in Vegas was really bad for games 1 and 2. It was pretty humid, and obviously that impacts both teams. But for a Stars team that likes to play fast, and there's been no external complaints by them, but I know there's been that was brought up kind of outside and some of the conversations with the team after of like some of the things that impacted the game. I think you're coming back to Dallas where the ice, frankly, is better. The team can play faster, and I think if you come with speed and you come with that, I think the physicality will follow. So I would go with speed if I had to pick one over the other.
How much do they also have to improve? I was going to say on the power play, but obviously just across the board on special teams in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power play. You have to start finishing. The penalty kill actually hasn't been that bad. It's been the 5-on-3 is a bit unlucky. I think the space there's two. The special teams and faceoffs are two things where Dallas should have the advantage over most teams, and that's what they did throughout the season. And on special teams, they have not had the advantage they had against Seattle. They have not had the advantage they had against Minnesota. And then same thing goes with faceoffs. So Vegas is a good faceoff team. It's very good compared to the past 2 rounds, but Dallas has been shoved around more in the faceoff circle than they should be. And when it comes to, and that impacts all elements of the game. Those are little battles that start things going. And I think we're seeing it quite a bit on special teams where the Vegas centers have done a better job winning those draws when it's either a power play for them or they need the key win at the end. And I think those two things are tied to clearly tied together for me.
Do you? We asked this question earlier. Do you know the history of starting a game without a goalie? Has that ever happened before?
Oh my God!
Do you think it could happen tonight?
Well, I mean, I've been having played a good amount of beer league in my life. There's been games where where you've showed up and that's the 3-minute warm-up timer goes down and the other goalie's still getting dressed in the locker room, and so they just drop the puck and you play 6 skaters. But not.
How did that work out for the team without the goalie, though?
not typically not well.
Okay, all right. Okay, then
typically not well. But I would expect both teams to start with goaltenders tonight.
All right, good, Mike. That one's out. They're gonna have both goaltenders in the net tonight. So
let's go ahead and mark that just in case. I expect both teams to start with their goaltenders tonight, just in case something goes haywire. We'll be like, oh, yeah. Shapiro really blew this one.
Yeah.
This is. You're our insiders in the locker room. This is great. He just got out of the locker room, and I was wondering if you could kind of get a sense of, DeBorge said after the game, look, we need that desperation. And we've seen it before. We've seen these guys in a win or go home game. Did you get the sense that there is a little more desperation going into Game 3?
I got it's hard to the morning skate. It's hard to get the desperation feel, but I liked the feel I had from the locker room in the morning skate. After the morning skate, it's a bit of it's a mix of relaxed. You understand the job is tonight. You're not overly worried about it because you get all hyped up at 10:30 a.m. You're gonna get all hyped up at 10:30 a.m. You're just gonna drive yourself crazy by 7 o'clock. So yeah. I think it was the right vibe. I think there's an understanding of how things were going, and I think one of the big things for me that I enjoy talking about is there's different players are going through their routine of what works. For some guys, that's having a quick skate and then get off. For other guys, it's having longer, it's hanging out in the locker room longer, fixing their skates and stuff like that. It was one of those where you have across the board, there wasn't a sense of uneasiness or acting differently. Like, for example, every time I'm around the Stars and talking to the players, like Radek Fox is a huge soccer fan and he's a huge Borussia Dortmund guy. And so this morning I talked more about Bundesliga soccer with Radek Fox than the hockey game. And those are the types of signs to me that they're treating things like normal, and then you just need to add the urgency to that when the puck drops tonight. And I think that's a good combination.
Now, you guys have been doing new episodes of Spits and Suds immediately after the games. when you record the latest episode after Game 3, will it be a celebratory episode? Will it be a sad episode? What do we think?
I think Dallas comes out and wins tonight. I think they come out and I think they'll have a good start. I think this team kind of understands. I mean, they followed the script, right? Like they're like, round 1 and 2, like they lost the first games in overtime, and they're like, we'll just follow the script. And I think obviously, if they lose tonight, it's a completely different story. But I think if they win tonight, Game 2 can be that kind of awakening and that kind of message-sending moment where you have to flip the script. And I think that happens tonight, and all of a sudden you put yourself back in a 2-1 game, and you've got a chance at home ice to tie it, and this is a series. And I think we also have to remember, while the other series is 3-0, in the NBA it's 3-0 and 4-0 or whatever it is, that's not the norm. So I think there's a little bit of all of a sudden we're like, this is going to happen too. And I think that's not from a sports fan standpoint. I think it's kind of, I have a hard time believing we'll see 3, all of them across the board being sweepable, I guess.
We got to go. Yeah, Kevin, we got to go.
Your timing is spot on.
Yeah.
We can't go into overtime, though, or else we'll lose. So thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you down the road.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Sean Shapiro.
We
his
did it, Mike,
book,
just for you.
Or Shapiro.
Depending on the country, that is what he said. We Win Here
There we
is
go.
his book if you want to go check that out. Coming up
Let's
next,
win here tonight, then.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy and the great NFL Rookie Survey. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
McClellan in now at running back. Young going deep into the end zone. Oh, what a throw! On the money to Brooks for the touchdown! Bryce Young with his 4th touchdown pass. Incredible.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip those biscuits. I had a biscuit this morning from Norma's. It was great.
Yeah?
God, biscuits are good. All right.
That is true.
But you know what's better? Football.
There you go. All right. So the NFL at the rookie premiere did like a Q&A with some of the rookies from this class.
What?
Yeah. And so I wanted to get your votes and kind of compare them with the rookies. If you had an MVP vote last season, who would you have voted for?
Sauce.
Wow. Okay.
What?
For the rookie? Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. My apologies.
I would have voted for Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that makes...
You Mark Jackson?
That makes more sense.
I didn't know what I was voting for
Mark
there.
Jackson voted for all NBA team. They're like, we're doing MVP voting. Read the ballot.
Would you go Mahomes then?
Yeah, Mahomes. Yeah, I love the idea of throwing a Justin Jefferson in the mix, but yeah, Mahomes is deserving.
All right, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud are terrible at this. Bryce Young said probably would have gone with Hurts or Mahomes. Yeah, because they finished 1-2. Great call. CJ Stroud, I would have split it between Mahomes and Hurts. Other players were more decisive. Anthony Richardson, Hurts. Jonathan Mingo, Hurts. Will Anderson, Micah Parsons would have been his MVP.
By the way, he is at the Star for Cowboys OTAs, Kevin.
Oh, so you heard all the...
They're just voting for the player that reminds themselves of them the most and who they hope to be in the NFL.
Except in the case of Dalton Kincaid, who got drafted by the Buffalo Bills and said his MVP would have been
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. That is correct.
Well, I guess it's a smart vote.
Who is the most...
And this is why players don't vote. As much as people are like, players should vote. Yeah, you just heard the players vote.
Yeah, which guy is under which agency? That's who they're probably going to vote for.
For sure. Which NFL players are the most exciting to watch?
Well, tell me what team they played for, what position they are, and I'll tell you the answer.
This one, it kind of fit better with like what
most
you would
exciting to watch.
Yep.
I mean, to me, it still goes to Patrick Mahomes if we're talking quarterback position, but you brought up Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
I think when it comes to wide receivers, Jefferson is probably the most fun. Well, gosh.
Jefferson, Tyreek.
It's Tyreek Hill. That's
when
what I
Chase
thought.
is healthy. That's a tough one.
Marvin Mims did vote for Patrick Mahomes, and I think you might like this answer from
Did
Anthony
he get drafted
Richardson.
by the Chiefs? I don't think he did. But.
Yeah. For Anthony Richardson, my goodness, there's a whole bunch of them. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
He picked the Colts running back who was hurt all year.
He didn't, but then he said this, which I thought was weird. Almost everybody, they're in the league for a reason. Almost everybody is legit. I hear you. Like, if you're in the NFL, you're objectively awesome at football. But the question was, who's the most entertaining or amazing and exciting to watch? Not everybody. That's a bad answer.
Whoever is the best receiver on my fantasy football team.
Stroud said Tyreek Hill. So did Young, although Young threw in Jalen Waddle as well. So there are their answers there.
Were they ever teammates? I guess he wasn't the quarterback, right?
With
He was the
Waddle?
backup quarterback,
Yeah,
I guess,
I think that is
Waddle
true.
was with Mac Jones.
But, like, at least I can wrap my head around.
Waddle
That-
is a blast.
that
to watch,
wouldn't
Be my vote, but I think that can be a normal answer.
Waddle is a lot of fun to
They
watch.
voted for Hurts for MVP, but nobody voted for he's the most fun to watch.
Which is a little weird.
Okay.
If there's a current NFL rule you could change, or if you could create a rule, what would it be?
Probably for them, less practice.
Ooh.
They'd like to just show up on Sunday.
No kickers.
That's interesting. They focused on the
Holding.
uniforms a
Oh.
lot.
What?
CJ Stroud said more cool uniforms. I don't think uniforms are meant to be so generic. And he also said, I think every cold game should be in a dome. And he said, it's okay.
Who said this?
CJ Stroud. He said,
smart.
Actually, I love playing.
He chose Ohio State, though. You would think he would have chosen a southern college.
Maybe he learned from that. Maybe he's like,
he said he got used to it, but he goes, it's a love-hate relationship. And Anthony Richardson was at least fair. He goes, it wouldn't be a fair rule, but nobody could hit the quarterback. At least he's being honest. And then multiple people said they want to change up the uniform and give their legs more room to breathe. And one of them goes,
because in college, you don't really have socks.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Zay Flowers, the no showing skin rule, get rid of that. You can wear low socks. Players are comfortable with low socks. If you don't have anything on your legs, you can just run.
Socks slow you down.
The higher socks, they're saying.
That's why college is such a faster sport.
Yeah.
Now I know why
the
they're
socks.
flying up. It's
just because of the
like
socks.
how heavy are these damn socks they're wearing in the NFL? These like 3-pound socks.
They're copper fit socks.
Well, they're also
with real copper, like tons of copper in it.
They're also probably not as aerodynamic, because your legs are more aerodynamic than socks.
Well,
Socks
then you
will
know
catch a
what?
lot of
Then
air.
we would see in the Olympics guys running with thongs on.
I mean,
and they're not.
They kind of are.
What?
In the Olympics, they're not wearing socks.
Yeah, but they don't allow swimmers to swim with those things on anymore that like don't show skin because they're
The
like
whole bodysuit.
yeah,
Yeah,
because they're like the skin slows you down, I guess, in the water. So they're like as much skin as possible in the water.
Sometimes you just don't know what direction we're going to go. All right, let's talk about a couple of rules changes. They have adjusted the fair catch for safety kicks and kickoffs. If you catch the ball inside the 25 and fair catch it, you can now advance the ball up to the 25.
That's a real rule now?
No, yeah, that is a real rule.
So if I catch the ball at the 4-yard line, it's to the 25?
Yep.
On a punt?
No.
On a kick.
On a kickoff or
Okay.
a safety kick.
I thought the same thing, Mike.
Okay, I was like, that's not fair. Punters their job is to try to get it inside the 10 to give you good field position.
No, on the kickoff or safety kick. No, that
Dude,
that would be hugely
we are
problematic.
so close to getting rid of the kickoff.
Do you know the only reason they
so
didn't
close.
approve this sooner is because they got a lot of pushback from special teams coaches and kickers, and I thought, yeah, probably.
Because they want to keep their jobs.
Exactly. Now, the Thursday night flex situation is really bizarre.
Like Mike, we just did?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You can now flex games into Thursday night. There are a lot of caveats that go with this. It passed 24-8, which was the minimum that you needed. The Giants, Jets, Packers, Bears, Raiders, Lions, Bengals, and Steelers all voted against it. You can only get 2 flexes between weeks 13 and 17. All right? So weeks 1 through...
When you say you, the NFL or...
The NFL.
Okay, gotcha.
The NFL. So 1 through 12, not on the table. So the NFL can only use 2 flexes between weeks 13 and 17. You must give 28 days advance notice. Remember, we talked about it. At one point, it was going to be 2 weeks. Now they said you need 4 weeks
Makes sense.
advanced
How
notice.
pumped are you if you get flexed out of Thursday?
Oh, you gotta love it.
Your coaches are
For
just like,
sure.
this is awesome. Now, it probably means you're either playing a bad team or you are a bad team.
That is probably true, and there are already people speculating. I saw one of the betting odds is that Week 13 Seahawks and Cowboys gets flexed in to Thursday Night Football because the flexes don't count against, I believe, your regular
Is that after
primetime
Thanksgiving?
schedule. Yes.
So you'd play Thursday? Because sometimes the Cowboys do that anyways.
I think they do play Thursday this year. I would have to go
Okay.
back and check on that.
I could totally see Jerry loving that.
Sure.
Jerry could
let's go
care
ahead.
less
Let's
about
flex into that
player
Thursday
safety.
night game.
You know what he said about the flexing?
Let's flex it.
The thing we've heard a million times that only 7% of NFL fans have ever been to a game inside of a stadium. And so he's hyping up the TV audience again. We've heard him say that numerous times.
I do have a question about that.
Good, because there's even more.
How did you get that number, Jerry? We've never asked him because he said that multiple times on our show, and I've never gone, hey, where is that number? Because it sounds mythical.
I wonder if they just estimate or they like just compile all the TV ratings for the year versus total attendance for the year, which could be a flawed philosophy, but maybe they're like good enough.
We got 90 billion fans and only 100,000 of them.
They do keep control. I know that they do keep fan attendance.
Yes.
So we do know that. They can't fib that. Oh, you know what? Nope, that's not true because Mark Cuban for about 5 years fibbed that he had a sellout.
And I bought into that was going to be a real point that you were going to make. And by the way,
he was
I don't know how he got away with that lie.
I don't either.
He was
I don't
like,
with that
why
one.
wouldn't every team just say we sold out every game?
That's a great question. Now,
Mark Cuban was able to lie that.
teams cannot play 2 road Thursday night football games in a season.
Oh, okay.
And then there's this. This is only in place for 2023 unless the NFL doesn't use it at all, and then it automatically carries over into 2024.
Oh,
how weird is that?
Dumb.
So they're like,
that is dumb.
hey, it's
Save
only
it
for
for
this
next
year. And then they wrote it in the fine print, unless we don't use it. And then it goes into effect for 2024.
What if they don't use it
wild.
then? What if they don't use it then?
That's a great question.
Do they take 2 the next year?
That's a great question.
Oh.
It's much like the Mavericks conveying their pick to the Knicks. They're just going to wait it out. So I don't know the answer to that. And then a couple more things for you. Austin Eckler, it looks like for now they've come to a resolution. The Chargers are going to add close to $2 million in incentives to his deal.
There you go.
So then he can still be a free agent after the season at the age of 28, maybe get another payday. And so that's their happy medium because otherwise it did not seem like he was going to show up to off-season activities. And then also Green Bay is going to host the 2025 NFL Draft.
I don't know if you could pick a worse place.
Because it's so small or cold?
Everything.
Okay.
Nobody wants to go to Green Bay. Everybody that I've heard go to Green Bay is like, there's not restaurants. There's not things to do. Like, think about how many people traveled to Kansas City. Yes, you have a lot of people from Kansas City going, but you see all the crowds. It's not like they actually have 300 fans at every city. They're like, oh, you won't believe this. Like, it's just people from Kansas City. A lot of people travel. They want to stay in nice hotels. They want to go out. They want to party. Green Bay has none of those things. It's just weird to me. I get it's a historic franchise, and then you have to have it indoors, right? I've played. I know it's indoors, but in May, it is freezing ass cold in Wisconsin in May. Like, you can play baseball games when I'm in the International League. I've played games in, where was it? Rochester, July 4th. Temperature 48 degrees. That's in July. Like, it can.
It's pretty impressive.
It is freezing cold there in April.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in honor of the Lakers, who is the team or player you are most excited about when their season is over? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bruce Bochy coming up in about 20 minutes. But right now, in honor of the Lakers, is there a team or maybe more specific player you are most excited about when their season is over? Because, Mike, for the longest time, mine was Tom Brady.
Okay.
And so now I'm going to have
I understand. You even rooted for the Eagles in
That's
a Super
true.
Bowl. Like, it didn't matter, and I couldn't get that.
True.
Like, you hated him that much.
I do.
I hate Dwayne Wade that much. I hate that I own a sleep number bed now because I saw him and his wife doing a video, or not a video, commercial for Sleep Number, and I'm just like, God, I can't believe I own that now, and it doesn't even work well. Thanks a lot, Derek Holland. And as I'm talking, there's that lady, whoever he's married to, the actress lady.
Gabrielle Union?
Yeah, I don't even know Gabrielle Union. She's probably a fine lady who's an actress. I don't like her because she likes Dwayne the Fart Head Wade. And that's the only way I'd ever root for the Lakers. If Fart Knocker Wade was playing against the Lakers, I'd be, screw it, I'm rooting for the Lakers.
Wow.
I guess the same way that
That's
you root
my
for
Tom Brady, yeah.
Tom Brady.
I hear you on that. And so you are, we probably can't say exactly what came through the chat, but you are very happy that the Lakers lost.
Yes, I can't even remember what I put, but they lost, and not only did they lose, they got swept, which was great. There was no hope. All those fart knockers standing up with 1 minute to go, and they couldn't score, and I don't know what LeBron James was doing. And by the way, LeBron James is one of the greatest players I've ever seen in my life. Why he decided to dribble the shot clock down to 5 seconds without even trying to make an aggressive move.
Yeah.
And they're like, you know what? Let's throw it to Schroeder here on the wing. Like, I was like, man, LeBron is one of the smartest players I've ever seen, but that was kind of a really bad decision to not attack, not start the offense early. And so for them to block the shot at the end and him not really even to get a look off and him look at the ref for a second and go, hey, LeBron James, you want to send me to the free throw line? He's like, you can go home for the rest of your season. It was great. Lakers, take it. Smell it. Do whatever you want with it, but you're a loser. Just like all of us who root for all the other teams.
Wow. Okay.
All the other teams that don't win, obviously.
Yeah,
If
there's
you
going to be
root
one
for
team.
the team that wins, then you're a winner.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But only one
I'm
team gets
actually
to
wearing
win.
I have one shirt that has anything to do with the Denver Nuggets. It says Colorado on it, and I wore it today because I'm like, Nuggets, you're my favorite.
And we talked about this before the show because Corey brought it up.
That's interesting.
Do you not like Gatorade either? That's the
I
tough
know.
thing is like, I think Amazon has some horrific policies on their books, but they are so omnipresent that it can be hard to break away from.
What about Panini? I think he has a deal with Panini.
Oh no, I love cards. Yeah, that's
You
tough.
You can't have any more Panini
Well,
products.
Panini's-
Only Tops.
Panini's, well, they already bought Topps.
What?
And Panini is about to go
Well,
away.
just Donruss then.
So they're owned by
You are
Panini
kidding me.
as well.
Leaf.
Same.
Well, no way you're joking.
Leaf is owned by Fanatics now.
Oh, okay, that's right. Because and Fanatics is going to own Panini soon enough. So it's going to be.
I thought there were rules against monopolies, by the way, in our country. I feel like Fanatics has gone into straight monopoly
we
of
choose
of
that
cards.
very selectively of what.
They just bought PWCC, which doesn't mean much to people, but like they're literally buying everything that you could buy a card from. Fanatics will own every single part of it. At some point, they're going to own eBay Card Market, I guess, too.
Interesting. From the 817, Mike, I love you. Me and you drink out of the same straw, brother. When was the last time you shared a straw with somebody, Mike?
Probably my wife or kids, I assume.
All right.
But not at the same time, right?
You can't share one straw at the same time, I don't think. It's kind of like you think you can multitask, and then I ask you about commercials during stuff. You're like, I don't know. I've never seen a commercial
Because
in my
I
life.
told you I do other things and leave the room during these commercials or focus in on something else.
I got one, Kevin. Unless you want to read a fan text.
Well,
because somebody said that we never read the fan texts.
What? Our show?
I never rate them because I'm never on it.
From the 210, it's Duke for me. And then
that's a real good one.
And then I see that from the 682. It's Duke basketball. I get it. People hate elite greatness. So I understand. Without any whiff of a scandal.
Elitists. I think that's what you meant to say, Kevin. Just like you hate golf because of the elitism.
That's true. I just think it's boring. But it does have a lot. Let's not pretend like golf is not an elite people's sport. Like, I'm not saying you can't play golf, but there's a lot of elite ass people that are playing golf.
I think for me, this is very obscure, but when Kirk Cousins' season ends, it gives me a lot of pleasure.
Okay.
And the reason being, Kevin, I believe I was one of the first advocates for Kirk Cousins isn't great. And a lot of people were, every year when he's putting up numbers and stuff, they're like, all those guys can shut up now that ever said Kirk Cousins isn't great. Well, no, I won't, because he hasn't won one, because he won't. That's just what he is.
Yeah.
And so every year, and it's nothing, I don't know, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. He just isn't, he's not the dude that's going to do that thing. I can see it.
When it comes to sports, it's tough to rationalize things.
Yeah.
Like, I'm with you, and they're like, well, why is that? You're like, I don't know. I just do, okay?
He cooked some weird-looking steaks once. That
You
was
remember
awkward.
That. They
Yeah.
look kind of like a rock, too.
Yeah.
So you're Tom Brady.
Yep.
And any team?
Yeah.
Who?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Tom Brady on any team. And I was
no,
like,
I'm saying like
any team.
Because mine's Dwayne Wade and the Lakers.
I do.
I don't root for Philadelphia Eagles much either.
I just because of school and everything, I do take a good level of appreciation when Texas loses.
Okay.
So that would
The
probably,
Rangers? We're about to have Bruce Bochy on.
well,
You're going to tell him that to his face?
They hardly ever lose unless they have the lead in the seventh.
And the Yankees, if the Yankees can lose in a big scenario, I'm definitely excited about that. Even if they're on a big stage and they try but at least we were there, I'll be like, that doesn't matter at all. I got to see you lose on a big stage, and I'm happy for it.
I don't know if I always fall into that because when it's the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, I usually just zip it. Because I'm like, well, not like my team can make it there. So.
Opie World here on the Twitch put Devin Booker.
Yes.
That's a good one.
And I saw somebody say Devin Jenner at an attempt to be derogatory, I feel like. But
means.
aren't the Jenner girls worth
okay.
lots and lots and lots of money?
Are
they together still?
He was with one of them.
Okay. The rich one or
Kendall,
the less rich one?
It was Kendall. Yeah.
Is she the rich one or the less rich one?
Probably less rich.
Okay.
She's the more modelly one.
Okay, because the other gal's worth like $1 billion.
Lots of investments there.
Yeah, that
for
makeup thing she got going on.
Yeah.
For the 817, Aaron Rodgers, hands down from the 405, F Dwayne Wade, and lots of people
But
have
I
thoughts
want
about
Aaron
Dwayne
Rodgers
Wade.
to lose at the hands of the Cowboys, and that otherwise I really don't care.
In AT&T Stadium too.
Just the way he beats us really irritates me.
Yeah.
Mine was Alex Rodriguez back in the day.
Ooh, I could see that.
Because of
Game
his
6
relationship
was
with
phenomenal.
Kyrie.
Of course.
Yeah.
Game 6 for the 2010 ALCS.
Yes.
I guess we really need to distinguish
Yes.
that from, well, don't worry about from what else is the greatest moment in Rangers history. And until that changes, when they win a World Series, I will stick with that.
Anytime I can see like Brock Lesnar throw Cody Rhodes around, it makes me feel good.
Oh, poor Cody Rhodes has been getting thrown around quite a bit. And then from the 214, it's the Cowboys for me. I get that. I really do. And that's what we talk about all the time. Part of the drawing power of the Cowboys is not, I mean, they have a huge fan base, but at least, I don't know, I feel like 25 to 30% of those people watching are usually like, hoping that they lose.
And somebody said Deshaun Jackson. I agree with that. I am very interested in this. Deshaun Jackson's one of those guys that if you see him go down, you're just like, you deserved it. Just because, dude. I think mostly it was just the what he was running around with when he would like drop the football beforehand, trying to brag and everything, whatever. But how much of your
Ricky Waters irked me as like a teenager.
Yeah, he did to me too, right?
Okay.
How much of it is based on like a take you have? And because my Kirk Cousins is very specifically because I need him to continue failing so that my take continues to be, hey, I always told you this.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times I think you hitch it to, whoever that guy is up in Seattle. I don't like him as he was drafted, and now every year I'm rooting for him to fail.
Yeah, see, I can see that. I just never let it interfere. I never let it interfere with fandom of my personal teams, you know? Like when Randy Gregory left, we were like, well, good. He was not that great to begin with. If he ever came back and was kicking some ass, great, because he plays on my team. I still feel like people struggle with that with Dak, right? Dak specifically, just like I felt like they struggle with Romo. I felt like we had people all the time rooting for Romo and Dak to fail, even though they love the Cowboys, which I cannot wrap my head around.
And I think, somebody just said Phillip Rivers, massive sports hate. It also, there are times where players, you may have never hated them until they were against your team, and then they did something that mouthed up, like Karl Malone. Yeah. He goes nose to nose with Don Nelson, and I'm like, nope, never going to like Karl Malone. Based off that, little did I know there would be other reasons to not like him in the future that I didn't know about at the time. But that was definitely a moment that marked I don't like that guy because he went after my guy.
That's how I feel about Martin Brodeur. He has never wronged me in any personal way or said or done things that I'm aware of that I think are awful. But because of the 2000 Stanley Cup Finals, I'm like, screw that guy.
When you played, Mike, were there opponents that you hated? That you were like, oh, I can't wait to play them because, or were you just like, no, I'm just working on me? I feel like you were working on you.
Yeah, I don't remember hating another player on another team. Now I might have, but it must have not been that strong because I don't recall it. So, no, I had another player but I'm forgetting now.
Well, don't worry. There's plenty of hate going on here in honor of the Lakers. Who?
Jokic.
Really? Why?
Because I don't want him to be better than Luka. I want to see him lose.
Well, too bad.
He is better than Luka. He's been better
That's
than
why.
Luka for a while.
Okay, I'm rooting against Kevin now. That's every time, Kevin. A&M, Duke, Jokic. That's what I'm doing.
Colby loved nothing more than to watch my team lose. One of the saddest moments in his run with us was in the NCAA tournament when Texas A&M was getting smoked. And he walked outside, smoked a couple cigarettes, and A&M made a 10-point comeback in the last 1 minute. And he goes, what kind of BS is this? And he was so upset.
In your face, Northern Iowa.
Yeah, I wasn't sad.
I didn't want the Mavericks to draft Kenyon Martin Jr. because I didn't like the way how Kenyon Martin, your Bryan Adams guy, treated Dirk. I thought he disrespected him in the playoffs. Now, David West also did too, right? There was a lot of players that seemed hey, here's the deal, and I get it. They're like, I can't really stop him. I'm going to have to try to intimidate him for him to maybe not have as good a game as we need. If you could disrupt Dirk, you really would have the Mavericks lose. They didn't really have major second options to go to. I think Jason Terry was probably their second best offensive option at the time, but Kenyon Martin, David West, other people would be like, let me see if I can intimidate him, get underneath his skin. Bruce Bowen.
I mean, Dennis Rodman was the king of that, right? He would say, I'm just going to try and figure out how to get you off your game. I don't know exactly what it's going to take, but I'll figure it out before the game's over tonight.
And from the 940, that's how the whole world feels when the Cowboys, every time they lose. The thing we talked about a lot off air is that I'm surprised it's so thrilling for people still, since we haven't won anything of consequence in 28 years. At least with the Lakers, in that same span, they've won, at least six NBA titles. And so I understand the rooting against them a little bit more.
In my lifetime, they have 11.
Wow. And so, but since the Cowboys...
Magic has 5, Kobe has 5, LeBron has 1.
And so at least there, they win high stakes things. The Cowboys, they don't win high stakes things. From the 4-6-9, oh man, I got a lot. It's Trae Young, the Suns, KD, the Celtics, the Knicks. Wow. From the 2-4, the Rams. From the 8-17, Texas A&M in any sport. From the 9-7-2, Aaron Rodgers. From the 2-4, it's those dirty Cardinals from St. Louis.
What did they do?
I mean,
we did it. We're the ones that did it.
I still blame
I saw
them.
David Freeze earlier on the Twitch. It's weird because, you don't really have a rivalry with them. They did beat you in the playoffs. It wasn't like they cheated.
Yeah.
They just beat you, and then that ended the situation with the Cardinals. Like, I would have loved for them to have gone back to the World Series and played the Cardinals again. But
And what they could have done, Corey, was just stand there and strike out every time.
I feel like Houston, you should dislike Houston a lot more.
That's true.
Oh, I definitely
Has
do.
that been brought up at all?
No, I am
the reason
shocked.
the reason I didn't, Mike, is because their season last year didn't end. They won. And that's why I didn't bring them up, because I couldn't laugh at their sadness last year.
Okay. Last one, Derek Holland brings up Ohio State and Dwayne Wade.
Ooh.
He doesn't like Urban Meyer, but I know you're a big Urban Meyer guy.
I do not care for Urban Meyer whatsoever.
when?
And multiple reports, Joey, I'm sure you already knew this, that Kendall Jenner is now with Bad Bunny. So that felt like a trade up.
Those are two people.
Yeah. Bad Bunny's got all the money, surely. Coming up next.
I know. He freaking ruined traffic for one night I was doing a Ranger game.
Sorry about that, Mike. He's very popular. Coming up next, we go into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, and we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy next, right here on The Fan. .53 The Fan. We are set to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just 1 second. Wanted to throw out something and see if you saw it. Did you see quarterback Jake Hayner's rookie photo shoot where he kind of turned it into like a glamour shot? Dating website photo shoot.
I have not seen this. Is there a video? Or is it just
I've
pictures?
only seen the stills. I'm sure there is a video, but I've only seen the stills, and it looks like he's trying out for like Zoolander 3.
Oh, he's giving Cold Steel or whatever. Blue Steel.
Blue Steel.
Magnus.
Ooh, that's what I'm gonna go with. And I just thought it was fun, and I appreciate people who are prepared to do some bits and everything like that. So I thought that was pretty cool.
What's your favorite photo bit to do? Whenever it's like, hey, time to take a picture with.
He does the Generation X thing, I feel.
Like this?
I could see that or somewhere else.
Oh.
Or D-Generation.
D-Generation. I also think it's cool when people pretend like they're lifting something up because of the perspective.
Okay.
I think that's really
all
neat.
right. I like that.
All right. Right now on the line, we have the manager of your first place Texas Rangers. It is Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Well, we're having a good old time today, loving the Rangers being in first place. And I know you kind of addressed this yesterday, but I am kind of curious, what are the next options when it comes to bullpen? Like, where do you look when there have been so many different people struggling in the bullpen?
Yeah. No, I'm surprised that's the first thing we're talking about. No, all kidding aside. It's a credible concern. No doubt. I think, we're all seeing the struggles there, with, the walks and the lone balls hurting them too. So it's just showing you that, as a group, they're having trouble controlling the strike zone. And, it's a work in progress right now, to be honest. When you have a couple of key guys at the back end that go through their struggles, I've said this, it's hard to replace them. But to answer your question, every day we go through a game plan, the matchups that we think are the best for these guys, and try to stay behind them. Part of this whole deal is try to keep their confidence, because there's no doubt it's been shaken, and because they're better than this, and they got to be better than this, and we believe that we're a lot better than what's going on right now, and so that's part of this whole deal is just keep trying to support them and not let that doubt creep inside their head too much, which I think it has at times, because we do have some good arms from the left side, the right side. So anyway, I like Leclerc, the way he's trending. His stuff's gotten better. I think Burke. So we'll start including those guys along with Reagan's. Barlow was the guy that comes in and, he throws some really good sliders, and, he just made a big mistake yesterday. He's got the experience. So now you go in that one alley and go, okay, Joe, we're going to push him back down. That's the tough call, how much you stay behind these guys, because you hate to keep shooting from the hip, with guys that we're using late. And I think they're all capable of doing it. So today, Mike and I will talk, and Brett Hayes, we'll talk about our strategy as we get deep in the game.
And I'm kind of glad you brought that up, Bruce, with the first part, or the part of, not letting them get in their own heads. When you see how their teammates respond, that's kind of another area that could get shaken. How do they keep not only their own confidence and, hey, we can keep doing this, but maybe even not even getting down on teammates and that part of it?
Oh, yeah. Now you're talking about the rest of the club?
Yeah, like the infielders and everything else that are out there.
Yeah, but, the way they have bounced back, I have no concern with them.
Yep.
They'll keep grinding. They did last night. Gave up, 5 runs, a grand slam, and here we had the time run on deck. So, you know what? They're a tough group, a resilient group, which they have shown, and so I don't have the concern there. But
Good.
With that said, we got to get better, and because after a while, you to your point, maybe you do get punched too many times. But right now, no, this is a good group. They know, we're going through a little bump in the road here with that bullpen. I said this last night, every team wish they were perfect in every area, whether it's hitting, base running, defense, our little glitch is the bullpen right now. It's not so much a little one. It's been an issue. There's no getting around it. So we'll keep working on trying to tighten this up.
But you have so many positive storylines, and you're having a good year. You're still in first place in the West, and one of them that I'm somewhat surprised about is Josh Young. I know he's a good prospect, but I thought, well, he could get off to a slow start. He doesn't have tons of minor league experience because of his injuries, but he is on pace right now for a 30 home run season for a year that he might have 100 RBIs. You've kept him in that 5 spot, and he just keeps producing for you. Can you talk about his maturity and growth throughout the season, especially batting 5th every day?
Yeah, I love the guy. I love the way he goes about his business. I'm talking about how he prepares for a game. He's a learner, man. He continues to work on his craft, on defense, on offense. Love his energy. He's engaged during the game. Great teammate. And at the end with he's a really, really good talent, great talent. He can hit the ball out of any part of the ballpark. He's dangerous. Gives you good at-bats. So there's really no part of the game you don't like about him. I mean, he's not going to go out and steal a lot of bases if you were looking for something, but he comes to play every day. And I just love his attitude. He plays to win. He's all in to win, and this kid, he's got no doubt in his ability. So I'm not surprised at what I'm seeing because I saw this in spring training.
It's interesting that you say that because you were really high on this team coming out of spring training, and now Nate Lowe is like, you can't sleep on the Rangers. If we're not in contention coming down the stretch, I'd be very, very surprised. Is that a point of pride with this team to show that they weren't a fluke, that they are real, or does that even really matter at this point in the season?
Oh, I think it matters that this team, has raised the bar on their expectations. They should. I mean, with the team that we have, I talked about that in our opening meeting. We're really good. And you look at this lineup, and you look at this pitching, the starting pitching, and we thought the bullpen would be better. There's no getting around that. We didn't quite see this coming with our struggles, and it's like a virus hit, and we're hoping that we get over this virus and get those guys going. But no, they match up well against anybody. As far as the starter that goes out there in this offense, you've seen how they have really competed well against some of the aces on these teams, and so I think it is important that they believe that. Because if you don't believe it, it's a little adage. You'll believe who you are, and that's going to determine what you will be. And this club really believes that they're good.
Bruce Bochy joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan every Tuesday. And I'm kind of curious, have you checked to make sure that Marcus Simeon's human? Because That dude seems to, when he sees ball, he just hits it, and he hits it hard. He's hitting everything, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know, I heard about his slow start in last year, but he's just, he's just such a good all-around player too. He knows the game. I mean, he's a shortstop playing second. I just love his athleticism. He's like having another outfielder where he goes back on the ball, where he goes across the bag on that backhand. But to your point, he can hit. I mean, he can flat out hit, and he's clutch. So no, I know how lucky I am to have a guy I just pencil in the lineup every day. I don't even check on him because he'll feel insulted. I'm just glad we played 5 innings a couple days ago. I took him out. I thought he'd be asking me why, but he took it well because we had that big lead. And so anytime I get him off his feet, I will. But he comes to play. He's not going to want to sit.
Y'all have had so many players in the lineup this year come through, whether it was planned, whether they needed to be a replacement or whatever, which is why I boldly declared yesterday that the Rangers have the best offense in Major League Baseball right now. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that statement?
No, I'm with you. I think when you saw the series between us and the Braves, you saw similar offenses, dangerous, balanced, hard-fought series. They took the series, but, we lost it late. It could have gone our way. We played very well against them, and, I could say the same about them against us. But, I think it's as good as any offense in the league now. You got to look at what Tampa's doing, obviously. They're doing some incredible things there, but you look at the total runs scored, and that's us. So, granted, we have done against some position players, but that's a credit to how good this offense is that teams are having to use position players.
Leote was batting .204 in the month of April, and I know he got hurt at spring training, and that might have been why he got off to a little bit of a slow start. In May, he's batting .391 with a .944 OPS. Can you give us an idea on how hard Leote worked on maybe changing his game from last year to this year, and then how it's improved so much in this month of May?
Yeah, it's been really amazing how fast that turnaround was. And part of it now, he missed spring training, basically. So, that's a tough deal, and he missed those at-bats, and rehab wasn't long with an injury. We probably brought him up a little bit early, and he's still trying to find his timing. But you have to give credit to our hitting guys, Donnie Eckler, Tim Hires. I think they've done it, especially from the left side. He has a better foundation. I'm talking about his legs. He's using them better. Has helped him lay up a lot of pitches. He's not chasing that ball down like he used to earlier in the season. And he just has a lot of confidence going from both sides. And it's sometimes we forget how young he is. And when you watch his batting practice, he's got power from both sides. Can run. He's got a chance to be an impact type player. That's how good I think he can be. With the ceiling that's on him.
Boch, I have a historic question. Growing up as a kid, I always remember kind of on This Week in Baseball, the 1984 World Series, and there's a meeting at the mound, and Sparky Anderson looks at Kirk Gibson and says, "He doesn't want to walk you." And Kirk Gibson ends up hitting a home run. I know you're on the wrong side of that World Series there. Do you have any kind of fun or inside information in that moment or after that game on that historic moment in baseball?
Yeah. First of all, tough series for us. Our starting pitching really struggled. We split with them in San Diego. Then they took 3 straight. For me, it was a big moment. I got one at bat and got a hit, so I'm hitting 1,000. So I'll take that. And I was grateful. Dick Williams gave me the one at bat. But later on, as years went by, Goose got put in the Hall of Fame along with Dick Williams, and Goose called Dick Williams to congratulate him, and his wife Norma answered, and he goes, "Hey, Nora, this is Goose. I should have walked him. So tell Dick that, but I need to talk to Dick. And Dick says, it's Goose. Dick, you want to talk to him? You still mad at him for not walking him? And so they had a little fun there. If you knew Dick Williams, he wasn't one to give in too much. And Goose was probably the only guy that could have talked him out of it, and he did. And but Goose's numbers were incredible against Gibson. He did strike him out for the most part, but on that particular night, he got him.
The Bruce Bochy joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece. Now, Jared Sandler does the radio play-by-play for the Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan and the Rangers Radio Network, and he also does some pre- and post-game show work as well. And recently, he did an impression of you, Bruce, and I was wondering, we're going to play this for you real quick. How accurate do you think Jared Sandler's impression of you is?
I think he is, to a man going home, looking around and just looking in the mirror and talking to himself, saying, Bruce, well, I don't know what you could have done differently. I can't do Bruce Bochy voice. I'm sorry.
So that is Jared Sandler doing his Bruce Bochy impression. Your thoughts on Jared's impression?
Not bad. Yeah. Actually, Maddox did me yesterday. So, no, I get that a lot. So, no, all good there. And, Jared, he's a hard worker. I saw him in the hotel working out today, man. He's getting in shape for something.
He gets up at like 4 a.m. every day to go do that.
Yeah, no, he gets after it in there. So he's on a mission.
You said a lot of people have tried impersonations of your voice. Did you ever have a teammate or friend or anything that you're like, they really got it to a T? That was nice.
Oh, man. I know Posey used to do it occasionally, do me. Gosh, I can't think of anybody really. A lot of guys do it. They actually would have this deal where everybody had to do it. And so, they had fun with that. And they haven't done it here yet, so I'm hoping they don't. There's nothing worse than hearing your own voice sometimes.
Man, that's true.
Trust me, I feel that. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Well,
we wonder how people can listen to us at times.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks,
and
Bruce.
we look forward to talking with you every week. Can't wait for next week as well.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. We'll see you next week.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm not going to lie, it hurt just a little bit when Mike goes, we wonder how people can listen to us. And he goes, yeah.
Yeah.
I
get it, guys.
You're hoping for something to soften the blow just a little bit there.
No, you guys are great. Your voices are fine.
Is that your Bochy
That's my
now?
best Boch right
All right,
there.
you sound like Galloway, kind of.
Oh, yeah. Galloway was more that. Bruce is even deeper. I don't understand how the bass just drops out of it, man.
I feel like if you pretend you're Darth Vader instead of Yogi Bear, like I would tell. Now, Sandler doesn't watch Star Wars, so
Right.
I don't know if I don't know if he would kind of know how to even do a Star Wars Darth Vader impersonation. But I feel like if you try to do Darth Vader, you have a decent chance of getting close to Bochy.
And now, how about we do some Mike Likes It? We will talk with Jared tomorrow, so we can really put him on the spot about that.
And somebody said, I wonder if Bochy's going to be honored to win Masterpiece of the Week. Bochy.
Yeah. He said a couple of things. That was fun.
Name one.
All right.
Nope.
So, guys, Mike Likes It is now. Deal with it.
Okay.
I have 1,799 votes. As I asked this question this morning, based off of LeBron being Luka's idol, favorite player, in awe of, they have a pretty good relationship. Sure. I assume that Luka has a relationship with Michael Jordan. He chose Michael Jordan as his shoe rather than Nike, rather than whatever, Under Armour or Adidas. And so I thought about this last night as LeBron was at the podium crying about wanting to fake retire so everybody would stop talking about him getting swept and all that stuff. Is if Luka needs advice right now on his game and or career path, and Luka were to make a call, who do you think? You can answer it in either way, but I do think there can be two different answers. I put who is he calling, because I wanted to know who do you think he is calling, and people are like, you should have put who should he be calling. And I guess those are two different questions. I put it who is he calling. 60% say he's calling Michael Jordan. 40% say he's calling LeBron James. I want to know y'all's perspective on who do you think Luka is calling out of those two people, because very few people can call up LeBron James and or Michael Jordan and get responses and get like long answers, and they could sit down and have a dinner. Luka does have in his Rolodex, he can sit down and talk to Michael Jordan, talk to LeBron James. Who do you think he's calling if he wants advice on his career?
I 100% think he's calling LeBron. And I know I've already seen some votes immediately come in and said he should call Michael Jordan. But the way the question is phrased, I think he definitely talks to LeBron.
Okay.
I don't think he talks to anybody. Because I think he's like, look,
I'm
man,
too good
I was
to-
a professional at 16 years old.
Yeah.
I got this thing. My team needs to figure it out. My organization needs to figure everything out. I'm fine. And I do think somebody needs to be in his ear at some point. The one person, if I'm going to guess, like, who is he calling? I think Draymond. I think he has a lot of respect for Draymond Green, and he wants to be, he kind of sees that dude's a dog, just like I am. And I think that might be a guy that he calls.
Well, I would say out of the two, I'm giving you the option to give. Well, hell, call somebody else.
Yeah.
No, who do you think he's calling out of LeBron and Michael?
Well, Michael, obviously for business purposes.
Okay.
You know, and Michael showed him all the love at the All-Star game. And while he's walking right past LeBron James and everybody else, he's like, oh, there is my golden boy.
So I think he should call Michael, but I think the answers that he wants to hear are going to be from LeBron James.
And what are the specifically, what do you think are the answers that he wants to hear? Because I agree with you.
I think the answers he wants to hear is you're doing everything possible. Don't worry about it. Hey, if you don't think Dallas can win or you don't like your situation, like, it's a tough decision, but it's okay to leave.
Yeah.
And I think if you want to leave, if there's part of you that wants to leave, but there's part of you that wants to be loyal, I don't think you want to talk to Michael Jordan about that, because Michael's going to say, stick it out.
Yeah.
You know, now I get Michael makes money off of Luka Doncic. I mean, Michael has a contract with Luka. The more Luka shoes sell, the more Luka does well, the more money Michael makes. And I know Michael has all the money in the world. When you watch, at least Air, and you see his net worth is billions of dollars. Like, he doesn't really need money, and I'm not saying he's worried about how much money Luka gets, but I do think Michael Jordan takes pride in his brand and doesn't like that Luka didn't even make the playoffs, doesn't like that Jason Tatum is getting all the hate that he gets, doesn't like that Zion can't play basketball to save his life because of his body. But I do think that Michael would give him answers that he wouldn't want to hear. And that's why I think he would avoid Michael Jordan and talking to him.
Because Michael would give himself answers he didn't want to hear, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I think so. I bet he probably had that struggle back and forth. It's like, oh my gosh. And he's like, that's what you need to do.
I wonder this. I think Michael would tell Luka, you're out of shape. You cannot lead a team to a championship unless you can play all 48 minutes of every playoff game. Not saying you should play all 48 minutes of every playoff game, but you need to have your body ready at 24, 25 years old to play 48 minutes for 28 playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Luka wants to hear that.
Yeah, no, but Michael probably, I don't know if he wanted to hear it when he was playing, but he said, I got to do it.
But he immediately called up, if you don't know the story, after he lost to the Pistons, again, he finds a new trainer. And he says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be as muscly as I possibly can. If they're going to knock me on my ass every time I take the ball to the basket, and you could back then, there were no rules against clotheslining people and everything like that.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, I'm going to have to get my body prepared to do this. And Phil worked on his mental part of his game, right? And I don't know if Jason Kidd is the right person to work on Luka's mental part. Now, Luka has to want it. Michael wanted it so bad that he's like, I'm going to be in the weight room every day and I'm going to change my arms. I'm going to change my shoulders. I'm going to change the muscular part of my body. If you look at Michael Jordan in about 1988 through 1990, he was in phenomenal cardio shape. He could play, if you look at his stats, he would pretty much play every game and play 40-plus minutes every game in the regular season and do the same in the postseason. But he's like, I have to physically change my body if I want to beat these Detroit Pistons. I have to mentally change the way I might be approaching this game. And Phil Jackson, I will give him my trust, even though there's parts of books where he's struggling to give the trust to Phil Jackson. And I'm just wondering, like at some point, Luka, I'm watching these playoffs and I'm watching how much Jokic has changed. Maybe not even the physical part of his body. He did get thinner from when he became a fat ass one year and decided like that was a bad idea.
Yep.
And so he's decided not to be a fat ass coming into a season. And I think Luka kind of learned that lesson.
Yeah.
But then in a weird way, he got hurt and then got fat during the season, which seems impossible to do. But he's like, watch how much weight I can put on in 2 weeks.
I'm really curious about, you talk about Michael wanted it so bad.
Right.
And that he even said to Phil regarding Dennis Rodman, I'll take care of him. You know, you don't worry. I know he's kind of a wild card, but I'll take care of him. I'm curious as to why he was so confident that he could get through to him. Like,
because he knew he knew that Dennis, the stuff I've read, Michael knew that Dennis was somewhat intimidated by him and would follow him. He was in awe of Michael Jordan. So he knew Dennis really isn't in awe of anybody in this league, but he is of one, me. And I can control him because of that.
And see, that's where, like, LeBron, does it not feel to you, Kevin, that when it comes to LeBron and trying to get people to follow him, it's, hey, I am trying to pursue this. Y'all are here to fulfill a role for me.
I could see that.
And I guess with Jordan, it did feel like, hey, I am going to lead y'all there. But it is a team thing. It just felt more like, yes, I am this poster boy for everything right now. McDonald's, Sprite, every Gatorade, Nike. I am that. But it was not just about, I feel different. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean, looking back now, watching The Last Dance, there were lots of me moments, but everything just seems like, look, I'm trying to chase something. Y'all are here to help me get to that. And Michael was just trying to say, I'm just trying to win. Anything else, I'm just trying to win.
And I think for Luka, I don't think he's going to ask out of Dallas this offseason. I don't even know if he would ask out after this season. I think there's starting to be a little bit of question. I do, from what I understand, Luka does really like it in Dallas because he has total control of everything.
Yeah.
Like, it is his franchise, his team. He's not going to be questioned or pushed or anything through the organization because they're afraid of him if they do push him or question him or talk about his weight to him as a Dallas Maverick employee or Mark Cuban, that, hey, if he doesn't like it, he can just always ask out. And so I think that they worry about that. But I worry about Luka becoming, I do think he has the talent and ability to become a conversation of the great players in the history of the game. Jokic is pushing himself into that conversation right now. Now, obviously, Jokic has to win not just this championship. Jokic has to win 2 more championships. Yeah. You really don't get pushed into the discussion of greatest of all time unless you win 3.
Yeah.
If you win 3, then you start getting pushed into the conversation of whether you want to put Kobe in there or Duncan or LeBron or Michael or whoever it is. You kind of have to win 3 to get put into the conversation.
Jokic couldn't do it without Jamal Murray, though. That's been proven.
And nobody can ever do it by themselves.
I saw that fourth quarter yesterday. It seemed like he could do it just fine without Jamal Murray.
And you do have to have help along the way. No, Michael couldn't win until Scottie matured into a really good player.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's everybody. Magic had Kareem. Larry had McHale and Parrish. Like, everybody has to have somebody. You can't do it on your own. But I worry about Luka right now and how much he wants it. As Carmelo Anthony retires, he'll always be better than Carmelo Anthony to me. But, like, I could see a path 5-6 years from now where, like, God, he's way more Carmelo Anthony than I ever thought he would be.
Fascinating stuff from Mike Bassick right there. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think we're going to get more fascinating stuff out of Mike Bassick in the next segment because I have questions about minor league baseball. Next on The Fan.
Join the G.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow our show is only an hour long, and we'll try to cram 2 segments into every segment.
No, let's just do 2 good segments. Talk with Jared for another good segment, and then go about our day.
Do you need me tomorrow?
Do you need me?
I'm
gonna be at the Stars
Just
game
pretend
tonight.
I'm here.
I need somebody.
Just think about this. Tomorrow, I'm going to the Stars game tonight, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think's going to happen at that game?
Overtime.
Yeah, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to celebrate. All right, and I'm probably going to pregame. All right, and I know Bobby showed up after pregaming and celebrating, but I'm not Bobby. All right, there are things that I'm older. My body doesn't recover as fast.
Mm-hmm.
Just be prepared.
Oh my God,
Kevin, tomorrow.
Okay.
That I might not be completely available.
All right, Joey, my keyword is going to be freeze. If you hear me say freeze tomorrow, that means you need to go back and forth with me as we just freeze them out of the show, because Corey's like, I'll tell you something about that game. I saw this girl in the 3rd row, and I'll be like, nope.
Yeah, that'll be trouble for me. Don't get me in trouble. But
we're trying to help.
Yeah. Let's get the C block rolling now.
Go.
I will be at the Stars game tonight. No clue where I'm sitting. I'm betting it's 300 section, but as Spittle typically does, the go hang around at section 118, I believe it is.
Okay,
I will be down in that area tonight for during the first intermission for a frosty beverage.
Ooh.
And somebody did say I volunteer to co-host. I'm off tomorrow, so Kevin, you could have somebody.
I might kick off the show by being like, "Do you live in close proximity to Fitzhugh and Henderson?"
After the show's over, I'll do 5 minutes of what I thought of the Stars win and 5 minutes of what I thought of the Stars loss.
I like
then
that.
You can play
So is it just 5 uninterrupted minutes of Mike with nothing?
Just what Joey's going to do is throw it in. Just hit a button and just like, this sounds like a good sentence for Mike to do.
And he'd be like, yeah, Ben was on. Or what happened to the Benaissance? That's, oh my gosh. I
just did it.
All right. Have a nice day off, Mike.
I should not be encouraging this.
The Rangers today announced the sale of 2 of their minor league affiliates, the Down East Wood Ducks and the Hickory Crawdads.
They just sold them?
And I think Evan Grant pointed out that was like a while back. That was on its way to happen.
Maybe it's like the papers were signed or whatever.
Yes. And it's the sale means the organization that operates as the Down East Wood Ducks will be leaving Kinston. I saw they're going somewhere else. I'm gonna have to go find that information somewhere else. But that, Mike, I was curious about, and this is real quick. Yeah. I was curious this morning. I was like, all right, so they don't have to be completely associated with the Rangers, like as an ownership, in order to be.
Most owners of minor league teams are not owned by MLB teams.
Gotcha. Okay.
I bet that's kind of surprising for people.
Yeah, you would just presume, hey, they own everything all the way down, and then that they control it that way. But it sounds like the message is always controlled, what's sent. But owners of those teams own themselves sometimes. Like even Frisco, they're not. Are they owned by the Rangers? Or are they owned by Chuck Greenberg?
I'm 99% sure they're owned by Chuck Greenberg still.
All right, I saw this on Twitter this morning, and it was LaTroy Hawkins had retweeted it.
All right.
And I was very interested in this. Jacob Turner, who played from like 11 to 18, finished his career with a 5.37 ERA and 370 innings pitched.
More innings than me, but I think similar ERA.
He said, I was one of the highest paid high school draftees in Major League Baseball history at $5.5 million. I signed at 18, made my big league debut at 20, and was hanging on to my career by 25. What you don't hear about the draft signing for millions in professional sports. There's about 10 things here. I might not get to all of them, all right? But
That sounds super interesting.
I was curious Mike's thought on most of these things. Number one, you're flying blind. The MLB draft is like Houdini's black box. You never know what's going to happen. Teams know everything, agents know pieces, and players know nothing. Do you agree that that's kind of the perspective is, look, we're the owners. We know everything. We've been in this forever. You're an 18-year-old kid out of high school. We just need you to come work on yourself.
Yes, for the most part, but I had a father who played Major League Baseball.
That did help, yeah.
It helped out knowing what
you could trust,
what I was kind of getting into, even though I remember crying as soon as I showed up to Burlington, North Carolina, because I was like, what did I get myself into?
It's interesting.
But in terms of like being away from home, or
yeah, Podunk, Kirk's Motor Court, you're like, oh my, because you grew up in Duncanville, you grew up obviously in a suburb of Dallas, and then you are in the country of North Carolina. You know, and some
where Corey Seager's from,
and you're just like, oh my god.
Number 2, need to know only. Professional sports equals business first. MLB teams turn into professional stalkers. Keep your circle small. Assume everything you say is public information. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that sounds right.
Especially today. Obviously, in 1996, it's a little bit different, right?
Okay,
There's very little internet. There's obviously no social media. So today, a very different world as a draft pick. And I know he's saying, 2008 was when he was drafted. 2011, he makes the major leagues, if I'm remembering this guy's career.
Yeah.
It's a different world in 2008 than 1996.
Sure.
Number 3, to get leverage is everything. To get paid in the draft, you must craft a story that exudes leverage. Teams negotiate on nostalgia, emotion, and a little boy's dream coming true. To get paid, ignore the noise and create leverage. You weren't being sold. Well, maybe you were. This is your dream come true to play in Major League Baseball by starting out in the minors.
For sure.
And
like
drafted.
We've actually had on my scout. You know, that drafted me, that came to my house, stayed till 1 a.m. and pretty much worked out a deal there. But yeah, it's a lot about like, don't you want to play in the major leagues? This is where it has to start. You need to sign. And they're trying to get you to sign the dotted line for the least amount of money possible. You don't know what their real budget is on you.
Yeah.
And for like a guy like Josh Bell, went to Jesuit. He's with the, I believe, Washington Nationals right now. But I mean, he was drafted by Pittsburgh, who the Rangers are playing. His parents were professors in college, I believe, I want to say. And he had signed with UT just to show he is the number 1 outfielder in the country, in the whole country. He got a 50% scholarship to UT, and that's the most you can get as like a great outfielder in high school is a 50% scholarship, and you hope to pick up more scholarship money through your education, like they'll find other ways to get you other money. Well, he told everybody, I am going to college. My parents want me to go to college. I'm going to college. And Pittsburgh didn't believe it. They're like, let's see. And so they took him like in the second round, if I want to remember right.
61.
And they're like, well, guess what? How about $4 million? Said, I'm going professional.
Oh my gosh.
So all of a sudden, right? But $5 million. Yep. So he created, I'm not signing pro. Mm-hmm. I'm going to college. And that's like, we have to offer him pretty much top 5 pick money to get him to sign professionally. And he got about $4 million over slot.
And he treated it like a business, and that's how he got that leverage.
And that was
fantastic.
A record, as you can probably guess, by a good little bit for a second rounder.
Number 4, the red carpet lasts 2 days. Draft euphoria lasts 48 hours. I went from high schooler to big leaguer, so I thought, to rookie league ball boy in the time it took for me to get my first check to clear. Is that accurate? Like you're like, oh my gosh, I'm playing Major League Baseball, and then you're like, oh my gosh.
That's especially if you're from a big city. If you're from a major league city, it is shocking to go to rookie ball. It is. They are not nice cities.
Number 5, millions of dollars, Kevin, changes everything and nothing. I got my first check for $1.2 million in 30 days. It changed everything. Yet I woke up on day 31 the same. Money is a tool. We all need it in life, but putting it in proper perspective is key.
Kind of feels like Molly Ringwald and 16 Candles a little bit.
Don't ask
there.
me about this. Okay. I never received a check for $1 million ever.
But even then, like you got a hefty chunk of change.
No,
there.
it was really good. It was, somewhat life-changing money. Didn't put me in the millionaires club or anything, but I mean, it's to get 6 figures at 18 years old is very different. And luckily,
and now you're like in the 5 area now here, or maybe 4.
But luckily,
with us,
I had people in my life that could help me understand. Don't spend that money.
Yeah,
who knows? As Tom Grieve told me, Tom Grieve helped me sign. He didn't tell me to sign, but he said, look, you're either going to make money playing this sport, making the major leagues or not. And His son, Ben, had just signed 2 years before. Ben was a millionaire because he was the second overall pick. It's a little bit different because if Ben never makes it to the major leagues, now you only see about 50% of that money. The government loves their money. Is that you can become a millionaire if you are considered a first-round pick. You're a millionaire. You're going to get millions of dollars. But if not, you need to make $1 million playing Major League Baseball because it's not going to be through the draft.
And Kevin, I also learned from Mike's Twitter recently that it doesn't guarantee that you play baseball, that you make it into the Hall of Fame. The percentage is very low.
You know, that's a really interesting point.
It's like 1.2%.
Yeah,
is that
less
the number?
than 1.2% of major leaguers actually make the Hall of Fame.
And I'm sure you come across this all the time is people, like, if you play professional sports, they just assume you have all of the money and they just assume like your life went swimmingly easy because you played at the highest level.
And it doesn't.
You've talked about this plenty of times. Number 6, athletes pay a lot of taxes. He said, I paid roughly $2 million into Uncle Sam from my bonus. So he got $5.5 million. He got paid $2 million. The contract number shown is a mirage. Cut that by 50 and you'll find reality.
Man, I would love to like run your taxes at the end of the year through like TurboTax. And you're like, I paid $2 million in taxes.
They don't do it in the minor leagues.
You need to get an accountant.
Because you make so little money. You're making about $5,000 to $10,000 a year playing minor league baseball, so they don't care to tax you in every state you play. But as soon as you make the major leagues, California wants their tax money for playing the Giants and the Dodgers that 6 days.
I had no idea until you told us that.
So you have to file state taxes for about 20 different states per year.
This kind of fits with the one we've already talked about. Year one is a money trap. Year one is rolling and your career will never end. Just remember, at some point, playing career ends and so do the big checks. Mike just kind of pointed that out.
It is the toughest thing in the world because when you make the major leagues, let's just say you didn't get $1 million bonus or a multi-million-dollar bonus. Well, guess what, man? Those guys that have been there 5+ years, they're spending money pretty easily. Mm-hmm. And you're like, well, I guess I should too, right? This is the lifestyle I should be living. I should go get $100,000 car. I should go get this. I should go buy 5 new suits from these ladies with these huge boobs that are charging $2,500 a suit for the custom suit. I mean, they make sure their boobs are halfway covered to make sure that you're buying more than you probably need. And you can probably go to Macy's or go to Joseph A. Bank and get, and now they don't have to dress as nice. But I mean, there's a lot of traps that they're setting for you to take all of your money.
Fascinating.
Number 7, when Mike talks about this part, it's fascinating. Travel grind. Or I'm sorry, number 8, travel grind. Baseball travel is nothing like the Live Golf Jet. The minor league travel schedule is intense and features the worst flight times, long bus rides, and motel accommodations.
Yes.
It sound based on everything I've heard.
I will say this: when major leaguers like, oh man, I'm so tired. I'm like, they must have not like Ken Griffey Jr. All right, dude. Like, obviously you never played minor league baseball, and I get it because you were so good. But like people like me, I'm like, I feel pretty good after a 5-hour flight because I didn't take a 12-hour bus ride from Akron to Maine or whatever, and you get it. But you do, like, that's a 17-hour bus ride you have to take. If you're Akron and you're going to go play Portland, Maine, it's a 17-hour bus ride that you're taking to get there or to get back. And usually they have stops along the way. But I mean, you're usually getting in at somewhere between 4 a.m. on a good, easy bus ride to about 10 a.m. on a bad bus ride. You're playing that day. You're not. They don't give you an off day because your bus got in at 10 a.m. from the game you just played. It's like, all right, guys, smokes. Like maybe your manager's nice that day and they're like, hey, we're not going to take the bus till 4 p.m. to get to the park, but usually they're like, no, I mean, still bus is leaving at 2 p.m. so we can take our batting practice and get ready for the game.
Number 9, there are no emotions. Imagine doing your job only to hear your boss trying to find a replacement. My, quote, no emotion night came after struggling against my hometown team, the Cardinals. A few hours after celebrating my family being there, I was sent down to AAA. And Mike's shared a number of stories about those types of things.
Bradford.
Yeah.
Bradford got called up as soon as the game was over. See you later.
Yeah, see you, man. It was nice having you. Bye.
Glad your family from Alvarado got to see you pitch. You lived your dream of one game in the major leagues. Hopefully you get another one.
And then number 10, winning trumps everything 1,000%. If you produce, you play. If you play, you get paid. The fact is, teams do not care how you get it done as long as you're getting it done. The truth is, winning on the field trumps everything.
In my era, obviously, there were people, I won't give the name. That's not fair because it's his story. Organizations were openly pining for you to do steroids. Let's be honest about the 90s and early 2000s until it became mandatory because of we tested too positive, right? And then they put in mandatory testing. The teams were openly going, we want you to do steroids. Mm-hmm. We need you to do steroids. Do you see how good players are on steroids? There's nothing negative about this. They're all good.
Hit more
do
home
steroids.
Runs. Look at all the home runs.
And then George Bush was like, hey, if you guys don't start testing for steroids, we're going to make sure your books are open. And they're like, well, we want to keep our books closed, so we're going to do the steroid test.
Interesting. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that I realized that was the turning point.
Yeah, the turning point was the government going. That's why they all came. That's why they all went. That's why, the Rafael Palmeiro pointing the finger, the I don't speak English anymore, Sammy Sosa. Like, and that was all part of, like, if you guys don't do this, how can we punish? Well, if it's tough to punish the players, we'll punish the owners. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting how they keep their books closed. There is a certain thing. NBA does it. That's why Mark Cuban can lie to you publicly and say, I lose money. It's because we can never see their books. And we're like, holy crap. Mark Cuban brings home $300 million a year off of this team. They're not dumbasses owning teams. They're actually billionaires owning it, knowing how to make hundreds of $1 million per year and then sell the team for billions more when they want to sell the team later in life.
And I thought that was a very interesting tweet. And I see that he has a couple more of these types of things. His name's Jacob Turner. And I think Mike connected with a lot of those things. And that's why I was kind of curious. And, Mike backed up pretty much everything he said. These things exist. So for anybody out there that's got a kid that's maybe graduating and kind of looking towards their future here, I thought that would be kind of an interesting segment. Mike did a great job.
That's why if my kids were to get good enough, and it's very rare that they could or would, right? It's rare, but I mean, their dream is to do it. I want them to kind of go to college.
Yeah.
It's a tough life.
Especially as a negotiating ploy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's riding the buses, the travel, the looking at yourself in the mirror going, what the hell's going on here? It's a tough life, but I loved it. I love that I did it, but it's tough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I kind of want to switch it up just a little bit if we can. Robert Saleh says there are 6 to 8 teams with a legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl this year. Who are those 6 to 8 teams? Plus, Corey, would you have sold this ticket? Or would you have let it ride? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're 65 years old.
By Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, or you can call 214-333-3333.
They're going to run a play. 4th and 4. Back to throw it out to the left all alone. Caught at the 2. And a walk-in touchdown for CeeDee Lamb. How did you not cover the second team All-Pro?
Always a good question. KNC back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you want to go ahead and send in your Game 3 stars predictions, we are glad to hear that as well. Also, do you have a prediction already?
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
I'm going to the game tonight.
Wear green.
I will have my Stars hoodie on. And I'm going with 2 friends. However, one of the friends that I'm going to the game with was at my house on Friday, and we watched the game together and lost. But we weren't at the arena, so does that mean the luck is still there?
I think you're okay as long as you don't sit next to this friend, right? So if you've got 3 seats, y'all need to sit on opposite ends with your other friend in the middle.
Okay, all right. That makes perfect sense because Kevin, me and Avery at Rangers games, undefeated. Me and Avery and Carter at Rangers games, undefeated. So I'm just trying to make sure tonight works out well.
All right, and we need to do a GoFundMe to get y'all more Rangers tickets.
Games, yeah.
The Rangers tickets are exceedingly harder to get now than they have been in the past 6 years.
They score lots of runs whenever I show up to these games. So that's been helpful so far.
Okay, and I like that. I wanted to go ahead and play this super quick. We're going to go to cut number 1 right here. And, they're always revealing more, different audio from the games and everything like that. And maybe this is old and I just missed it to begin with, but Hayden Hurst running up to Dak Prescott. This is years ago to talk about mental health. And I just wanted to play this audio.
Hey, I got a lot of respect for what you did. Came out and talked about. Me and my mom have a foundation about suicide prevention. Yeah. Respect the hell out of you for talking about it, man. Collab one day. Absolutely. Come in.
I just thought that was super cool, especially in Mental Health Awareness Month, is that Hurst has a foundation. Dak has a foundation. I know a lot of times we need to break down what's happening in the games, but just shout out to those 2 guys a few days before Shout Out Friday for doing super cool stuff. All right. You want to go NFL first or gambling first?
Mike loves to gamble. I'm going to go with NFL before Mike says gambling.
Okay. Robert Saleh said the Jets are one of the 6 to 8 teams with a legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl this year. So my question is twofold.
I agree.
If you had to list 6 to 8 teams, who would they be? And are the Jets one of them? Now, you just said you agree on
yeah. I thought you said Cowboys. Sorry.
The Jets. Because I do not agree about the Jets.
The 3 in the conference for us are, in any order, Cowboys, Eagles, 49ers.
Yep.
So I only think there's 3.
At this moment, I am inclined to agree with
you. If I
you.
have 5 other choices, how about this, Corey? Let's go to the max amount of choices. If he said there's 6 to 8 and we take 3 in our conference and it's great. The conference stinks except for 3 teams. So now Chiefs are easy.
Yep.
I would say Bills and Bengals.
I have those 6 listed.
So now we're down to 2 more teams, right?
Let me pause you for just 1 second then. Did you say you agree with all of those?
I have those 6 listed.
Okay, those are my 6 as well. So if we're doing 6 through 8, and I realize that the NFL has a lot of changes every single year in terms of playoffs, but Bills...
Not really.
What?
Well, I mean, the best quarterback... Patrick always makes it.
No.
You know what I'm saying? But it's
But I mean in terms of new teams making the playoffs. But you're right. If you have a good quarterback...
You always make it.
Exactly. So Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, Cowboys, Eagles, 49ers. Those are the 6 that we're in lock on. All right. If you're going to go max, who else do you put in there?
I can see a world where the Ravens are fighting in that this year.
Okay.
I think the Ravens make the playoffs.
I was kind of thinking the Dolphins, if we're maxing it out, just because...
I just worry about concussions.
100%.
Here's my problem with the Dolphins, and it's not about the concussions. I'm looking at last year's numbers too, by the way. Ravens were plus 35 with the point differential.
Okay, yeah.
The Dolphins were minus 2. somehow they ended up like they can't make stops when they need to, but they can score.
Sure.
But the -2 points out that's why they weren't what they should have been last year. So if their defense is going to be better this year, I can see them as a legitimate team. Otherwise, right now I can't.
And that's why I kind of deferred with Mike there. Is I agree with you about the concerns for Tua and everything. I just also saw what that team was when he was healthy. So I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but I can see a path to greatness for Miami. Tua stays healthy. That team was awesome when he was healthy last year.
Their offense was a blast to watch.
Absolutely.
Their defense has a lot to leave over.
Is fair.
So you have Jets as a possibility. I think you have Chargers as a possibility because of the quarterback situation. Is there any other teams that you feel like have a possibility?
I wonder about the Lions. They probably are still a little bit of a ways away, but I know we rip on Jared Goff. He was actually pretty darn good last year, and they seem to have added some stuff to the mix there.
As much as I like the Lions in that fun thing that I'm dealing with, I don't have them in that mix.
Jacksonville?
See, and I default to, that's a great pick. I default to the Lions over Jacksonville just because easier path, right? Like, I only have 3 stopping points in the NFC ahead of the Lions, whereas...
I would be shocked if Jacksonville isn't hosting a playoff game because I think they have the easiest division to win. So
that is a good point.
If they go, I always look at this for teams that are in bad divisions. If they go 5-1 in their division, now you look at how do we get to 11 wins? Well, you only need 6 more wins, and you have, help my math out here, you have 11 games left.
Yep.
You play, so 6-5, you're only asking to go 1 game over 500 to be an 11-6 team.
Yeah.
If you go 6-0 in your division, which
it's
could.
Possible.
I mean, you're looking at 5-6 to get to 11 wins. Now you want to kind of maybe have that next round too where you're at home, and that becomes more difficult because you need to get to 7 wins to have a chance with that. And that might not even be enough there.
And people are saying, or at least not people, one person did say the Jets have a top 10 roster. I don't know if I agree with that. And they just added Aaron Rodgers, and y'all think the Cowboys have a chance, not with Dak. I think the Cowboys have a better shot at the Super Bowl than the Jets.
Look, I'm not like the biggest Cowboys homer, I think, if you listen to the station, but there's only the 49ers and the Eagles. You named Detroit. I get it. Like, that's a nice team to name, and maybe, but Detroit's, and I guess you could say Cowboys, but
at least we do it in the playoffs, I guess. You're right. No,
in my lifetime, my opinion, maybe the year, I'd have to go back, the year that somehow Rex Grossman made a Super Bowl. But in my lifetime, I can't remember the NFC being weaker.
I think
quarterback's a huge part of it too.
In the last 5 years, Aaron Rodgers' teams have been plus 249
for point differential.
Last year he was a -1. That's bad. They were bad last year.
And
the Jets last year, Kevin, if I am correct, were -20.
Yeah.
Over history with Aaron Rodgers, he's a plus when it comes to plus minus. I think he's a difference there. Now, I also am the one that was saying I watched all of his games last year. He didn't look good. He was Donovan McNabbing some passes.
Yeah.
There were overthrown passes that he just typically didn't throw that you're like, wow. But I do think he's enough of a difference for that team because I think they're that good. I do think that they have the coach. They have a good defense. They were in games. They just couldn't get over it. And I think he's a difference.
Here's where I worry. Pointing out this, if you think that Kansas City is going to win their division, which I do, so now you're going to have to go through Kansas City. If you think that Cincinnati and Buffalo are going to win their divisions, I know those are more up in the air, and you do have Herbert over there in the West, but if you don't win your division, this is where I do put Trevor Lawrence a little bit ahead of Aaron Rodgers and Justin Herbert. If you can't win your division, you are going to have to play 3 playoff games, most likely. Let's just put it easy to start off. At Jacksonville, then at Buffalo, or at Cincinnati, or at Kansas City. Pick 2 of the 3. And that's your path if you can't win your division. So Aaron Rodgers and Justin Herbert, who I do really like, and I do think that Aaron Rodgers kind of has a chance, but his chance has to be beating out Buffalo for that home field, because then your first game is, let's just say, not easy, but against Lamar Jackson or Justin Herbert or, I guess Josh Allen, because then he would be in your wild card situation too. But at least you might be able to eliminate going through one of those quarterbacks.
Now, some other ones that came up from the 817, the Rams bounce back. They put a question mark. My thought to that would be no, but if you're rooting for them, then go for it. In the 682, the Browns have the roster, and Watson will no longer be rusty and unprepared. From the 817, the Seahawks, and from the 682, Saints can beat the Cowboys. I mean, it just depends on what your thoughts are. Like, a lot of this pivots off of what do you feel about that particular quarterback? Like, me personally, I do not believe that the Saints will beat the Cowboys or be better positioned for the Cowboys based on a number of things, but one of them is definitely quarterback. Now, I had a couple of betting things for you real quick. Would you keep rolling along with this? A Florida bettor made what they call the Florida parlay, saying that the Heat would win the championship and that the Panthers would win the championship. Now,
this is amazing that they're both 8 seeds from the same region, I guess, obviously same state. And I don't honestly know where the Florida Panthers play. So.
And they are absolutely dominating right now. Like, in terms of being up 3-0, I know.
The Tampa Rays right now are dominating too.
Ooh, that is not part of this parlay, but that feels like that would be a smart bet.
Wow.
They made the 2-leg parlay for $25 because of how crazy that sounded. That would get $108,000 on your payoff. Now, both Florida teams are up 3-0 right now. Are you cashing out or are you going to go for it?
Cash out if I buy it now. You said $100 billion.
No, that's if you win. 108,000, not
right.
100 billion.
What am I selling it for right now?
30,000, 25 to 30,000, I would say.
All right. Again, this always goes to something to me. This is always it.
If
I'm a fan of a team, I'm riding that ticket all the way. If I am not a fan of the team and I just made a bet, I'm cashing out.
Does my percentage go up after the Panthers/Heat win one more game?
I think it does, not as much as you would hope,
right?
Though.
But I think I would take the odds of holding on. Instead of it being, let's say, 30,000, it goes to 40,000,
or even 35. Yeah.
Will I hold on for $10,000 more just to make sure they're both in the finals? And then I'd say now I am cashing out, because how much was the ticket?
$25.
I'm cashing out. I'm not at that point. I think it's stupid, my opinion, to now take the risk of losing everything and not going for $25. I made a bet, and now I can get, let's say, $35,000 to $40,000.
You've almost made 100% of your return at this point.
True.
What? I don't know about those numbers right there, but if you think that's stupid, I got one more for you. This is a 3-leg parlay.
I think 25 times 2 is 30,000.
Yeah. God, you don't know.
Yeah.
No, I definitely do know that is incorrect.
You have to do addition and subtraction to figure it out.
Did you carry the 3?
Is another person did a 3-team parlay, $25 for the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
If they pick the Royals, they're in trouble.
Done. For Connecticut to win the men's NCAA championship. Done.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Who does this crap?
I'm serious. And they picked the Denver Nuggets to win the NBA championship.
I get Chiefs and Nuggets. How in the heck did they pick? I just want to know how many tickets they actually bought. Like, how many 3-team parlays did they do for one of these tickets to work out this way?
Well, you're going to have to use the word stupid again, because that pays off $71,525.
On a $25 bet?
On a $25 bet, except, of course, for the fact that after the Super Bowl, that person cashed out their ticket for $122.
That's not enough.
So if the Nuggets win the championship, it's worth $71,000.
But it's over. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, if somebody, because I don't think
somebody bought the ticket.
Yeah. So
that was a good gamble for $122. that you just needed the Nuggets at that point.
You know what? Actually, I think maybe they did just cash out with the service as opposed to sell it to somebody else.
Okay.
But that casino or that online spot's like, thank goodness.
Because if I'm at a casino and I'm not like, if somebody said, hey, here's my ticket, because I would be afraid they're scamming me, but like, here's my ticket. Look at this parlay. Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. Connecticut has just won the national championship. If you give me $122 right now, I'll give you this ticket, but you have to have the Nuggets win the championship, and you would get $71,000. I'd say there's no way I'm going to get odds on picking the Nuggets to win the championship for $122, and I'm going to win $71,000 because they were the number 1 seed in March. Like they had the best record in the Western Conference. So I'd be like, I'm taking those odds. I don't know those odds. It's like 2-1 that for $122 I get $71,000
from the 682.
Maybe 3-1.
Nah, Corey was definitely right. You would have made 100% back, but in actuality, try 1,000%. And then from the 806, my favorite thing is Kevin's confused. What? Every time Mike or Corey say something wild. I think they're on to us, Kevin.
A lot of positive Stars predictions for the 817. Stars win tonight 4-1. Stars win for the 817 4-3. No overtime. From the 214 6-2 Stars, Robo gets a hat trick.
Let's go.
From the 214 Stars 4-0. Robo with 2 goals. Pavelski with 2 goals. So a lot. And then somebody said the Stars are going to get swept. But a lot of positivity for the
Real
Stars.
quick, am I smart enough? Do you take 71,000 divided by 122?
Sure.
That gives you a 581.9%.
That actually
do it opposite.
You slide that decimal over a couple of spots. So what is it? 581.9. So that's a 58,190% increase on your money.
Good job by them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Except it wasn't because they gave their ticket up for
They did.
That's basically the same thing as what we got for Adolis. We gave the cash considerations, and now he's like an all-star MVP candidate.
It does feel like we got 58,000% of our money's worth on that. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Cars for Kids.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you for asking. I wanted to pick y'all's brain about a fascinating betting line that I saw. They got the Thursday Night Flex and everything like with all kinds of amazing.
What is Arizona's not favored in any game this year?
Yes, that is true. Do you think that will change at any point? But the betting odds are which game will get flexed out first. Earlier today, I accidentally said flexed in. I meant flexed out. Is Week 13, Seahawks at Cowboys. Week 14, Patriots at Steelers. Week 16, I don't know why that went out of order there. Week 15, Chargers at Raiders. Week 16, Saints at Rams. Or Week 17, Jets at Browns. Because remember, if they don't flex any out, they get to do this again in 2024.
Ooh, I would probably go with that Saints game, Saints and Rams.
Okay.
Because I think their selling point, the Cowboys aren't getting flexed. You can guarantee that.
Yeah, that would be pretty
it doesn't
surprising.
matter. The Cowboys are going to get the ratings, and I still think even the Steelers-Patriots game, I don't know how good those teams are going to be, but they're marquee franchises. So to me, that's still a draw that you want to have. The other ones, like the Saints and Rams, they could both stink.
Yeah. I think Saints Rams would be the one that I would bet on.
Okay.
That Browns one kind of had me thinking a little bit.
Rodgers.
Yes, that was the one I was at.
I think everybody's going to have enough of Rodgers. I think by the time it gets to the end, it might be, you know what, things have kind of fallen apart here and they're not playing well. But
Already having calf trouble today.
Yeah. Ankle or calf?
Oh.
Yeah,
I saw calf.
Yeah. There you go.
And Lazard, the receiver, left practice as well. All while Robert Saleh is talking about how they're one of the top dogs.
Yeah, we're one of the 6 to 8 teams. And I was like, are you? We talked about this yesterday. Corey was like, what do you want to learn from OTAs? And I know installing new offense and
Where they
everything
line
like
up.
that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I was also like, just don't get anybody hurt. Because I feel like this time every year you're like, oh, unfortunately today at the such and such OTAs, so-and-so walked off and they're going to be out for the year. I feel like that happens every single year.
Happened to Sean Lee a lot.
Yeah.
That was always a sad, dark day.
It's Sean Lee and Zach Martin that one time, right?
Yeah.
On a screenplay out there at Valley Ranch. I remember that.
They're going through like that simulated game pace, right? Where it's kind of like a walkthrough deal. Can you see their plays, or is it just the formation static that you're learning from?
I think they actually have a little competition there. So yeah, Thursday when we get to watch practice, you'll see a little bit more of the competition aspect of it. But the thing that's always interesting to me is where they think guys can line up. I think that gives you an idea. You know, Bobby and I did it on the Love of the Star that they kind of talked through this about what guys at what positions are you looking forward to seeing the rotation at left guard.
Oh, for sure.
Seeing who the backup offensive linemen are, how these rookies, where are they going to fit in? Is Fehoko really going to play as a 3 technique? You know, Mozzie Smith, is he in on just early downs, that kind of stuff? When they go to nickel, are they taking him off? There's things you can learn watching these practices.
I do have a thought on that. A question to you. If you see him just playing early downs throughout this year, does that mean he never will be able to play late downs?
I just think that if he doesn't play early downs, that's shown that they believe that he can't rush the passer.
Okay.
That's the thing about it, because the thought about putting him in instead of saying Golston or somebody like that, you know that Osa is going to be inside, and it might be a possibility that you kick Lawrence inside too. But if he's not playing early down, or if he's playing not any passing downs, then they probably don't feel like he's developed yet as a potential pass rusher.
Well, Mike has been in a celebratory mood all day because the Lakers are out. So I was curious, what's the team or player that when their season's over, you're excited?
Oh, it's the Eagles.
I could see that.
It's the Eagles, without question for me. I don't hate any team as much as I hate the Eagles.
Could the Astros get to that point?
The Astros certainly could. Unfortunately for us, it's been tough with that. They've usually been around at the very end of the year. But yeah, no, the Astros would get a fist pump 100%.
Yeah, I would say the Thunder, the Jazz, When the Sonics relocated, I thought that was the most hilarious thing I'd ever seen. No, the Yankees for sure.
Yeah.
The Lakers, I have this weird thing with because some of their stars are so magnificent that I hate the franchise, but I loved Magic Johnson, I loved Shaq, and I'm a huge fan of LeBron. So there was part of me that didn't like seeing them get eliminated last night. I would have rather seen, him kind of write history at 38 and do all that. But it was also cool to see Denver come through like they did and to get their first sweep ever and reach the finals. Like, it was kind of bittersweet last night. I think maybe we saw the end of LeBron's contention unless they can really make a great team around him. He can't take just a good roster to the championship anymore. So that was kind of weird, but there's also a part of me that just loves that the Lakers are eliminated again. So it's I think it's complicated when you start to like enjoy personal stories and they go to teams that you hate.
Alabama football's that for me.
I could see that.
Yeah, being a longtime SEC guy, Alabama has won everything for such a long time. And any time that they see any type of misery or that they don't get to accomplish their goals, that does my heart good.
I know it's been a while, but aren't we all getting ready to dust off the old Spurs hate machine?
Yeah, probably for the next 15 years or whatever. Mine was Tom Brady for the longest time. So
yes.
How good is Scoot?
Man,
how
that might
good
be
is
number
Scoot?
one.
How good is Scoot? Could Scoot be taken number one in
Yes.
any other draft?
Yes.
In any other draft, can he be taken number one?
Scoot is a number one pick. It's kind of like the Melo LeBron one when people are like, maybe Melo could go one. Now, I know obviously they went a different direction with number two and confused everything, but in a lot of drafts, Melo could have been one. I think in a lot of drafts, Scoot could be one.
It was a little bit different, but Luka dominated grown men at 17 years old. Scoot dominated a lot of grown men at 17 years old that were kind of like borderline NBA players.
Is it close enough that you would consider him? If you're San Antonio, would you consider him? Is it that close?
If that's the case, you need to trade down because I don't think Scoot is necessarily going to go second either because of the construction of the Hornets, I believe, with Brandon Miller maybe being there more.
So you're saying somebody might get Scoot at
three. That's what I think.
Wow.
Yeah, Portland's shopping it. And Anthony Simons to see what they can get to play with Lillard.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
If you guys are telling me that he's a potential first overall pick.
Remember, I mean, it could be the Michael Jordan, Luka Doncic thing where teams can't, no matter what, no matter where the game goes, you can't pass up size. And there's a 7'5" guy who has a lot of skill, and there's a 6'9" guy who has a lot of skill. Marvin Bagley was picked ahead of Luka because he was 6'9", 6'10", and a big guy who they thought could play forward center. And so they had De'Aaron Fox, and they're like, what would Luka do with De'Aaron Fox?
What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Yeah, get out of here, man. We only have 3 hours. Got a lot of content to cram in.
All right.
Yeah, we got to hurry up.
G-Bag Nation.
Jonah Heim, the Silent Assassin 220. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Love
have a great
it.
day, Hagee. Love you.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the
We'll see you
KC
Thursday.
Masterpiece. Maybe we will see you Thursday right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Say go Stars, Kevin.
Go Stars!
This Odyssey.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go Stars.
Go Stars!
Let's go Stars! Okay, 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN at the AAC. For those of you in attendance, it is it's a playoff Tolo Tuesday right here in the G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. There's Broadus. We're here for 3 hours with you. Alec Medford's filling in for Lucius. Of course, you have Zach Wolchuk, and you do have Eric Chiafalo and Carter Freeman's coordinating that video for you at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Cowboys OTAs are going on, boys. We'll have content for you. The Fans offseason coverage of OTAs and minicamp is presented by Bosch. So salute to them. And I know Broadus and some other folks are going to be up there Thursday watching the practice, so we're excited about that.
Yeah, every day that they allow us to watch a practice, we'll have some eyeballs on it. So Nick Eatman always told me I can make a walkthrough practice seem like it was a Super Bowl.
Yep.
So I trust you. I will make this thing.
That's why you win Emmys.
That's why I win Emmys. That's exactly right. So yeah, looking forward to that. We got, but yeah, we're allowed to be there. Like we got the mini camp this week. And then the OTA, we get to be there all 3 days. So that next week will be even better.
It was fun. You mentioned it, like where do players line up? I'm interested to see that starting 5 offensive line. They're probably going to put Tyron out there next to Tyler, but that'll be fun. But also keep an eye on the rookies. Last year, and we probably didn't give it enough attention, Jalen Tolbert missed basically all of OTAs and minicamp, and I think that's what really set him back for the season. For these, if they're missing time, I wouldn't expect a ton of input from them their rookie year.
I'm looking to see which one of these rookies has the hoochie daddy confidence that guys like Peyton Hendershot had last year, right? And we saw that prove to be pretty special. McQuamu, he was a hoochie daddy OTA guy.
Yes, he was.
That's a guy who balled out. You know, that's a young man confidence right there that I think really shows itself on Sunday.
I could see Schoonmaker rocking those.
I could too.
Seemed like Hendershot like did his with a pair of kindergarten scissors. You know,
Yeah,
they were all
homemade.
jagged, but he just went for it. He had to get them short enough and whatever it took to get the job done. So those are what we're watching for, and we will have some Cowboys offseason storylines, but we're now in the March to Oxnard. That's what's going on here, and again, salute to Bosch for their support of our coverage. But Stars make it a make-or-break game tonight here. If you missed the show last night, I am guaranteeing a victory, putting a personal bet payoff on the line here without any wager. I'm just telling you how it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's dead balls on, or is it like bet payoff Russian roulette here at 877-881-1053? Am I the roulettista in this situation, Wolchuk?
No, I think that you're dead balls on. I expect it to be in an electric crowd at the barn there at the AAC. The fans are going to bring it. I think the Stars feed off of that. And I think, clearly Otter, who kept them in it in game one, he's going to have to go out there and put on an absolute gem. And I'm going 3-1. Stars win it tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Yanni Hakanpää back in the lineup. We'll talk with Joseph Hoyt coming up at 4. But I think you're going to be okay. I love the fact that you're going crotch first confidence. Come on out and celebrate the dub. We're going to be hanging out at the Boomer Jacks off Technology. It's an unofficial fan hang, but I want to see all the Tolos out there.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear about it. Broadus, how you doing over there with your confidence?
You know what? I'm feeling good about it. I like everybody's demeanor right now about this team.
I like your foam finger demeanor right now.
You like the foam?
Why are you giving us the finger, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I am giving you the finger right
It's not
here.
the one I was expecting.
But you want to cough here? I'm going to do that kind of thing with this foam finger. But no, I am confident because to me though, the whole thing about they played so well the other night in Vegas. And they had a chance. I mean, it came down to the last 2 minutes of the game, but you got to find a way to finish these things off. And I think that was a lesson learned last game. I think that was a lesson learned for them is, you've got to play the whole entire 60 minutes. You just can't let up. And they've done a pretty, I thought they were going to bounce back and make that a 1-1 series.
They should have,
but they didn't. And so their backs are against the wall today. You can't go down 3-0 in this thing.
Yeah. You can look at those first two games as a sign that you're so close and home ice advantage is going to push you over the top. Or you could say lost opportunity to lose twice in overtime and teams don't recover from that in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's a draw. The line in the sand kind of game. Sean Shapiro with the fellas earlier today had a good point of like these playoff series have mirrored each other. To where you lose the first one, you bounce back. You lose the first one, you bounce back. And so it was almost like sleepwalking. Hey, we've been here before. This is exactly what's going to happen. We know we're going to win this game because this is what we've done all playoff long. Boom. Oh, snap. We didn't. Now we're at home, and hopefully this is a flip the script kind of game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You also have to think about this. And, man, you hope that because Florida's making quick work of Carolina right now. And you look at that situation, that thing, if they clinch that thing and now you got to try and extend the series as far as you can. And, you don't know if playing this way, if having to fight to the bitter end or having rest, but there's going to be a team, I think, on the other side of this bracket. If you get through, that you're going to have to deal with. That's going to have a lot of rest.
Yeah, they blew that. They blew their chance to get rest. I mean, this thing's going at least 6, and I mean, heck, I would just love to be talking about that. Maybe they're rusty. Maybe they've had too much rest, but they got to take care of business at home against Vegas. And I'm hoping the second line comes up big. I think you will get a vintage Jamie Benn performance to Donov, Wyatt Johnston. Hell, Wyatt almost ended that thing early in overtime. Yeah. So I think that second line, because you're seeing Robo get going on the top line, that second line needs to come up big tonight.
Bigger concern. Ranger bullpen, or Stars defense.
Ranger bullpen by far.
Yeah, Ranger bullpen.
Stars defense has some they had them beat. For 58 minutes they had them beat.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They were on their back foot though. These overtime games. Dallas has been on their back foot.
Their defense hasn't been good, but the Rangers' bullpen's been way worse.
Well, Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, is going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. Had a great piece today, 3 reasons to believe. If you need something other than my personal guarantee to believe, I would understand. That's why Joseph Hoyt's coming through for you, Chief.
I do love Hoyt, but I don't need anything else. I just need the Dawson signature.
They don't have answers for Jason Robertson like Minnesota and Seattle did. That's apparent. You got to love that. The bad luck on power plays can't continue or should not continue 1 goal against Vegas in 5 games on the power play. Vegas was average on penalty kill throughout the year. That's a small sample size.
Yeah, Vegas, I think they were one of the least penalized teams, if I was correct.
Good discipline. They do.
Yeah,
they don't give up many power plays, but when they do, they're average in the kill.
They were really average.
Over 90%.
They were really average at home on the kill. They were really, I mean, even below average if you want to. But on the road, I think they were right at a little above 70%. So, that's the one thing. I mean, trust me, getting Robinson going, I think is a good thing. Home crowd will be a difference tonight, though.
I guess
too.
there's a new on-ice display being thrown down tonight. That's going to get him. That's going to get him fired up.
Ooh, I love a good ice display.
We're gonna bring back like the 99, the calls.
It was
and
also
stuff like that.
interesting, like listening to Sean Shapiro earlier, and he mentioned the ice is better here.
Yes, the ice quality. That stood out to me too.
I kind of did notice that. I mean, especially in Game 1, the Stars were kind of falling all over the place. It did seem like the ice was a little bit choppy. That's not something that I knew going into it. Maybe that was an issue in Vegas, but maybe the Stars are able to play faster at home.
Okay, 505. The 5-on-3 power play was BS. The refs may as well just pick the puck up and put it in the net for Knights. Yes, they were both legit penalties, but the second almost never gets called, especially in the playoffs. Gavin, dead balls on, says Tim. DeBoer is fading like he always does, LOL, says the 214.
I hope not.
It was interesting to see Pete talking about the overtime situation, and he said it's probably something they got to figure out in the offseason. Like, not something you can get adjusted. And I'm like, man, that seems weird. Like, we're just not going to win in overtime. Do you think he's, like, playing psychological tricks with the players?
I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's not, in my opinion, he's not wrong. We saw this happen all year. If you really were kind of keeping an eye on what the Stars were doing, games that got into overtime and shootouts and stuff like that just never ended very well for the Stars. So this is something that I think that is a more of like he's talking about that they have to take care of after the series or when the season's over. But it was pretty clear as they navigated the year that they weren't very good at it.
There's a lot of negativity on the text. It's surprising. I think after you win Game 1 tonight, you're going to be feeling a lot different when you wake up because you will see success and you will imagine success is more likely. And that's where we're going to be 24 hours from right now. Dane Dunning was great, 5 2/3, 1 run allowed. Spores comes on, all hell breaks loose. Barlow couldn't help. Grand salami. Rangers drop another game really to the bullpen. And I said last week, I think it's happening once a week. That might be low. It might be like 1.25 per week that you're losing from this bullpen, maybe more.
Hey, you caught a break, though, during the Colorado series because every game was out of hand.
Yeah.
So you didn't – it was very clear, though, during the Atlanta – you go back to the Atlanta series that the bullpen wasn't any good. And, against Colorado, you got guys out there that had opportunity to kind of like – at least feel a little bit better about their performances. But man, you're in a 1-1 game, and you talk to people in the organization about it, and they're like, it's got to the point now where you get even, you get tied, and you're thinking we can't hold this lead. We can't hold this.
Very deflating.
There's nothing we could do to hold this.
The problem is it's still the tanking bullpen. Everything's been rebuilt. This is still your 2020 to 2022 bullpen. And when they shift out of that completely, teams don't want to spend money on the bullpen until they know they can contend. And now they can. They're like, hey, let's throw $20 million at it. I bet this solution is going to be fantastic. And I don't want to start talking about next year and everything, but next year it will be a complete roster. We'll have 2 team building windows, free agency and this trade deadline. And the team is just pointing straight up. So this is like the final 6 weeks of desert we got to walk through to get to the massive oasis that's going to be here for years.
Well, the thing that, too, you're also looking at is a situation. It's not just one piece. You might have to have 3 guys.
Yeah.
This thing might take a 3-guy. I mean, this year, if you want to really fix this thing, and you know what? I mean, it's very clear that there's guys in down there in AAA and then the minors and stuff. Like I like Taylor Hearn, and they haven't even thought about bringing him up.
Yeah.
That might let you know exactly what they think about Taylor Hearn.
Chase Lee's a guy we asked
Yeah.
See why about that. He might be one that's an option. But the good thing is when the Rangers have
you seen him against left-handed bats?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why that they haven't brought him up yet.
I think so.
That's exactly what CY told us. There's some things that he wants that he wants him to work on. But we've seen the Rangers do this in years that they've been competing and other contending teams previously. You're able to get the bullpen situation figured out with some trades. I don't think this is something to just be down in the dumps about. It will be okay. But right now, it just seems like when it rains, it pours. Everything is just spiraling out of control.
We'll hear from one of the foremost experts on this pitching staff here coming up in about 6 minutes. Jonah Heim, Rangers catcher. He's going to join us. Rangers bullpen, earned runs allowed by pitchers over the last 29 games. The starters, 2.97 ERA. The relievers, 6.61. That stat from Bobby Belt. It's unbelievable.
Oh, gosh.
Evaldi and Rich Hill tonight, pregame at 5 o'clock. DeGrom's being evaluated for what's next. Jankowski and Garver starting rehab assignments soon. Okay, let's step aside here just a little bit early so we can make sure we're back for Jonah Heim. We'll have a baseball conversation, and then the G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30 here on The Fan. Are you getting back to being you in 2022 or 2023?
G.
The Flextra Credits electricity plan from Reliant gives you flexibility and extra perks. Reliant, that's power your way.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for the Rangers Players Show, and catcher Jonah Heim's going to join us right here, special guest of your first place Texas Rangers. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. And yes, the Rangers Player Show is brought to you by the Junior Rangers and Cars for Kids. Here he is, OPS of 821, batting .288 with 6 bombskis, 32 ribbies already. He's already 16 from his career high, an absolute unit behind the plate and at the plate. It's Rangers catcher Jonah Heim with us here on the Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the hell are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm doing great.
Right on, man. I just want to say, as much as this team has added and all the big headlines, what I think propelling this team just as much as the development and the breakouts of you guys that have been here for a while. So congrats on that. How much fun have you been having with all this?
Yeah, it's always great to win. I think that's why we play this game. I think that's what started getting us to play the game to begin with was just the love of winning and competition. So going out there with these guys each and every night with one common goal and then to win the game, it's huge, and that's what we're going to keep focusing on here and just keep winning.
Is there something individually for you that unlocked things, or natural progression, different environment with a different skipper and all that? Is there anything you could point to specifically?
No, I think it's just a combination of just the work that's put in the offseason and then the trust and just the willingness to trust the coaching staff and the game plans that we put forth each and every day going out there. So for me, it's a good offseason of work and taking it, trusting it in the season this year.
Well, Jonah, speaking of the coaching staff, what about the impact Bobby Wilson's had on you? He's quite the character. We've always loved getting to catch up with him. What's the relationship like between y'all?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think, honestly, coming over here, he kind of changed my career for the better catching-wise. I don't think I'd be where I am today with, like, the receiving stuff, the blocking, all that without him. So tremendous thanks to him. And we all know his personality and stuff, so I don't think there's a better human out there to be the coach here.
Jonah, I don't want to ask you a baseball question because I saw that your wife opened up an online boutique for her clothing and stuff like that. I know you guys are super excited about that. What was that discussion like, and what all do you know about selling clothes?
Yeah, it's always something that my wife always dreamed about doing as long as I've known her for, and we finally got the opportunity to make it happen this year. It was something we talked about in the offseason, maybe getting started, and I think the hardest part was just getting all the right paperwork filed, and so we could not get in trouble by the IRS. So just doing it the right way, and she finally got to launch this past week, and it's been a blessing for us that she gets to follow her dreams like I get to follow mine. So anything I can do to help her achieve those dreams is what I'm going to do. So, and me personally, I have no idea how to sell clothes, so that's all her department, and I'm glad she gets to handle that.
Yeah, it seems like your clothes are always dirty after work. So is that, we got nice clean clothes we're putting on their line, right?
Yeah. For her, she's the one that gets to pick them out. She probably picks out all my clothes too, and the guys here get to pick out my clothes. So I don't really get to pick out my own clothes much. So, yeah, especially at home, she's the one always dressing me, so she's got great taste.
Nice.
682 says, this is Kevin from Alvarado, Texas. This is my favorite Ranger right here. You are listening to the Rangers Player Show. It's catcher Jonah Heim with us on the Fan.
Hells yeah, it is. Actually, we asked Evaldi the other day about wearing a shirt. Your wife dresses you. So if you're on vacation and your wife decides to lay out a shirt and it matches hers, you guys are doing the vacation lovey-dovey. We're both wearing the same like Hawaiian shirt. Are you in on that, Jonah?
Yeah, I don't think I have much of a choice, to be honest. I think the shirt's out. For me personally, I don't care too much about how I look as long as my wife thinks it looks good, and that's all that matters.
Wow, that's surprising because you take such good care of that hair of yours, Jonah. I thought you had a little passion for just looking good, feeling good.
No, the hair routine is my wife's as well. Whatever she buys, shampoo, conditioner, that's what I'm using.
That's awesome, man. Happy wife, happy life has never been more true than right now. That's fantastic, Jonah. Okay, well, on the family question, we asked Evaldi, or we asked a couple of guys this question. Who is it on the team that you'd most trust, okay, on this Rangers team that you'd most trust to babysit your child?
Ooh, that's a great question. It's a pretty easy question, too. I'm going to go with Marcus Simeon.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I see how he is with his kids, and they got a great family, and our kids play well together. So I think it'd be a good time over there.
Who would you least trust?
I got no comment on that.
Yeah, one of the young single guys.
Yeah, absolutely. What about how are you feeling physically with these shorter games? I imagine it's been good for the body.
Oh yeah, it feels nice when you're looking up at the end in the ninth inning and you see it's only 9:30. It gives you kind of nice like sigh of relief that you're not staying up to the wee hours of the night and having to do it all over again. So that the shortened games feel really helps on the body and mentally too when you're thinking about having to go to sleep at 2 a.m. and then wake up and do it all over again. So it's nice to keep the body fresh, but also get that good night's sleep.
We got mini camps and OTAs ramping up in the NFL. How much attention are you paying to your Buffalo Bills right now? And we got the Cowboys traveling to Buffalo late in December. That wasn't ideal for us, but are you going to make a trip there to watch that one?
No, I don't think. I think since we moved to Texas, we enjoy our nice, cool off season. So I don't know how much trekking through the snow I want to be doing in December.
Well, I love it. It sounds. I mean, if wife's buying the tickets, it sounds like Jonah's going. You know what I'm saying?
If wife says we're going to that game, we're going.
Yeah, I might have to tell her. Oh, I don't really want to go, babe.
Hey, Jonah, I saw one power rankings has you guys second in all of baseball. Do you feel like you're the top team in the division or maybe the league?
Yeah, I think we're playing really good baseball right now. I think going into spring, we knew that people were going to talk, even if it was positive or negative, that we were just going to stick within our locker room and go towards the common goal and win a World Series. If we can keep playing good baseball and keep stringing together a bunch of wins in a row, then we're going to be in a good spot come the end of the year.
Jonah, when we watch you every night play, and it just seems like it's just such a natural thing with this staff the way it is. It's got to be just so nice for you to be able to call a pitch and know that it's going to be right there, that you don't have to work any extra to try and get these guys through the inning. How has that been with this staff and you and dealing with that?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Every guy from all of our starters to our bullpen have been outstanding this year. We got each and every night we got a guy starting that I trust that can go a complete game shutout, and that's what we're trying to get accomplished when we go out there. So, and we've already had a couple this year. So it's been amazing. These guys work tremendously hard. They trust the work that we put in for game planning and all that stuff. So when we get to go out there and perform, it's fun, and everything these guys work for, they've earned.
Jonah, we can't thank you enough for your time. Congratulations on all your success. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
You got it. There he is, Rangers catcher Jonah Heim.
Yeah, and for appearing with us today, Jonah's wife is going to get some a gift certificate to Pluckers. No, she's going to Jonah and they'll get a $100 gift certificate. That's we got 8 Pluckers locations across the DFW, so make sure you check them out. The fan loves them some Pluckers.
Hey, Buffalo guy, you know he likes his wings.
Yep,
that's right. Okay, it's time now for the G bag of the day. Here we go into the Pimp Cup. Alec Medford in for Lucius.
Don't F this up, Alec.
I will try my best. I hit Control S today. So, guys, we have yesterday. Thank you for voting Charles Barkley, Tolos, because that made my job a lot easier and less scary today. Charles Barkley on TNT, the post-game show, he was trolling Gabe Vincent of the Heat a little bit after his big game. Mr. Vincent trying to do the humble pie thing, and Chuck wasn't having it.
You know, they're a really good team. They're a well-coached team. They got stars. They're not going to lay down. So, you know, we got to come in and handle business on Tuesday.
Yeah, clearly you didn't watch the game tonight. Yo, stop it. Well coached and don't lay down. Go look at the tape again. Easy.
I love it, man. That was just such a mystery how bad Boston has played. I know Joe Mazzulla's getting crushed. He seemed to have all the right answers. They were excited to have him, you know. But just incredible. I hope this is not what's happening to DeBoer, you know. Like, did the Lakers get out coached? They didn't seem to have any adjustments or an out-of-timeout play last night to save their lives in the final 2 possessions. Here you go, Joe Mazzulla. So, you know, this is huge right now in the postseason, and you know, the coaches that have all the right answers put their players in position to succeed. They get all the credit in the world. This is where Eric Spoelstra separates himself. This, to me, is where Rick Carlisle separated himself. And if you don't have one of these coaches as a fan, it's maddening because you feel like you have the players to get it done, but then you go out there and there's an adjustment made that you have no answers for. That's exactly where Boston found themselves in, and then they gave up. They demoralized them. That's how bad that got. Alec, who's challenging today?
So, do you guys ever get any, like, jerk vibes from Justin Verlander?
Yeah, every once in a while.
So, he didn't help out those theories that I have. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, the Mets were in action. They won, so they did a player of the game interview with Francisco Lindor. And they had him for a good 5, 6, 7 minutes. It was a pretty lengthy post-game interview on the field. And Verlander, you can hear him, listen carefully in the background, yelling something very vulgar at ESPN, and then he comes up to the mic.
It's been fun to watch them. I can't wait to continue to year unfolds with them.
Okay, now I'm curious. What's one thing that you've specifically learned from either one of them?
I mean, the way I'm trying.
Oh my God,
stop
asking so many questions.
Yeah,
No.
that's it.
Wow.
Yeah. Verlander not in on the ESPN interview. I wonder if ESPN had badmouthed him or something.
Might be sensitive.
Maybe
It's
that's
possible.
a deal to the play. It sounds like it's something that the players are annoyed by with the post-game interview taking too long. Now, if it's a big, national telecast or something, they're going to keep it extended.
No, but you got to understand that they pay bills. As a player, you got to understand that TV revenue and stuff is important. It also helps you, and these guys. And Lindor, he's a guy. He is such a fun guy. His little daughter loves Buck Showalter. Like, he'll sit up there with her on the and he'll answer questions, and she'll turn and go, Buck, and oh yeah, awesome. Buck, that's Buck. Yeah, you're so he's a guy that's comfortable doing those things and gets it. Verlander's being a jerk here.
Yeah,
he really is.
Well,
man.
he's crusty. He probably wants to get on the bus and get to sleep.
Well, why making why? Well, take a cab, dude.
Yeah,
just grab a cab. If you want to leave the scene, take a cab.
That would be a crusty thing to do. Would be to take a cab.
Well, take a cab. Do whatever you have.
Call an Uber.
Catch a ride. I don't care. I don't need you messing up. People are trying to do their jobs post game. That's what they're trying to do. If you're trying to be an idiot, it reminded me of Marion Barber. Like spraying deodorant in media member's face while you're sitting there interviewing somebody. Like, he's just going to purposely spray, and like, while you guys crowding around, I'm like, bro, why don't you just give us the opportunity to do our jobs and we'll get out of here.
Did you consider at any moment during that time that maybe he felt like you smelled bad and he was just trying to help you out?
No, he was just being a jerk.
Okay.
Is what he was doing. He was just absolutely being a jerk about it.
I trust your scout's eye.
Yeah.
That's why I'm usually not worried when a player, coach, GM, or whatever takes offense to things I say. I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
I'm giving strong opinions to entertain an audience. Your job is to run a team, to play sports.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to respect that. Well, I'm doing my part to bring attention.
Exactly.
This is what drives focus on sports and creates the market for millions of dollars.
I'm sorry.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Alec, I'm going to say this real quick, though. Jerry Jones, when Dak Prescott broke the thumb, like, he's out there telling us what's happening. Ed Werder, late to the game. Ed's like, excuse me, Jerry, what happened? And he goes back through and explains the break and all that stuff like that. So now he's talking about it in a way of like, he knows it's important. So maybe, as players, you should probably take it as being important.
I think so. Who else we got, Alec?
So we go out to First Take this morning. JJ Redick was trying to explain from the player's perspective of why exactly LeBron might be contemplating retirement, and this happened after.
I mean, I listened to every word JJ just said. I don't understand much of what he just said, but I listen. Well, go ahead, Whitney.
Well, you didn't play,
first,
Stephen A.
and then I'll try.
You didn't play.
I didn't comprehend. I'm sorry.
You don't understand athletic mortality. 3 games at wherever South Dakota, Winston-Salem State doesn't count.
I got you. I understand. I got a degree, and I'm here on TV with you. I must be doing something right.
Ooh. 2 body bags.
Yeah, JJ came back and apologized later on.
Listen, that's another thing, too. There's a lot of people that never played this game that talk about this game, and they're just as smart as the people who played the game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people, guys and gals that I've learned from. Don't play that card on somebody that they've never played.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
D-move.
Yeah.
Lawrence Frank, one of the great coaches of the 2000s.
Never
in the
played.
NBA. Yeah, he was just an intern dude who was, working hard, and he figured stuff out.
Spoelstra was a video guy.
Yeah, and his dad was a good coach. Is it Charles Barkley on Gabe Vincent? Is it Justin Verlander with Francisco Lindor? Is it First Take this morning? JJ Redick made it super awkward. Holy cow. And Stephen A. Fought back. Shoot. Wow. That's toxic, isn't it? It is a Toxic Tuesday.
Oh, that's a good call.
It is a Toxic Tuesday.
It's on theme.
Did you have something?
No, I was saying I was feeling it.
Oh, you were.
Toxic Tuesday.
You were.
I'll go with Barkley. At least he was having fun, talking a little sports trash after a team laid down in the postseason, Chief.
I'll go with a Toxic Tuesday. JJ Redick.
Alrighty. Medford?
I'll go Redick as well.
All right. We're at 2-1. We'll Chuck.
JJ.
3-1, Brian.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith put him in his place.
By a score of 4-1, your new Chi Bag of the Day champion. It's the JJ Redick, Stephen A. Smith Barb-Off. Where are we going with Krusty's Corner next, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to take you on a little drinking journey. We'll do that next.
That sounds excellent. Time to talk.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Medford. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Which Boomer Jacks are we going to be at tonight there, Woolchuck?
Off Technology Boulevard.
Technology.
Right by Baby Dolls, actually.
Oh, is it? Mm-hmm. You're going to stop in and say
I might
hello
have to
the-
pop in for a drinky poo and then meet you again. No, I don't know. We'll see.
Usually pop out of
Or maybe afterwards. Maybe afterwards we
gonna
keep
say,
the party
is that-
going
is
at
that
Baby
your
Dolls.
pregame or is that your
Those ladies-
postgame?
Those ladies
or-
know a lot about sports. They ask good questions.
Yep, they absolutely do.
They ask really good questions there. All right. Oh, by the way, did you guys see that there's a kicker on the street?
Brandon
Yeah.
McManus.
Brendan McManus.
And guess who they're bringing in for a workout? Brett Maher.
Oh, really?
The Denver Broncos are bringing in Maharati.
All right. Well, good luck
What
to
do you,
him.
what do you think about
McManus? I saw
McManus.
his stats were 77% last year.
Yeah, I feel like if the Broncos are moving on from him and they're bringing in the Cowboys kicker that wasn't good enough, then McManus might not be the answer.
I'm sick of my problem. I'll take your problem. You take mine.
Just swap, maybe
Just
to
a little
change the scenery.
A little problem swap.
77%? Ain't very good, is it?
I'm still going Robbie.
And you're kicking in thin air?
Yeah.
You know?
It's not good. You know, their options aren't great, but Cowboys have decided kicker's a place they need to save money to pay all the players they drafted. So they don't have good ones anymore. You know, they're trying to get by with it.
This is going to end up hurting them, isn't it?
No, because they talked about like everyone on earth is an option. They're not leaving any stone unturned. They're going to find somebody, even if they have to go into a frat party like Lane Kiffin did at Ole Miss. He found himself a kicker.
I'd go up to FC Dallas probably.
That's what I was thinking, dude. I'm like, there's got to be enough people playing soccer that it would translate, dude. Like just a guy that he doesn't even know what is going on the football field. It doesn't matter. I'm here to kick. That is all I do. Give me something, I will kick it. If it looks like a football, soccer ball, doesn't matter.
Toilet roll.
I am here to freaking kick.
I just think kicking with pads on when you start to talk about the soccer player
We'll
thing.
use the small ones, dude. We'll
clearly,
adjust.
Clearly, it doesn't translate that easily, or people would be doing that all the time. But hey, maybe the Cowboys should have a tryout and they can find somebody.
This is going to bite them in the rear.
Look, of course
this is one of those June predictions you made.
It probably will.
You know,
they found a way to weather the storm with Maher, and that was fixed until it wasn't at the end of the year when you needed him most.
Well, Tom Brady fell off a cliff in the final 8 weeks of the season or something. You got lucky. You missed 4 PATs in a playoff game. That should have cost you the game.
It should have.
For sure.
Yeah.
No, you're right about that. You're right. All right. This was a story I was looking at because we've seen by the way, Taylor Stern, our buddy Taylor Stern, you didn't get to see her last night. She was in the
Saw
booth.
some social. Did not see it on TV.
I did not see that.
Yeah.
Daughter.
I saw Brooks in the booth.
Yeah, Brooks was in the booth, but Taylor
Brooks was in the booth.
Taylor does. You got a story about that?
He might have been
later,
doing
don't
some skiing. I don't know.
Oh, did he have a weird?
Allegedly, that's what people on social media are making
I think
fun
Eric
of him for.
said that.
I think he's a huge
Eric
sports
called
fan.
him out on that.
No, dude.
No, he is. He's a big Panthers fan.
Yeah, he's a Panthers guy. Loves the Ice Cats.
Loves the Ice Cats. Okay, but Taylor Stern, she does work with him, by the way. She's like all
Formerly
his,
at DallasCowboys.com.
yeah,
to
all,
Taylor.
all his social stuff that you see
Yeah.
is all like
Well, he's
when,
crushing it on social media.
when he gets into like arguments with other Twitter people and stuff. That's generally Taylor throwing down the shade.
Love it.
So anyway, but it made me think last night. I looked this up because she was holding the Wanamaker Trophy, which is given to the winner of the PGA. And it made me start thinking, which sports trophy can hold the most beers?
Okay.
I think it has to be Lord Stanley. Didn't you give us the number on Lord Stanley? Didn't you say it was 18 Coldies?
Oh, let's
18 12-ounces?
I'll walk you through this.
Okay, please.
Because, if you can drink out of one trophy, I don't know how well you guys know all the trophies of the world.
Oh,
there's one,
I know this one.
If there's one trophy that you can drink out of, and there's three
that are
there's
drinkable.
three notable trophies that are
like the
tailor made.
Jug?
The claret jug. The claret jug is one of them. That's noticeable. It's perfect for drinking alcohol.
What is
out
the
of.
Wanamaker or something?
The Wanamaker we just talked about is one.
You would
and
think
the Stanley Cup.
You would think the World Cup would have something that is boozable. but they don't, right?
It's not. No,
it's not.
But that would be fun.
Because it's the actual. Is it?
It's
the ball or the world or
the earth.
It's a cool cup.
Yeah.
It's a cool trophy.
Or the ball.
It's the Stanley Cup, and it might be the more challenging of those three because it's heavier. But I'm trying to booze out of the Stanley Cup. That's a bucket list thing.
Yeah, it really is, man. I mean,
see, I've held the Lombardi, and I've even looked at the bottom of it, like on the base.
Can we drill a hole in there? Take some shots
out of
it.
Pour beer in the bottom of
Lombardi.
the Lombardi, but no, you can't remove the bottom of the base.
How many kisses did you put on that Lombardi?
I think I kissed it one time.
Just one good fat.
One
You
good
got a
one.
photo of it, right?
I do.
On your wall somewhere?
I do.
Good.
Matter of fact, when I'm moving into my new place, me with the Super Bowl trophy, if like when I do media, you know how you have these backgrounds?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
the
when
ones
you
the
zoom
picture
in?
with the
Yeah.
Lombardi. Yeah, I got a big picture of me with the
Can you make a
Lombardi.
fat head out of that thing?
It might as well be a fat head.
That's awesome.
I think I look worse then than I do now.
You were.
Yeah, it's
you were
one of those
agree.
pictures.
You were at
your
the,
hair looks better.
You're at the high. Well, dude, you were
you're aging
living
well.
Of course, you were bloated, bro. You were in Wisconsin, just mowing through cheese curds.
It's tough when Andy Reid's your neighbor and he's cooking for the whole neighborhood.
Broadus was cooking for Andy Reid.
We were all cooking
Going
for each other.
Red beans and rice and
Andy was
all that.
Andy was
dude.
grilling for the neighborhood.
He was. Andy was.
Andy was the grill guy.
Andy's a grill guy.
Do you not listen?
Andy's
No, I don't.
Brian's told us that about. Well, I knew that.
I mean, do
actually.
you not listen? We all know that I don't.
Brian's
Gavin's the only one
told
that
us that a
listens, I
bunch.
think. All right. Gavin mentioned the Claret Jug, which is given to the winner of the British Open, or now is known as the Open Championship. Since it was first presented by a guy named Tom Kidd in 1873, it's
Great guy, that Tom.
So Tom Kidd in 2022, Cameron Smith, he won it. He said he planned on drinking 40 beers out of the Claret Jug.
It's a solid plan.
40 beers
day?
out of. He
Couple
said
hours.
he's going to drink 40 beers out of the thing.
Okay.
He says it's unclear whether he achieved that goal, but he was kind enough to confirm.
Lost count at 22.
He did confirm it pretty much fits exactly 2 beers.
So 2 beers at a
Now, is that
time.
a-
So
is
it's
that
a tall boy.
So the Claret
It's a tall
Jug,
boy.
the Claret Jug is a 2-beer trophy.
Claret Jug.
But him being from England, he would consider a beer probably a pounder.
Oh,
a
he's an
16
Australian.
ouncer.
He's an Australian.
Okay, he's an
yeah.
Australian.
Yeah,
Foster's.
So is that the big Foster's can or is that the standard 12-ounce can? I
I
don't
think
know.
it's standard. I think
Okay.
we're in a standard can
Okay,
here.
good to know.
All right, the Stanley Cup. There's no trophy on the planet as iconic as the Stanley Cup. It's been awarded the best team in the NHL since 1893. There's hockey players have always dreamed some creative ways to use and abuse it over that span. And so here we go. It has been told the keeper of the cup is a guy named Phil Pritchard. He's known as the keeper of the cup. Would you like to guess how many beers Phil
Cup keeper?
Pritchard said? The cup keeper. He said, "Do you think how many beers did Phil Pritchard say that you could put in the Stanley Cup?"
I'm going to guess 8.
We're talking 12. We're talking
Yeah.
12. 12-ounce standard beers.
Yeah, just regulation size. I would say 17. I feel like you broke this news to us a while
I'll
back.
go 20.
Gavin?
8.
14.
14.
Ooh, you guys went over.
Yeah, we did.
14 beers you
Son of
can
a gun.
hold in the
Can
standard.
play Plinko.
It's still
I
impressive.
just made a recount.
The Stanley Cup. Okay, we talk about the Wanamaker Trophy. The Wanamaker Trophy.
What is that? What am I missing?
It's
here?
one of the
PGA.
PGA championship
It's a
trophies.
piece of
That's what they
PGA.
had last night.
It's what they
Yeah, it's
were,
what Koepka's got.
they were drinking out of that last night. Well, they've been drinking out of it quite a bit here lately. Brooks is drinking out of it a lot. There's been a lot of social posts to him, like he was doing some shows and they said, "Hey, have you drank a beer out of it yet?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm about to." And
Here,
so
let me show ya.
yeah, he was pouring it in there and drinking.
So is that lifts off? The top lifts off?
Yeah, the top there's the top lifts off. So okay.
That looks big.
Yeah. So
6. That's my guess.
Koepka said it was only halfway full after he and his buddies poured 18 beers
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
To commemorate his victory.
monster.
Okay. As a result, would you like to guess the exact number? And this comes from Jason Duffner, who won the trophy in 2013.
42.
I'll
42?
go 36.
How about you, Wooly Bully?
I'll go 30.
43.
Wow, look at you.
43
bag.
beers. So would you just take 18 and multiply it?
I multiplied it by 2, and then I thought they probably underestimated a little or exaggerated a little.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That is incredible. But 43 beers fit in that trophy that Brooks Koepka. All right, so we're determined, though, that the Wanamaker would be for all you and the buddies.
Yeah, for
the
a group.
Stanley Cup is more of a you and your buddies. That's a you and your buddies thing.
You and one buddy.
You and a buddy.
That's 14, right?
Claret jug is just you, right?
Yeah, pretty
You're
much. You gotta
drinking
keep
2
refilling
beers.
that
That's
stuff.
your personal vessel. That's your beer stein for as long as you get to have it.
Okay.
Yeah, that acts as sort of a flask.
Okay, are you sharing or are you sharing with the big trophy, or are you going individual, just the little claret jug?
I think. I mean, if I'm a golfer, then I'd go solo. But if it's a team sport, I think it's a team situation.
I'm still going Stanley.
I'd want to do that Wanamaker challenge. That sounds like
43 of them.
Do them all yourself
in 24 hours. The Wanamaker, and for a 250-pound guy, that'd be like, that's nothing, right? Andre the Giant would do that for lunch, but for a guy my size, that'd be a fun little
coming out of retirement.
Yeah,
kickoff.
I think
got to win the Wanamaker now.
Yeah, the Wanamaker I think would be too much for me. I think the claret jug would be just right, but the Stanley Cup would be the most prestigious to me. For sure. All right, boys. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Broadus. Little trophy talk there on the heels of Brooks Koepka winning another major, his 5th. Okay, C-note. The Cowboys have a championship window. How long can they keep it open? Where do they rank among the most complete rosters? We got the Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here. It's G-Bag Nation fan.
Let's get that hot tub in the backyard.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It is a Game 2 Dallas Stars Tolo Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're fired up for the game tonight. Wolchuk definitely is over there in his Stars jersey.
Hell yeah, baby.
Right next to his nosebleed brother for life. Now conjoined officially, Eric Chiafalo. Here's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner.
I'll bring the rope to Boomer Jacks tonight.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I got some tweets from some folks that say that the U.S. Open trophy for the golf the top comes off of that thing too.
Okay.
For beverages.
I'll guess 9 beers on that one.
The Champions League trophy, we got texted in as well. We've actually got that on June 10th. Will be the Champions League final.
Is that Champions League? That one's big. That's a big old trophy.
It is pretty big.
Isn't that the one? I love how they celebrate wins.
2 handles on
in
each
soccer
side.
where they hold it low and then they lift it in the crowd.
up.
Yeah, and then they start jumping up and down.
That
I
is
love
fun.
that.
Hey, Alec Medford is in for Lucius
What?
today. I'm
Tom
not sure what I
Red.
just said.
Yeah.
Carter Freeman is coordinating your
Alec
video.
Medford.
I believe we have a double redhead situation there. I think if you count me a redhead, it's a triple redhead
Gosh, we got a
Tuesday.
triple gin.
We are the
Tuesday.
official
We got you surrounded, boys.
Ginger show of record.
That's right.
It's a triple ginge Tuesday, and it's getting toxic.
Okay.
Well, is Carter even here?
Yeah.
I don't even.
He's on break.
Is he on break?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Is he coming to Boomer Jacks tonight?
That happens 3 times an hour for
Allegedly.
5 minutes. Dave Hellman now with Fox.
He gets more water breaks.
He's not
than
a Fox.
Broaddus got during
Oh,
his
sorry,
LSU
guys.
days.
I need a break. You take the show.
Okay, Carter.
Oh, no, it's okay, man. A little ginger on ginger crime never hurt nobody.
So I'll give you Dave's points here. His Dave Hellman, this is Brian's old copy proofreader. And
Copywriter.
DallasCowboys.com.
Won me an award.
Then Brian left, and then Dave left, went out to L.A., became a TV star on Fox last
Hollywood
last
Dave.
season. So,
Hollywood Dave.
Salute to Dave, and congrats to him for all of his success. It's been really cool watching him destroy Shady McCoy on a regular basis.
Yeah. He says Shady's a good dude.
Nice.
He does. He likes Shady.
Well, here he's got an article. The Cowboys have a championship window. How long can they keep it open? And I'll give you Dave's points, and then I'll tell you why. I'm not sure this organization has opened one for the last 15 years, but here's the content, and it's a really concise way of summarizing the threats to the Cowboys championship window. You guys tell me how long you think they can at least maintain this level of play they've had the last 2 years. Number one, Dak's cap number will balloon to $60 million if they don't do a new deal before then next year, and if they have to let that play out, that would be over a quarter of the cap. And I don't know if a team's ever had much success when the quarterback is eating up that much of the salary cap space. And, and that would be a huge year for trimming payroll. That's when cap casualties happen. Now, more likely the Cowboys extend it and keep pushing the money into the future. So maybe that doesn't happen, maybe until 2027 or something. Eventually that bill comes due. And I think the smart teams find a good year to be like, yeah, let's go ahead and bite that bullet now. I don't know. Maybe 2024 could be that year for the Cowboys. Okay, you're going to have Lamb, Diggs, and Parsons to do contracts with. That's a huge challenge right now for the front office on top of Dak's balloon payment coming. You have to rebuild the offensive line at the same point, something they don't seem too interested in right now. I think they look at quarterbacks in their prime as like they're gonna make everybody around them a little bit better, and we'll build them an offensive line if they start to get old or breaking down, like when they built the offensive line for Tony. So those are your 3 biggest threats. Like, how much is your offensive line deteriorating? The need to sign young stars amid a Dak contract situation. Which one of those is the biggest threat, and how long do you guys think they can maintain this current level of play or higher?
Man, you keep drafting like this, and you're gonna be in a decent place as long as you have Dak. And I think we know until he starts to just fall off due to whatever age, like he's consistently going to be an above average starter, really at worst. And so you have an above average starter with the best drafting team in the sport, and you've got a young core of premium positions, guys like Micah Parsons, guys like Tyler Smith, who's probably going to be your left tackle, at some point here. I think you're at CeeDee Lamb as well. Like, you're in a good position, I think, to be a good team for, as long as they want, really.
Yeah, I think that this is one where they can keep this door kind of pried open. And it is interesting with the offensive line because it's not nearly as good as it was, but they have tried to infuse it with young talent. Like they drafted Biotish, who was pretty good last year and hopefully continues to improve. Eric mentioned Tyler Smith, even Steele, right? Like how does he come back from the injury? But if he continues to improve like he has year to year, he's already one of the best run blockers in the sport. But if he can figure out as a pass protecting right tackle, you've got 3 pretty good young offensive linemen there. Then it's just, okay, when Zach Martin decides to retire, we got to figure out the guard spots.
Yeah, I think, both of you guys are on it. I think the line's deteriorating a little bit more. Like 23rd in yards per attempt last year was a red flag to me. I really like Chiefs' point, though. As long as you draft well, you can cruise through salary cap hell and still field competitive teams. And if it lines up where you're in good cap space and you're drafting well, that's when you see teams really make a push for a championship most often. I mean, there's different templates, but the Saints built a hell of a team like that.
100%. And if you have like a home run draft like the Saints did, where like you crush it on your first, your second, and then you get like their 5th round pick, Marcus Williams ended up being a stud for them at safety. But for the Cowboys, I think that's also some of what frustrates the fan base, right? Because you're right, how they just keep replenishing with the draft, but they're good. Are they elite contenders? No, because they don't go ahead and get the free agents or the over-the-top type of move.
What do you think? Have they really been contenders? They can't get out of the divisional round. I go back to shortly after you left, Brian. The Parcells era was the last time it seemed like they were nasty on both sides of the line of scrimmage enough to say, oh, this team's going to push people around no matter who has the ball. And then that continued through 2009 with Wade Phillips when you had Spencer and D. Ware and Brady James and Keith Brooking, Terrence Newman, Mike Jenkins, good defense. And that offensive line with Gerard and the Hotel and Colombo, those guys were still there. And that ended in 2010 when they let Flozell and Colombo go. So I don't know if they've gotten back. Now, they were still snake bit then, So was that bad luck? Or, I think it was the best roster we've seen in 15 years when we reflect on it, unless that offensive line now can keep Tyron healthy and Zach Martin at an all-pro level.
I think the thing that'll be key for them going forward is, can they get something out of Waletzko, and can they get something out of Awesome Richards? Because it might be a situation at right tackle that they might just let Steele walk.
After this year?
After this year. I'm just, again, I'm not saying I know anything concrete, but it might be a point in time where they just don't, they said we can't pay them all. And
that's a luxury.
And that's a luxury.
Tackle like Steele.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe they feel like that Awesome Richards can develop into that guy, or Matt Waletzko can. And, a lot will be what happens. Like I say, the whole thing with Tyron Smith, I could kind of see that being a 1-year thing. But they realize, talking to them about having to sign Parsons, they realize that's about to be a really expensive ticket. They understand that. That might be one of those things where they talk about it, in a way of that hey, this is like a quarterback that we're dealing with here.
So one of these young offensive linemen steps up. These draft picks, I mean, if Schoonmaker's a beast at tight end and Mozzie Smith is shutting down the run, you could see this team get tougher and more physical at the line of scrimmage. Those things are just tough to predict at this point in their development.
Well, like I say, Mozzie Smith might be just a 2-down player.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. But if he's
if you're
like
dominant as a 2-down player,
if you're dominant as a 2-down player like Hankins has been, then that was absolutely worth the pick for them.
Okay, we continue the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. I believe Wolchuk has where they are amongst the most complete roster. ESPN did the rankings, right?
Yeah, and ESPN did their top 10 most complete rosters in all of the National Football League. Cowboys are at number 5, the 5th most complete roster in the NFL. Number 1 ended up being the Philadelphia Eagles. And you also had the Chiefs in there at number 2. The Niners were 3. The Bengals are 4. Cowboys are 5. They're actually ahead of the Bills at 6. Out of all those teams, do you think that they've kind of got them correct? Because, I mean, as we're talking about like the Cowboys and team building, one thing that they've never been able to have at the same time, and I love Voch Lombardi's analogy to this, like the peanut butter and the jelly. They'll have peanut butter. The jelly never comes around. We even saw it last year. Defense is a top 3 defense in all of the NFL. They're carrying them with Cooper Rush. All of a sudden, Dak comes back. Now you start having some leaks right on the defensive side. Van Der Esch gets hurt. You have an Anthony Brown go down. You have a revolving door at that second corner spot. Teams are just picking over there. You start being not as good defensively. They've never had both sides of the football really take flight at the same time. This year, I do think the way that they've gone ahead and just continue to make the defensive strength, they bring in Brandon Cooks. Hopefully they can stay healthy, but they do seem like the most complete team they've had in recent memory.
It's a good roster. I think that what prevents them from getting into the top 3 or even number 1 is they want to make the playoffs every year. And the harder you go for it with your cap management, the longer you have to be out of the playoffs. Rams might not be back for a while. Tampa might not be back for a while. You know, the contenders, when they move in, they cost themselves the future. And I don't think the Cowboys are willing to do that. I think they're trying to make the playoffs every year. And we're kind of in this place where, like, yeah, they're a contender, but not close enough to be the favorite to, win a couple of playoff games.
So they have the either or of the peanut butter and the jelly. If you're only going to have one, though, we'd all agree that you'd rather have the peanut butter than the jelly, or would we disagree with that? I think it's like initially you go like if I could only have one, I'd go peanut butter because there's a versatility factor there with the peanut butter. But jelly is so special in and of itself.
I love jelly, but I've never just had a jelly sandwich.
Right, but I mean
jelly toast.
Thank you, but jelly.
Yeah,
it's
jelly,
funny that we
usually
don't do
I'm
that.
doing butter and jelly.
That's fine.
Right,
You still have butter.
You just can't put peanut butter
You just don't have peanut butter.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're just going specifically with the peanut butter and with the jelly.
I think I'd go peanut butter, though, if I had to pick.
And that's not a bad take. That's initially where I went, and then I started thinking about how delicious jelly actually is.
There's different flavors of jelly.
Right. There's a ton of different flavors of jelly, but the peanut butter you're putting in, you're eating with fruit at times, right? Like that takes
I can add some
to
banana
the next level.
Chocolate.
You throw it into a smoothie. You're not putting jelly in a smoothie.
Just
take
get
a scoop of it.
out. Yeah.
100%.
Great snack.
Satiating.
Yeah, it's terrific. I love crunchy. I don't think I can choose those. Chief, you're on your game today. You presented
That's a tough one
question. Yeah.
Wow.
You have a better chance of long-term survival just eating peanut butter as opposed to jelly, right?
Absolutely. Good
For
proteins
sure.
in it. Yeah.
For sure.
Especially if you get a healthy one. One of those organic ones that's kind of oily when you open it.
Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Yeah, there's like a
Oily.
good inch of that oil in there. You got to mix it all up.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a good
that's heaven
vibe
right there.
Yeah.
My super wholesome friend used to have that. We'd go over to his house and his mom would make these peanut butter and jellies that were like all organic and the bread was different. And then for the side, instead of chips, it would be little red tomatoes and celery. And I was like, "Oh, Mom, please come pick me up."
And it was like super wholesome code for hippie. I mean, is that what we're doing here?
This is a crunchy mom.
They were
crunchy peanut butter.
There's a lot of people that eat peanut butter and celery.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Healthy
that do
snack.
that.
Healthy snack, yeah. Okay, elsewhere in the C-Note, Bleacher Report did an OTA version of breakout players around the NFL, and for the Cowboys to go with Sam Williams, 4 sacks in a very limited role last year. I think it could be him. He still has Dorrance Armstrong and Fowler ahead of him, but I think his talent is so insane that he might blow past those guys and be like on Tank's heels before we know it.
He's going to be the starter. He's going to be the starter at right end. Just
Really?
breakout, sure.
Wow.
I mean, I know last year I was talking about
Dorrance,
but this kid, they will figure out a way to get him on the field more.
They should.
So it'll be him and Tank as the starting edges.
That would be my
and
preseason.
Micah's just the chess piece, front seven, whatever
Sure.
guy.
And you could kick Lawrence inside if you want him to play that.
What's
nickel.
up with Dorrance? Something happened there?
No,
It's just Sam Williams is a freak show monster alien.
They can't. If the only thing that could stop Sam Williams is a lack of maturity.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that could stop
like a
him.
mid-season car accident or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, knock on wood for that bad boy. Landry
You
had
had to say that.
Well, that actually happened.
That actually happened.
It did happen the day he bought the car,
wrecked his
too.
car in
Yeah.
in the season last year.
His body slam of that dude, though. I mean, he made so many plays that were just like,
Hulk smash.
He's a better pass rusher than Dorrance right now, absolutely. Dorrance
Yeah.
is a pretty complete player, though. I mean, he came up in some big moments for him last year. There were some times I thought Armstrong was their best defender.
And then, hey, Todd.
Damn,
that's a lot.
That's a scorcher.
Yeah.
I had to cover my eyebrows when you give takes
Against
like
Washington
that.
last year on the
Cinched
road,
it.
I think Armstrong played the best.
He had some good games.
It was their best pass rusher or best overall defender.
I think
I thought he was their best defensive player in that game.
Scout Zach throwing heat, Brian. Is that ridiculous take to you?
No, I mean, trust me.
That was badass what just happened
You
there.
just slap
That
him
caught
down?
us all off
No,
guard.
you just slap down this young grasshopper?
No, I was just curious if that was for the whole year or if it's just for that one game.
not. You have
Curious
Micah
if Walter was
Parsons.
being serious when he said that kind of thing.
But against Washington on the road, when nobody really had a good game,
were
I thought
bad.
the
They were
one,
bad
the one
to-
guy that
yeah.
you could look at and say this guy showed up
Yeah.
was Dorrance Armstrong.
Yeah, that's fair.
Got to run, Nation. When we come back, I believe Wolchuk has the NFL news of the day. Where are we going with that, buddy?
Man, we got some good Cowboys audio. Did DeAndre Hopkins take a shot at our guy Dak Prescott? We got a former All-Pro loving CD Lamb. And the one rule that might go ahead and nip Brady starting for the Raiders in the bud. I'll tell you about that next on The Fam.
Okay, I want to tell you about D&M Leasing, though. I'm excited once again. We're doing a little bit of car shopping, talking with my guy, D&M Leasing. There was actually exactly what we wanted available. A black-on-black Chevy Tahoe with 12,000 miles on it. It was like, wow, that's beautiful. Pre-owned. We'll put a lease or a purchase on that bad boy, and we'll be rocking and rolling with D&M Leasing here in no time. Somebody already snatched it up. Okay, so now my guy he's out there eyeballing, looking for the perfect new or lease return vehicle for me and my family, and they can take such great care of you at D&M Leasing. Give them a call, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. You're going to be dealing with the folks who just won Dealer of the Year once again. That's an award from Dealer Rater, National Award. It goes to the leasing outfit that exceeds consumer expectations across the board most consistently. That's what D&M Leasing does. I love it. I can't believe it. You know, talking about exceeding expectations, I wasn't even in that 4Runner for 2 years. We still have it, you know. We'll be trading in later on this week. And I just love trading in and out of new vehicles more frequently and not having that negative equity that comes with it if you are in a purchase. So call D&M Leasing, get your guy yourself, and he is going to be working overtime to put the vehicle of your dreams in your driveway. Expanding family, want the bigger SUV. I don't know if it's going to be a Yukon or, you know, a Tahoe, Expedition, Sequoia. He's just going to find the perfect vehicle with the best deal for me. That's what works for me. Maybe you want a specific, maybe you want a sports car, maybe I don't know what you want, a specific vehicle. They're going to make it happen, though. Any area code 35 lease. You sign the documents online. You'll be done before you know it. That's dmautoleasing.com at ease.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. The headlines are created here on DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan and the Odyssey.
history of calves, though.
Yes, he does.
And if I'm the Jets, I'm concerned. I say these idiots on social media are actually right this time. We have to make sure this calf is right before August.
I've seen him win a playoff game on one leg with a bad calf.
Is there such thing as like too much muscle in a calf? Because I was looking at his calves today, and they're pretty impressive. I wonder if there's a point where you become too muscular in the calf when you reach a certain age, maybe.
You know, it's a great question because I've been struggling with that myself, actually. I'm getting very muscular calves. And
you got great calves, man.
I'm concerned that I might have too much muscle right now.
I think the prescription is just wear more shorts. Hoochie daddies.
Yep. I'm trying to get there, baby.
Get some quads, too.
When he gets that teardrop, it's going to be a game changer for the league.
But don't you kind of feel like the Jets were just a quarterback away from being really great?
No, for sure. But it's just...
I mean, they won a game. They beat Aaron Rodgers and them at Green Bay, and then they fell apart. But in Zach Wilson, I mean, they
were like 5-2 or something.
They were giving up like 16 points a game and losing.
Yeah, I think the Jets are pretty good.
No, if they duplicate the same defense they had last year and Rodgers basically stays healthy, then they should be a very, very good team. But with all this expectation and hoopla, it's just, it's going to end poorly. This is not going to be a season that the Jets fan is smiling at the end.
I think that Robert Saleh's kind of putting it all on the line right now because he knows his job might be in jeopardy. Go ahead and just throw it out there. Go out there.
Put a little gas on the fire that already is there.
Put a little gas on the fire, and then and try and light a fire underneath his team. But to me, they were a quarterback away. There were so many games where they were losing. They lose a game by giving up 10 points, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, game 10-3, couple of those like that. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to make a huge difference for them, and I think Aaron Rodgers is going to. I think he's going to make the team that might slip back is Buffalo. Buffalo might be the team that slides.
Possible. Well, if Josh Allen has,
and we'll see what happens with Miami with Tua
for sure.
Now that Tom Brady's an owner,
of
how much does he really want to play? That kind of thing. That might take Brady out of it.
Bring up Buffalo. It's interesting. You had DeAndre Hopkins on the I Am Athlete podcast, and they asked him, what are the top 5 quarterbacks you would like to play with? Here is DeAndre Hopkins' response to that question.
What are some of the quarterbacks out there, if you had a list, you say, these are some dope quarterbacks that I would love to throw me the ball the second part of my career?
Oh, that's a good question. I would have to say one of my favorite quarterbacks that I've been watching since he came in the league is Josh Allen. Josh Allen, he reminds me of an old school or of a new school Andrew Luck. And I love Josh Allen. Jalen Hurts, man, he's Houston kid, your dog, Jalen. Number 3, who I would love to have a ball thrown by. Patrick Mahomes, obviously.
Ooh,
number 4, I'm gonna have to go with. I gotta go with the underdog, man. The people, not a lot of people respect this guy, but as a throwing quarterback, Lamar Jackson, obviously. And number 5, that's a good one. That's a good question.
Dak Prescott?
I like Dak Prescott.
Any of these young rookie quarterbacks stand out to you? Do you want to catch a ball from a young player? Are you past that point in your career? Like some guys out there.
Yeah, I'm past that point in my career. But I heard that the quarterback we got from Houston is pretty good. I like him. My grandfather was sending me his highlights on YouTube. But my number 5 quarterback, man, because it's some good quarterbacks out there that's young and good. I'm gonna have to go with my dude in San Diego or the Chargers.
Herbert.
I'm gonna have to
Justin
go
Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
Now it is LA, and he, I think, clearly is looking at maybe the Bills as the most likely destination for him right now. If he leaves Arizona, maybe that's why he put Josh Allen there. But it was kind of strange when they bring up Dak there. And Hopkins he just shakes his head. He doesn't answer.
How do you interpret that? Was he just heard about the Cowboys not getting him?
I do lean towards that side of it. Yes.
I think he was hurt, but what if he's in a situation where he was in the Dak yard quite a bit and Dak was kind of all over the place throwing the ball?
Could be.
Yeah. That he's like, man, maybe this guy didn't throw me a catchable ball.
Objectively, leaving him out of the top 5 is not a mistake.
Not at all.
Not at all. If you want to put him at 5, I'm okay with that as well. I don't think it's a horrible.
The bigger story is that he didn't even name his own quarterback, and I appreciate the honesty.
Tyler?
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty about it. But yeah, if you're a fan of like, because he spent a good bit of his offseason here in Dallas.
He did.
Working out with Dak.
Yeah.
He might think, too, that I don't want to put Dak in harm's way.
I think it's also more so he knows he's not getting traded to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And all those teams he named, I think he might think he's got a shot to get traded there.
Good strategy.
So, I mean, that makes some sense for Hopkins, but it became a big story because you bring up Dak and you do see him just kind of shake his head. People are going to run with that. This is a positive Cowboys nugget. Also on the I Am Athlete podcast, it was Devontae Adams. And I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we ran out of time. But they talked to him about a wide receiver that most reminds him of himself currently. Here's Devontae.
People compared a lot of dudes to me as they come into the league and stuff. This is a guy that's younger than me, CeeDee Lamb.
That is a shocker to me.
I like CeeDee Lamb a lot. That's the one that if
no
anybody,
disrespect to CeeDee Lamb, but I'm shocked.
Yeah, and when I'm picking it, I'm not picking it off of just the most attractive and what people want to hear. And if you watch the way CD plays, and I think he's going to keep growing. And I talked to him this offseason a couple of times, and I said, bro, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep staying on what you're on right now, because this is going to give you the type of credit and respect that you deserve moving forward. You just got to keep doing it, put something behind it. He reminded me of myself a lot as far as the way he moves, and I feel like at that point when I was, you ask him, he'll tell you he likes where he's at with his game right now. And I feel like he's getting that 2018 maybe Tay respect right now.
Right.
And the more he continues to do and gets better, he's going to get a lot more respect.
It's exciting. Maybe the best receiver in the game, talking that highly of CeeDee Lamb. And also, Tyreek Hill was one that did that earlier in the offseason while he was doing his live streaming. They asked him, who's a receiver you really like watching? He said CeeDee Lamb. So CeeDee's getting a lot of love from his counterparts.
Thank you. He was 6 in yards, 6 in catches. He was 3rd in 20-plus yard catches. And a lot of that was, after struggling for the first month, So now he's going to hit the ground running. Now he's going to get more yak opportunities, I'm assuming, in the West Coast offense, more on the run, actually, with a chance to turn up field. Yeah, I think this is going to be the year where CeeDee Lamb, finally hits that potential that we got so excited about when they drafted him 3 years ago.
I agree. I think he's really getting ready to take off in a huge way. He's a surefire number 1 wide receiver at this point, and now that you have a surefire number 2 next to him as well, defenses won't be able to just completely focus on him and his ability to move and play from the slot. It's a really nice skill set.
Now, Jeff Darlington of ESPN was reporting on, okay, now you have Brady, who's become a minority owner officially of the Raiders. Can he come out and play for the Raiders?
Yeah, that's what I have a question about.
Well, according to him, he said league rules states that all 32 teams would have to sign off on a player suiting up for a team that they have a financial interest in. So Brady would need to receive a league-wide approval if he wanted to return to the field, something it would be hard to imagine the rest of the AFC West, at the very least, would be eager to do. I don't see how the rest of the NFL owners would say yes to this, personally, especially the Bucs.
Why are they in this?
What do you mean?
Owners.
For money?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to make that money regardless on if Brady plays or not.
How much better are the ratings, though?
I don't know.
I mean, I think this is tens of millions of dollars that they're saying no to. They leverage their cheerleaders to put them at $3 an hour. You think they're going to turn down tens of millions of dollars that Tom Brady could create a windfall?
I think some of these owners are petty, man. I think there's a lot of pettiness.
I would like to think so. If I was an owner and I already had $5 billion, I'd be like, I don't care about $5 million.
Yeah.
But these guys do. These guys think, I'm going to take this $5 million, invest it in a business, and in 50 years from now, it's going to be $500 million.
Sure.
They want constantly accruing capital. I don't know how many actually care about winning first, Brian.
Well, you're in a situation with what happened, whether it was deemed that it wasn't really an offer, but the whole thing with the Colts standing up against Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
The ownership there said, hey, no, if you're one of those teams, you're trying to deal with Andrew Luck, then, you're
going to have to kick us some compensation.
Yeah, you're going to have to do something. So if they're standing up for a guy like Andrew Luck that's probably not ever going to play, I could see where Sean Payton says at Denver, no.
Yeah.
I
would be surprised if they. I hear your point, and maybe, but man, I think
it's
you get a
about
petty
money.
guy that's like, or hey, we're competing for the playoffs. I'm not trying to make them better. Hell no.
I could see it where they don't want the players getting equity in the league, and maybe from a financial standpoint, they're like, no, we're not sharing our pie with players that want to be owners. I guess I could see a little bit of that. But I think what Tom Brady represents is just so much attention for the league, and Jerry's gonna whip. He's going to get out there and holler at all these guys and make deals and stuff to, help get the money makers on television.
If they had any self-respect, they wouldn't have let Brady done this. That being the Raiders after the Tuck rule. I didn't even consider that.
I agree 100%
After the Tuck rule, are you kidding me?
I was shocked.
No way you can be a part of my organization.
Shocked. One last thing really quick here. We got a new rule that specifies that the fair catch when it comes to a free kick. So a safety or a kickoff, players can now go ahead and signify a fair catch, but it has to be behind the 25-yard line. Ball will automatically start at the team's 25-yard line. This is just another step in trying to eliminate the kickoffs altogether.
Okay, all righty. Thank you. That is a ton of news. Zach Wolchuk, NFL News Today, most days here in the 3 o'clock hour, G-Back Nation. We're heading to talk some association, and it looks like a rim sesh, Chief. Where are we heading?
Yeah, we got some rimming to do. We got some hodgepodging to do. We got the Cocaine Panther. We got a Drama King, and we have a good old-fashioned would you try this situation. That's next right here on The Fan.
The Drama King will be in the building right now. I want to chat Frankles with you, though. Life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, and that's when I can tell you do need an experienced public injury attorney to fight for your rights, get the compensation you deserve. It's the Frankles. 25 years they've been the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You can listen to Queens of the Court on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
There he is, Alec in for Lucius. Here's Chief with the hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Big Stars game tonight. Big Stars watch party. Boomer Jacks right here in Dallas, 10250 Technology Boulevard. Boomer Jacks. It is going to be a Stars watch party for the ages. We will will this team to a Game 3 victory, and we look forward to doing it with you, all the Tolos. I know we'll have Bobby, Peyton from the morning show. Of course, we got Wolchuk, we got Broadus, myself. Medford's going to be partying. Will Chambers going to be. It's going to be outstanding.
Go Stars!
Cannot wait to see you. Boomer Jacks, 10250 Technology Boulevard. It is going to be fantastic. Now, question, would you try this before we get to the Cocaine Ice Cat and the Drama King? Apparently, there's a new tequila. Hottest tequila you've ever tried. Fiero Habanero Tequila. I don't understand this world's infatuation with spicy beverages. This is not one that I am into. You get jalapenos and all that kind of stuff. We're at the Super Bowl party, and they got the jalapenos in there. Delightful margarita. No thanks on the jalapeno. Don't need it. But a habanero pepper tequila. Sounds awesome to Dawson.
Yeah, is this like Fireball hot level or?
Well, so basically,
or a little nitro.
Habaneros pack a punch 40 times hotter than your standard jalapeno.
Yeah.
On the Scoville heat scale. Habaneros can be anywhere between 100,000 and 350,000 Scoville heat units. Okay, now that is described as very all caps hot. Now, I just want to remind you, that gummy bear that we have sitting in there that is still, living in some way in my innards is 9 million Scoville.
Holy crap.
Just remember that.
A factor of 30.
I mean, a habanero pepper,
Yeah.
who anybody will say, I would say the average person runs into a habanero pepper or habanero flavor and decides against putting it in their mouth. And we have a little nitro gummy bear in there with 9 million Scoville heat units, which I think is what Dawson's planning on doing tomorrow or this week if the Stars do end up in ridiculous fashion.
I have put it on the
tonight.
line. I think I handle the super hot spicy foods better than you, but
You do.
But I can't do that 9 million. That was I think the most excruciating bet payoff we've seen.
I don't mind a
That
spicy
wrecked
marg.
you, right?
I'm down
From
for
a
that.
pain standpoint, it was the single worst I
Had to leave
ever
the
had.
studio.
It was 20 minutes of genuine mouth and face pain. I mean that.
And you'll get bubble guts from a Wendy's spicy sandwich. So I mean, so I get
the
it.
tummy had a good 45 minutes after the fact that it was just
I would
extremely
not do
uncomfortable.
this, and I don't mind like a spicy margarita. I can get down with that, but this does not sound enjoyable.
Fiero, habanero, tequila, Brian
I
Broadus.
gotta do at least one.
No.
Just around.
I want to see how people react when they're doing it at the bar. And if this is one of those where they're laying on a table demanding milk and like sweating,
Yeah.
I don't want it.
They're crying. Right.
But if it's just super hot, we're like, woohoo!
I don't
Yeah.
find the Fireball offensive at all.
No, me neither.
Matter of fact, if you're one of those people that say, hey, do a shot with me, Broadus.
That's the one.
If you bring a Fireball out, I'm likely to say yes.
Did you hear that, Tolos? Boomer Jacks.
If,
Dallas tonight.
If you bring out anything else, I'm probably going to act like I drank it and pour it on the ground. fake it or hand it to somebody else.
Just always hand it to the Wooly Bully.
Yeah.
He never says no. That's why I really fell in love with him in college.
my
Brooks
guy.
Koepka goes from winning the PGA Championship over the weekend, 5th major championship win of his career. He showed up at the Florida Panthers Eastern Conference final game against Carolina last night. It was a good night to be a Panther. Has been for quite some time now. This has been
They're on a good run.
Heck of a run for the dang Panthers, and they win 1-0. They're now up 3-0 in the series. Koepka went viral on Twitter. It's a 24-second video of him wearing a Panthers jersey. He's up in a box somewhere, just absolutely wallowing in championship glory, and he's watching his Panthers, and the video shows him with his eyes wide open, clapping for just a consistent, this right here, this level of clap for 24 straight seconds. And that's what stood out to me before the eyeballs did. Twitter got a hold of the eyeballs, and we'll address that in a second.
Yeah.
Because they were very eyes wide open. But the clap to me, I'm like, who is clapping consistently like this for 24 seconds? Not when it's not like a huge clapping moment in the arena. They're not doing some song. He's just by himself clapping like this. I don't think I've ever done a sports clap for more than 10 seconds.
He was locked in, but the fact that there was zero blinking going on makes you
Didn't blink once.
Social media is investigating here. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of these golfers party pretty hard, even though they look like squares.
Have a good time, boys.
Dustin Johnson.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
But no, I think what he was on is playoff hockey intensity in an arena in a climate in there emotionally that's intoxicating.
Or he hadn't slept for a couple of days.
Yeah, people were alleging some booga sugar. Another person said, the last time I did this much coke, I ended up in a dark room listening to Daft Punk for 2 days straight.
Was that Rogers?
So
was that the darkness retreat?
No, he's more into the hallucinogens, I believe. I don't know that Koepka's doing any darkness retreats, but it was a pretty funny video of Brooks Koepka last night, getting it done, watching the Panthers go up 3-0. Now, the king-size sweep, took place in Los Angeles last night. I think we're all excited about this. This is just like watching the Lakers lose. Not really going to make anybody unhappy.
You're not excited because you guys had a chance to bet.
We should have done the double or nothing.
We should have taken double or nothing. I wasn't going to bet against LeBron in the conference finals, but Jokic happened, Jamal Murray happened, and shout out to the Nuggets for making history.
And shout out to the Jokic brothers, who at one point were seen carrying head coach of the Denver Nuggets, Mike Malone, like up over their heads.
Incredible.
It was a pretty special moment for the Jokic's. And it's a bummer for the NBA right now because they're not starting until like next Thursday, these finals. So if Miami ends up sweeping Boston tonight, you go like over like a full week plus with no basketball
Just
games.
hype, just build up like the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They can
that's
spin it into
true.
a positive, I guess.
I don't know.
Who are you taking? Miami?
I'm taking
Denver?
Miami to get the brooms out tonight.
Oh, okay.
Miami,
No, in the
Denver.
final.
In the finals? I think
I'm taking Jimmy Buckets.
I think everybody's going to be picking the Nuggets. I would probably take the underdog Heat. They will not have home court advantage, but I do think they'll be able to do some things
It
defensively.
really
that
kind
no
of
one's
doesn't
been able to
matter
do.
for them, does it?
What?
Doesn't matter where they play. They find a way.
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they've been doing it on the road all playoff long.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun. I do look forward to that series, though, but we might have to wait a while for it, seeing as it's not going to start till June 1st. So we'll see what the Heat do tonight. But LeBron, after the game, hinting at potential retirement, just being a drama king. He ain't retiring. And Kevin O'Connor in the Ringer had 4 different scenarios. The first of which is maybe he is actually retiring. And does anybody in here want to put their hand up in the air and say, yeah, I think there's actually a greater than 1% chance that LeBron retires?
Are we going to get a Bronny? Is O'Connor coming up with something talking about that he's going to wait around for Bronny kind of a thing?
Oh yeah,
is that in there?
Yeah, he's got to play at least 2 more.
Is the scenario of him still playing, or is this all about him retiring?
No. So the first one is he's actually considering retiring. The second one, I like this one. He does like a 1-year sabbatical kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying.
He goes and follows around.
I think he's waiting for Bronny. Yeah.
Like he gets to go to every Bronny game.
Yeah.
Maybe he shows up courtside to some Lakers games, and he just takes a year to get his body in perfect condition.
Is he a free agent now? Will he be?
No,
a
he's
free
got
agent?
one more
he's
year.
still locked in with the Lakers. Yeah.
Depending on what foot ligament is torn, he could be looking at 6 months of rehab.
Yeah.
Right. So you might just chalk
Get
it up
to
to,
surgery.
all right, let me just kick my feet up for a year.
Yeah. Get the body healthy.
Get everything golden. Yeah. And then come back. And at that point, Bronny's NBA eligible. We'll see how that plays out for him. But then he also gets to kind of be there every step of the way for Bronny's first year at USC.
Hold off surgery as long as you can. just hold it off, and then that way it'll carry it potentially into the season and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So you don't have to worry about playing, and you can go, like you said, you can go watch Bronny play there at USC.
Yeah.
You'd be there every week.
Did he have his Tom Brady collapse and crash moment, or was that more injury related?
He still put up 40 freaking points.
He did.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it was injury related. And the rest of the team they lost to a better team.
100% they
30
did.
in the first half.
Yeah. He tried, man. He was fantastic last night.
It was just it was sad to see it. You know, it was not unlike Jordan with the Wizards last night.
Oof.
Where it's like, wow, this guy needs a bucket. He can't even get a clean look twice.
Yeah. Oh, there's definitely some serious limitations to his game now, and even he acknowledged, like, I'm still better than 90 to 95% of the league. I thought he would still say, 99%. He's like, I'm still better than 90% of the league, but even he knows, like, there's a fraction of this league now that I am not quite there, and it makes a ton of sense. But he's still a net positive in a huge way for any team as long as he's not injured. The third scenario is LeBron is just publicly negotiating again, just making sure the Lakers understand, hey, if things don't go, I can always retire. I could leave. Make sure we're making this roster as best as it possibly could. Or the fourth one, he demands a trade, and the team he demands a trade to is the Warriors. And we might have to get into this a little bit more, but at one point, like on the shop last year, his show, Maverick Carter asked him, like, other than the Lakers, who would you want to play for? He says the Warriors or the Heat, I think he mentioned as well. But the Warriors, he says, the one player you'd want to play with is Steph Curry. We know about the friendship between him and Draymond Green. So I wonder if that would be something that he would entertain or that Steph would entertain. Because I think if Steph didn't want that to happen, the Warriors would not do that. So that's the one team that they throw out there that maybe he would demand a trade to. That would be very, very interesting.
That would be fascinating. Thank you, Chief. Little hodgepodge rim sesh. I double a deal for you there, G-Bag Nation. We got 2 hours down, 3 to go. You do want to hang out with the guys tonight for the Stars Watch Party, little impromptu Tolo fan hang. We'll get you more details on that. Sands is coming up at 4:40. Look at this. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, previewing tonight's Stars game. Joins you next here on 105.3 The Fan.
But I want to first help get your hair fixed with my buddy, Dr. Michael Bailey. If you're dealing with any type of hair thinning, receding hairline, whatever it might be, you don't need to stress about that anymore. Men, women, we've got the fix for you. More than 50% of men are suffering from
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot Chats, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. About to be joined by a special hockey guest here to talk Stars and Knights. Game 3 is tonight at 7 o'clock. And we have a little bit of a Tolo watch party going on for you. Wolchuk, would you like to tell the Tolos a little bit more about this?
Yes, we will be at the Boomer Jacks location. Of course, Boomer Jacks a proud sponsor of Love of the Star. So I'm going to go out there along with Eric, Bobby Belt. I think Brian's coming. We'll have Peyton Russell as well for the morning show.
Yeah.
Alec Medford, Little Red Medford's going to come out. You can go ahead and check out his piercings and tattoos. He's ready to rock for that. So
Can't show all the piercings.
No, some of them are not safe for work, but hey, that's what it's all about. So we'll have that little Tolo watch party going down at Boomer Jacks off Technology Boulevard. Can't wait to see you guys there.
Boldy's got his top 10 coming up here in about 20 minutes. Sandler at 4:40, getting you fixed up for that Rangers pregame, which is coming up at 5 o'clock, looking for revenge against the Bucks. Okay, Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, joins you now here to talk Stars Knights. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us. How the heck are you?
Yeah, doing well. Thanks for having me.
Right on, man. This is cool. Was losing 2 games more of a costly missed opportunity that'll cost them the series, do you think, or a sign that they can really play with this team, and on the home ice we should be confident?
Yeah, I wrote a piece today, the optimist view and the pessimist view, and I think you can kind of take both of those kind of perspectives with that start. Like on the optimist side, like you mentioned, you take, the Vegas Golden Knights to overtime twice. You got a chance to win, especially in game 1 where you didn't play well. But then on the pessimist side, on game 2, you played extremely well for 55 minutes but couldn't close out. And then you lose, very quickly in overtime both times. I think it's telling that, they're 0-4 in overtime. They're 15-23 this season in 1-goal games, including shootouts and overtimes. So long story short, they haven't really done well in, close games. And I think that, is something that really bothered them in Vegas. And we'll see if it kind of follows them back to Dallas.
What's at the root of that? And I thought it was weird to hear Coach say they're going to have to figure that out in the offseason, their overtime record.
Yeah, I don't think that was a very encouraging, considering that you're down 0-2 heading to game 3. And both games have obviously gone to overtime. But, I think the root of it is kind of, and I think, Pete kind of touched on it a little bit. Vegas made plays. If you look kind of the beginning of overtime in game 2, Wyatt Johnson has a look right in front of the net, and you can't really ask for much more. Aiden Hill makes a save. You kind of turn around. Next thing you know, you got a line change that didn't go right. You got an odd man rush, and Chandler Stevenson slams one home, 30 seconds later to make it 2-0. So I think it really comes down to that. Pete really talked today that, it's kind of a matchup game where, your line is going to have to play better than their line. Your stars are going to have to play better than their stars. And right now, I think their stars are playing a little bit better than Dallas's.
When it comes to the defensive pairings, I know Yanni Hakanpää has been out. Do we have any word on him if he's going to be activated? Because they could use his physicality.
Yeah, he was skating around this morning, and Pete said that everyone on the ice is going to be an option, which is a little bit more than he said about Yanni in the previous games. He kind of ruled him out pretty quickly. I think that they might give Yanni a look. Pete talked about how much they missed him. The thing with Yanni is he's 6'6", 225 pounds. That's obviously a big presence back there. And Vegas has been kind of getting some looks close, and the speed really hasn't been that much of a factor. I think with Yanni, it's a matter of, hey, can he be fast enough with whatever lower body injury he's dealing with? And if they believe that he's good enough to go right now, that size might be an asset here in Game 3.
Hey, Joe, you bring up the speed. That was one element in this series where Vegas is big, especially with their defensemen and they're a physical team. But I thought the Stars would have a speed advantage that did not really show in Games 1 and 2. Do they feel maybe more confident getting back home to their home ice that they can have a speed advantage?
Yeah, you got to imagine that, that's got to be encouraging, familiar ice. Obviously you get the motivation from fans. And, in kind of Game 1, too, the ice was a little bit melty, might have been, something that they were kind of getting their skates a little bit aligned with. But I kind of thought in Game 1, especially in Game 1, and kind of a little bit in Game 2, there was almost a little bit of kind of running at, 75% speed almost feeling, where it was like, hey, they're really not harnessing that speed, kind of like you touched on, Zach. So I think that's something they're going to try to have to really improve on in Game 3. I think, too, the physicality that Vegas has showed so far has been a little bit more than Dallas. I think you're going to want to see those hits go up and really kind of that aggressiveness go up, especially in the forecheck.
Joseph, it seems like they've had problems dealing with Jack Eichel and the little bit of some of the rushes that he's had to make. Is there an answer for that? Because it seems like when he has the puck and he starts, it's like everybody kind of freezes. Is there something that some way to combat him getting that head of steam and getting into the zone?
Yeah, I haven't covered hockey long, but one thing I really noticed is when there's kind of elite playmakers, there is almost that kind of pause and that kind of what are they going to do next rather than really you kind of bringing it to them. And I think Eichel kind of has that. I mean, you saw the playmaking ability last game on that second goal that, right before the end of regulation, that backhand was filthy. So I think, he kind of has that aura to him. And I think kind of what you were talking about a little bit, I think maybe if you kind of turn up the aggressiveness, that might help a little bit. Or you put a little bit more size in your defensive pairing, which is kind of, probably made it the idea behind putting Yanni Hakanpää back in the lineup if he's good to go.
Seems like Jason Robertson's got his swagger back a little bit. Who's the one guy you'd most like to see step up and play their best hockey tonight?
Great question, because I was thinking about that right before this. And I think my answer, maybe a little bit off the beaten path a little bit, is Max Domi. I think, that second line really needs to step up. And I think Domi's been streaky. I mean, you saw what he did against Seattle. Had 8 points in that series. And when he was good, I think the Stars really fed off that. So I think if that line with Marchment and Sagan can, really kind of, put something home, and with Domi setting him up, I think that could kind of be an X factor in this game tonight.
It's Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, here with you on 105 through the Fan, covering the Western Conference Finals and the Stanley Cup playoffs. Defensively, is this like discipline, or is it like a systemic issue as far as how they want to attack that's drawing guys out of position? What can they do to prevent breakdowns like that?
Yeah, a good question, because, I mean, you look at Vegas, and I think this is kind of the root of all this. They're really deep. They're really talented. I mean, every time you got Mark Stone, one of their best players on the third line, William Karlsson on the second, I mean, Eichel on the first, there's a lot of ways they can beat you. And I think in order to beat this team, from a defensive perspective for Dallas, I think you got to be locked in for 60 minutes. I mean, we saw it last game, 55 minutes go by, you're playing great, and then all of a sudden the pressure gets turned up, and then all it takes is one turnover and a missed man, and boom, they capitalize quick. So, I mean, there's so many playmakers on that Vegas team, and I think Dallas is just going to have to really lock in, or, I mean, kind of the counter thinking, I think they're going to have to step up their offense even more. I think they're going to have to rely on Roope Hintz being even better. I think Joe Pavelski being even better. Because I think right now that's been the weak point for Dallas is their defense.
Joseph, any advantage with Dallas having the last change tonight?
I wouldn't read too deep into it, to be honest. But I think that this game is. I mean, we saw it in games 1 and 2. It's going to come down to the wire regardless. And unless Dallas has an offensive explosion, if you kind of look at how they've done well in the postseason, it's usually during games where they've won by multiple goals. So I think that it's going to be close unless the offense can really kind of explode tonight.
With Otter, I think he's played much better this series. You mentioned the defensive struggles. I agree with you 100%. What's kind of the vibe like when you're able to talk with them and the team and the confidence level they have in Jake Ottinger?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask Pete, he's played great the last 2 games. And, and obviously you want to put confidence in your goaltender. But I think that a lot of it to do. I mean, we kind of touched on the defensive kind of vulnerabilities so far. I think he got turned around a little bit on that last goal, obviously, in game 1. That wasn't his best look. But aside from that, I think he's been really, really good. I think that he's just going to have to get some help. And I think the defense is going to have to really lock in and avoid some of these shots that, are right in the crease. And I keep coming back to this. Vegas is just making plays. And, if they're going to make plays, then Dallas is going to have to correspond. And I think so far they really haven't to that degree.
So did you get to go out and party in Vegas? And what was the, I guess, venue and the atmosphere like there? And did you hit up the Taco Bell Cantina? Because I know you're a big Taco Bell guy.
I actually showed restraint there. But, the biggest heartbreak in Vegas was not Dallas going down 2-0. It was me at the blackjack table. Oh. I thought I had a good shot, but, every time they got me. But no, it was awesome. I got to say, man, that Vegas arena is cool. It really definitely carries the vibe of Vegas. There was even someone near the press box every once in a while smoking some cigarettes or something. So we had some cigarette fumes kind of while we were trying to write too. So, really kind of gave that casino vibe to it.
So, Joseph, making plays, just executing. Any big adjustments or curveballs tonight, or do you think just go with the game to plan and hope things bounce your way a little bit more?
I think they would tell you they're going to go game 2 plan, because I think that they thought they played really, really well. And if they could lock in for just 5 more minutes after that, I think we're talking about a 1-1 series, heading back to Dallas with a little bit of momentum. So I think that they're going to try to stick to that. I think they're not going to overreact. But there's something that Pete said after game 1, and he said this team kind of plays their best when they're desperate. And, we've kind of seen that with how resilient they've been so far in this postseason. I'm wondering if there's going to be a lingering aura of desperation at some point tonight. And, maybe that will cause them to stray away from, quote unquote, just playing their game.
Well, I hope so. I'm putting a show bet payoff, which involves a hijinks and high-risk behavior on this. I'm guaranteeing a Stars victory. Do you think that was reckless broadcasting for me, Joseph?
No, I'm with you all the way.
Nice.
Perfect. So we got a Joseph bet payoff as well coming up if the Stars lose.
Oh, Joe, you really willing to put it on the line?
I told you Vegas didn't treat me well. So, that's on you guys. So.
I love you, Joe.
That's true.
Appreciate
You're not
you.
exactly on a heater right now.
There you go. Read his stuff. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of the series, and hopefully we can catch up with him again. That was a great hockey conversation here in the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, I didn't have the best casino experience myself either over the weekend. We were up in Oklahoma and had a nice time in OKC with some buddies, and we were just hanging out in the lobby, and it turned to about 1 o'clock, and I don't drink, but I knew they were going to get intoxicated and want to go to the casino, so I was planting in their ear all night, and sure enough, at 1 o'clock they didn't want to go to bed. They were like, "Who's going to the casino? Dawson Drive," and it's boom, we're there. 15 minutes later, they got casinos everywhere around Oklahoma City. Like you're 10, 12, 15 minutes from a little casino or a big casino at any time.
Nice.
And it was slot machine only, which I don't like. But I found a little blackjack machine that would actually let you play digital blackjack. That was cool. Lost a hundo there. And then I go over to this slot machine where my friends were playing and put some more money in that bad boy. And I was sitting there just spinning and spinning and spinning. I'm like, this is so stupid. I've never won in slot machines. I've never won more than like $200, which was just like 10 times what I'd put in. That's not what you go for. You go for the big jackpot, right?
That's right.
So, as I sit down there, I'm hearing the story from my buddies that Jerry had just hit for $800. And Jerry is the guy walking into the casino that's telling the guy at the door, "I'm coming out of here with 20 grand in 2 hours. Hold the door for me."
Yeah.
And he's the lucky guy, right? Like he's fishing and catching all the fish. He's at the casino and is like, "Oh, look at this. I've done it again." So he had just won $800 while I was losing $100 playing blackjack. I crap you not. 20 seconds after I had lost all my money in that damn slot machine, I got up and I'm kind of looking for the restroom. Ding, 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 ding. Jerry, here we go again. So he hits the bonus, and he chooses like 6 bonus spins or whatever. Another $800 later. Sure enough, he's walking out of that
on
thing,
your slot machine?
On the one right next to me.
Okay.
But they're bundled together, so
Yeah.
they're using the same algorithm.
Wow.
I just pumped that hundo in there and primed it for old Jerry to sit there, and bam. So, like 5 minutes later, we're walking out. He tells the door guy, I'm about 19 short, but that was a quick hit and run. Away we went. We were back in bed by 2:45 or so.
Oh, wow.
Back there at the hotel.
Nice quickie there.
Quick hit on the casino. But I can't do the casino games. I'm just, I don't know what it is.
I like the Wheel of Fortune.
That's a fun game.
If you're gonna play slots, the Wheel of Fortune, because I like the fact that like if you hit on and you get to spin, that's a good way to pick up some extra cash on that.
But I tell you what, they need our Texas money up there, and I about had it.
So you don't want to dabble in the poker?
They didn't have it. It was slots only.
Slots only.
Oh, you said slots only.
I would have gone into a no-limit cash game.
Why don't you? Man, I guess you were in Oklahoma City, so you were kind of believed. You didn't have a choice. But
He's just realizing he's in Oklahoma.
Is he rehashing the whole story he just told?
I think so.
Is he just kind of living it again?
Just putting a bow on it for us.
Okay.
You're not getting my email tomorrow, Brian.
It's year 2. What I find is if I have not been paying attention, I just let the conversation go. There's 3 other dudes.
Yeah, that's a vet move.
I think I was
been doing
locked
this
in.
for a while.
I think I was locked in.
Brian was locked in. Yeah.
I don't know about the guy in the star sweater over there.
To be fair,
he's got hockey.
Yeah, it's a game 3 game day. He's
trying to find out
forward
as much information as I can here about this team right now. Okay,
he's
trying to figure out who's starting, who's not.
Itching for the $3 fireball at Boomer Jacks tonight.
I got one foot out the damn door.
I know you do.
It's all good, Chuck. We know you still care. You're just passionate about sports.
Do I?
Yeah.
Okay.
So where the hell were you?
Yeah, I was up there in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Yeah.
Playing
You're in Vegas, damn it.
3-hour drive for
yeah.
us or so.
Woo!
Yeah, it was tough. You know, there was no poker room. A lot of those casinos,
What?
they
You
don't
don't
have
say.
actual card games.
The hell?
Yeah, why didn't you play poker? Crazy.
I tell you, I tell you
Thought
what.
you could have found some online poker or something to get into.
We need some damn casinos around here.
We do.
Seriously.
Wooly Bully's top 10's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
In honor of Atolo, they reached out to me and said, I want the top 10 most annoying words. So I found a top 10 words people hate list. What is a word that you absolutely hate? And I got some sports news for you next on The Fan.
All right. Before we do
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Time now for the top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Yeah, Wooly Bully is brought to you by the TED procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, General. We will get into the top 10 most hated words in the English language that we'll get to here in just a second. And let's just shout out to Atolo. It was like, hey, man, I got a top 10 idea for you. I'd love to hear this. Top 10 most annoying words. But I found this one is the top 10 words people hate. So we'll get to that in just a second. I do want to encourage everyone, come on out. We'll be at Boomer Jacks off Technology Road, Game 3 tonight. It's going to be a party, and we'll be hanging out there with all the Tolos. It's an unofficial fan Tolo party, but we're making it official because we're going to be out there loud and proud. I'm dripping in the 99 sweater that we won the cup in. So I'm trying to bring back the positive vibes as the Stars look to get a home dub tonight.
I got the lucky hat that I wore at the outdoor game. We got a victory against Nashville.
Yes.
So
Let's
I'll
go.
break that out tonight.
Let's go.
Might have to throw it. You never know if you get.
If there's a hat trick,
I'll throw that.
You'll have to throw it. The one thing is, if you throw it there at Boomer Jacks, you'll probably get it back. But there's
unless
no
I grab it.
There's no guarantee. I'll throw it though if I have to.
Oh, we know. We know you will. NFL news really quickly. It does appear that DeMar Hamlin back on the practice field just 5 months after suffering cardiac arrest during that Monday Night Football game. He's back on the field at OTAs. What an amazing story, and so great to see DeMar Hamlin back out there like he never left. As you've got Bills Mafia posting a bunch of well wishes, how happy they are to see him out there. But what a wild story as DeMar Hamlin looks to get back out there on the field.
Heck yeah, dude. It'll be he'll be guaranteed comeback player of the year. Already just shoe in.
Yeah,
it's going to take something special.
It is. It absolutely is. Now, Austin Eckler's kind of had everybody talking this offseason about maybe he would hold out with the Chargers. He turned 28 earlier this month. He's scheduled to earn $6.25 million in the fourth and final season of his $24.5 million extension. The Chargers reached an agreement with Eckler. So what did he get,
6?
Yeah, just over 6. Yeah. And he wanted, of course, he's like, I should have more money here. Like, not only am I rushing the football for you, I'm one of the best pass-catching running backs in the NFL. Nobody was going to pay him. And the Chargers basically reached a $1.75 million incentive agreement to add to his deal, which I don't know that you'd consider even being able to make up for it, but it's better than nothing. And Austin Eckler and his agent are saying, all right, we'll take this. So he's not going anywhere. He's going to be back with the Chargers in LA.
So he can earn 1.75 extra?
Yes.
With some good incentive. Wow, that's tough.
After taxes in California, he's going to hit those incentives and come back with well under $1 million additional dollars. Good for him, man.
We're getting you set for Rangers and the Pirates from Pittsburgh. We'll talk with Jared Sandler on the other side. Nathan Eovaldi on the bump today. Seager is still batting in the 2-hole at shortstop. Simeon leading off. Lowe, Garcia, Young, Heim, Grossman, Duran, and Taveras is your Rangers lineup. The Astros winning again last night as Yordan Alvarez cruised as he had a couple of home runs, leading them to their 8th win in a row. Rangers got to keep winning because the Astros are right on their heels. And that Oakland A's broadcaster who had that bleep up on air. Yeah. Glenn, good old Glenny boy.
Glenn Kuiper.
Kuiper. Yeah, we played this during LA Live where they go to the Negro League museums, but he did not say that on air. He's been fired today.
It's probably deserved there, I would say. Not one you can really come back from.
Yeah, that was tough.
Well,
you can't chalk that up to anything.
He said it with such confidence.
Yeah,
like, he didn't even
there was a gravitas there.
I don't think he realized what he did in the moment.
His co-host just kind of like
smiling and
cheering on,
nodding.
And you should have been like, Glenn, you sure you want to be saying that? I mean, there was no reaction from them at all.
There's some media companies that I'm sure would be willing to overlook. So maybe he can find work doing something else. Maybe not sports.
All right, let's get to the top 10 words people hate here. And do you have a word that you absolutely just can't stand? Huh? Fart?
Yeah.
Fart's the word?
Yeah, fart bothers me. Hors
Does it really?
Hors d'oeuvres bothers me because I can't spell it.
That's why you don't pay attention during true or fart?
I keep wanting to say the H.
Yeah. Hors d'oeuvres.
Rhythm. I can't spell rhythm. Okay. I try every time.
And you don't got any. So
exactly.
That hurts.
But those are my two main ones, like words that I struggle to spell. And then the word necklace, which I busted on in the 5th grade spelling bee.
I was spelling much more sophisticated and difficult words. I got a brain freeze when I
brain
heard
fart?
my word necklace. Yes, if you will. And I couldn't decide if it was a C or a K. Can you imagine?
You thought it was just one?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you go with? Do you remember?
He went with a C.
He went with the wrong one.
I was like, what the hell? I've been next year in 6th grade,
You
I was
nailed it.
still so pissed.
That's actually a good point, Brian.
I intentionally
It's a
messed
stupid
up
question.
the first word. I was just, it was horrible.
You threw it?
I did. I threw it.
Wow.
I think I was scared, to be honest with you, if I could be vulnerable for a second. But yeah, those are my 3, Wolchuk.
I hate the word tofu.
I don't like tofu
Oh,
either.
yeah,
Just
that's-
I don't
the
like
actual
the word,
food.
and I don't like the look of it. So to me, it's one of those. I'll give you another one too. If someone says "bae," you're my bae.
BAE.
Oh, okay.
Bae. Is that say it
I was
right?
like, what can I say? Green
I'll
Bay
drop
Packers?
some bays in there.
Yeah. Are you my bae?
I'll call you my bae.
What about boo?
Either one.
Darn
What
it,
about
Brian.
sugar muffin?
Sugar muffins. Yeah, maybe not as bad as bae.
What about pumpkin
Okay.
or pudding?
Pudding is bad.
I think pudding's pretty terrible.
If you know
Pudding.
pudding. Yeah.
About
Yeah.
wifey.
Wifey, I think is okay.
All right.
I think wifey's okay, but bae, I can't stand.
What about
that word.
bet? Because the bet thing's kind of started to wear me out too.
What?
Bet.
Bet?
Yeah.
What's a bet?
Like, hey,
Oh,
all right, you down to
yeah.
go to dinner tomorrow night? All right, bet. That's what the kids say these days. Bet.
Oh,
Yeah.
bet like acknowledge.
BET. Yeah, it's just it's like a sentence in itself.
You can bet on it.
Bet.
Oh, okay.
It started.
Yeah.
To me, it's like no. We're
Be like, hey,
we need to
Walter, are you
move
coming
on.
to Boomer Jacks tonight? He's like, yeah. And
Bet.
I'm like, all right, bet. Like, bet. I'll see
Oh,
you there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a user of that word.
Does
yeah,
anybody else
trust
hate
me.
the
Walter
word?
hates it.
Does anybody else- I hate tofu. That's why.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Yeah,
I think
bad
the
word, bad
word-
food.
I
bad
think the
food, bad
food
word.
is worse than the word, though.
I agree.
If I had to pick one,
Yeah,
What about fungus?
not a fan of the word
Sounds
fungus.
gross.
Yeah, don't
Nothing.
like the fungus.
well, yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
It's not like to me. Feces is the worst.
Oh.
I hate that word.
Feces does sound terrible.
Awful.
Feces. Yeah.
We talk. Okay, I'm working at the Red Lion Hotel in 1996
Hell
in Portland,
yeah.
Oregon.
Red Lion.
That sounds like
You never
believe
told us
Can't
this.
believe you gave up that gig.
You never told us you were a hotel guy.
Yeah, I wasn't happy
Tom
with that
Bodette?
job. I did that for a couple of years, though. I was working in the banquet department. It was a bad
You
job.
were in hospitality.
It was brutal.
Nicest guy in the world.
I moved on to telemarketing.
Yeah. Which you
And
crushed.
then really fell off to radio. No, but no, we're
Buy a
working.
magazine for me.
Got a buddy, Omar from Jordan, English as a second language, like he had just moved here, and he was doing a good job figuring out English. But we convinced him that feces was a word for was a word.
is dung.
Well, the opposite.
what?
The opposite of that.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah. So he'd be
Wow.
running around like feces tonight, boys. I don't know. It was
fantastic.
It was hilarious, dude.
That is wonderful. I remember when Walchuk, what'd you think? Walchuk thought the word rectum meant a male appendage.
Yeah, I did have that issue one night.
That was post
I was just thinking like rectum. Yeah.
UNT degree
And
as well.
umbilical cords. That was
That was just an honest.
Yeah.
That was. I mean, both were honest
You
mistakes.
didn't pay any attention in health class, did you?
I just say, yeah, no, not really. I didn't care. It was an easy. Everyone's going to get an A. Are you kidding me? I'll give home ec another shot. Here are the top 10 words that really people can't stand. Number 10 is curd.
Curd.
Yeah.
I mean, a cheese curd. I will say it doesn't sound overly appetizing.
Doesn't sound appealing.
Yeah.
Like when you just say curd. Ooh.
It sounds very, yeah, it doesn't sound
Like
very.
curdled milk.
I could see that.
Feces tonight, boys.
Yeah.
That's one of the most amazing things ever, dude. Panties is getting a lot of text here,
See,
and
I
I
think
will
the word
say,
panties is funny.
see,
Jeremy, I'm not wearing any panties.
yeah, I guess there are ways where it can
I'm
be
down
funny,
for
but
panty,
generally, I'm an undies sayer. Like when it comes to like my daughters, when I'm like, hey, you got to go like get your undies or whatever. I'm not saying panties. It's a
No,
weird,
it's weird.
It's a weird word. I would say that
Yeah.
I avoid.
Number 9 is putrid. The word putrid. Oh,
Yeah.
that's putrid.
It's not near as bad as the 817 saying scabies. That's a tough one. I
Oh,
remember when I
scabies.
knew a girl that volunteered the fact that she had it, and I was like, that is something you should keep to yourself forever.
Like you were getting intimate with her, and she said she had that.
No,
Excuse me?
no. It was just like
Good
a
follow-up.
manager at a different. It is a good follow up.
Oh, she worked in a restaurant.
No,
and she said she's
no. I've never worked in a restaurant. She was my manager at an apartment complex.
He would eat all the food at the
I don't want to
restaurant.
get too close to
That restaurant would close down.
That's enough. That's enough details on who this scabies lady is. Okay.
817
No more
said
follow-ups.
salivate. 214 said I'm a teacher. Some students hate the word chunky.
No, I think clumpy's worse than
Clumpy
chunky.
than chunky?
Could you describe anything as clumpy and it be a redeemable quality? I say no.
No, see, chunky you can kind of make like, oh, it's good chunky soup. Clumpy,
Yeah.
you're not coming back from clumpy.
Clumpy
Chunky
pillow,
salsa.
clumpy blanket. It's not good.
Ointment from the 901.
Yeah.
You think of ointment, you think of
Ointments.
preparation age,
Yeah, you
stuff
do.
like
You'd
that.
think of something gross. Yeah. That's a good one. Number 8 is ooze. Ooze is one of the words people hate.
Okay. I mean, we're getting the most we're getting in is moist right
Moist
now.
is
Moist
a big
is
one.
on the list.
Yeah.
Number 7 is mucus.
Mucus is good. That's disgusting.
The U words are not very popular.
Nuh-uh. 6 is fester.
Oh,
The word fester.
It's festering?
Yeah.
This relationship is festering.
Didn't like the word fester.
What about crevice?
Crevice isn't on here. I don't mind the word crevice.
Waltuck loves a good crevice.
Makes me think of the what's it called? It's always Sunny in Philadelphia episode. There's a whole crevice episode.
I don't acknowledge Philadelphia.
Dude, I didn't either. And then somebody was like, "You got to watch the show." I boycotted it for years, and then they were like 10 seasons in. I'm like, "Fine, I'll give it a watch." Okay, yes, it's funny.
Yeast.
But they're also making fun of Philadelphia on the show, so that's why I liked it.
But yeast.
Yes, yeast is bad.
I use yeast to cook. Oh. So, yes. No, I'm okay with that.
No gracias.
You ever
Seriously,
had an
I'll politely pass the yeast down the line. Somebody else can have. You can have double. You can have seconds because I'm not gonna have my portion.
Here's the top 5. Splooge.
Any really good homemade bread has yeast.
Splooge is 5.
Oh,
Splooge?
that's vulgar.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what that is.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Number 4 is moist.
Yeah, moist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
I think that's an overrated bad word.
Everybody goes to that one.
People just don't like the way it sounds.
Ladies don't like it being referred to in that way.
No. Number 3 is seepage.
Ooh,
I never thought about
seepage
that.
Seepage is even worse than leakage.
Yeah.
Leakage is bad.
Leakage
seepage
is worse.
worse.
Number 2, and this has been texted in quite a bit, is phlegm. Phlegm is just gross.
It is.
Walchuk was the phlegm VP.
Phlegm fighter man over here.
Yeah, he is.
Number 1, though, the word that people hate the most in the U.S. is pus.
Ooh.
Oh, that is gross.
That is a bad one.
Yeah.
Like, even saying it, I felt a bit naughty.
Yeah. Nice execution.
Pus.
You should see Alec right now. He is over there with hand over the button.
Yeah, that's one that should not be said in public. Thanks.
You get one of those like wounds that gets all pussy on you, and it's just like
It is gross.
But
dude.
you usually say with the pussy thing that it's healing.
Discharge.
It's
what
healing.
bro.
It's healing.
Like yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah,
the
it's
the
cleaning
bridge
itself.
The bridge to healing is pus.
Yeah.
You know, on that note, when you refer to a pussy willow tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
that was my nickname for Connor Williams all those years that he was here. No, that's true. You remember.
The beautiful piece of vegetation.
Absolutely,
really
it is.
I'm a big fan.
I like eating apples.
You remember it? No, I don't actually. What was that night?
Whenever we were doing the Nosebleed Seats podcast, I nominated Connor Williams' nickname should be Pussy Willow.
You sure did. I remember that.
You did actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that is true. That is true.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Yep. We got to run. Sands is waiting. We do not want to keep him waiting. Rangers play-by-play man joins us for a pregame preview next year on 105.3 The Fan. Got some great news at Window Nation, though.
In Flower Mound at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio at 1175 Justin Road to celebrate their lowest price of the season. Enter to win a pellet smoker or test your luck to win G-Bag flags and Tolo swag.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, sir. Join various fan hosts tonight. Little Tolo fan hang for the game off Technology Boulevard. That's going to start about 7 o'clock over there, right? We're in
over
Dallas.
there, Boomer Jacks. Irving, technically.
Okay,
It's
Irving.
over by Baby Doll.
Dallas address, though. But
Nice.
I'd call it
Like
Irving.
right on the cusp there.
Yeah.
Well, tear
right
it up.
on the cusp.
All three of you boys going, right?
Heck yeah,
Yes,
we
sir.
are. And
Huge,
Medford.
It's going to be a G-Bag hangout for the ages this evening over there. And joining us now is Jared Sandler, our pre- and post-game show. No, our play-by-play man, former pre- and post-game show host, occasional pre- and post-game show host. Sands, how the hell are you?
Guys, I am just peachy.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you on.
How was that sandwich?
Dawson, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I always feel rude. So, you ask how I'm doing, and I'm going to answer the question, and then, I'm just conditioned to ask you guys, but that's not always the best radio. So I want to ask you as a savvy broadcasting veteran, what is your preferred way of me answering that? Because if I ask how y'all are doing, you guys don't really care to give me an answer. You'd rather get into the conversation.
Yeah.
But, what's the best way to answer that?
Outstanding. I'm awesome. You know?
Then just not return service?
But or if you want to be mad because the bullpen stunk again last night, I would understand that.
Yeah, I'm not very good, Jared.
That's fair.
What are your thoughts on that, Penn?
My thoughts are I feel bad for those guys for one, because obviously they at this point they know they're not unaware that they are they've presented a big challenge, and I guess I'm curious. I'd love to be in the mind of Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox and how they're going to try and handle this night to night. With Chris Young, I'm sure I know how he feels, and I'm sure he'd love to make moves as soon as possible. Mark Church was promoted to AAA today. I think that is significant, and I think that is a runway to maybe his arrival to the big leagues to just see if he can help. I will say this. In a month, you can mark this down, in a month, the conversation about the bullpen will be very different, because hopefully in a month, one or two of Kyle Funkhauser, Danny Duffy, and Glenn Otto will be a part of it. And I think that at minimum, those guys will provide upgrades over the production that they're getting right now. Maybe Mark Church is a part of it. Maybe, a guy like Chase Lee is a part of it. And it's probably around then when you might see some moves begin to happen. But it's just a matter of getting to that point, right? You got to bridge the gap. And I just don't know, if the Rangers play a close game tonight, we know Will Smith will handle the ninth, but what are the Rangers going to do to bridge the gap from Nathan Eovaldi to Will Smith? And, it's not realistic or fair to expect Nathan Eovaldi to give you 8 innings every time.
Now, Sands, that is terrific analysis. I would love to get your analysis on what Bruce Bochy thought of your impression of him earlier with the KMC Masterpiece.
I think he is, to a man, going home, looking around and just looking in the mirror and talking to himself saying, Bruce, well, I don't know what you could have done differently. I can't do Bruce Bochy voice. I'm sorry.
So that is Jared Sandler doing his Bruce Bochy impression. Your thoughts on Jared's impression?
Not bad. Yeah. Actually, Maddox did me yesterday. So, no, I get that a lot. So, no, all good there. And, Jared, he's a hard worker. I saw him in the hotel working out today, man. He's getting in shape for something.
He sure is. I often say he's a real Austin Hedges, that guy.
Oh, yeah, I swing a big stick.
A lot of talent in that body. Jared, I was impressed by that. I was also impressed by that sandwich you were eating. Was that at the ballpark today?
No, that's at Primanti Brothers, which is a popular spot here. It's a nice little nice Reuben, and they throw some fries on it with the dressing, the sauce. It kind of sticks, so it's you don't feel like the fries are just stuffed in there. The fries are kind of stuck on the sandwich, which makes it even more delicious.
I think you'd made a good call with the pastrami though, because I've seen the Pittsburgh where they put the fries on it as well. Looks less delightful than the pastrami sandwich.
Pastrami looked outstanding.
That's a good call.
Corned beef and pastrami. Let's not short the corned beef here, Eric.
Yep, my apologies.
That's really rude.
My apologies. You called it a pastrami sandwich, not a pastrami corned beef sandwich. I was just going off of what you were saying.
Hey, you get off my guy over there.
Did I say pastrami? I thought I said Reuben. I think I said the Primanti Brothers. I just don't think you were listening.
No, you're 100% right. I wasn't. Broadus?
Hey, Jared, you're talking about all this movement and stuff like that. Is there stuff that they're going to have to do with the 40-man roster to make moves? Or are there people on the 40-man roster that probably don't need to be on the 40-man roster in order for them to make some of these moves?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a pity. I wish Eric was listening and he heard that question. I'm sure he wasn't. He's probably thinking about Joe Mazzulla. So, yeah, that's a great question, Broadus, because they're going to have guys coming off the 60, right? And so you've got to either cut bait with those guys or add them back on. So someone like Glenn Otto is going to be added back on. Danny Duffy, if you're going to activate him, he's got to be put on the 40-man roster. Kyle Funkhauser, same thing. So that's 3 spots right there. All right, now what about Mark Church, Chase Lee? If you're adding Mark Church, you're making another 40-man move. And so, teams at this time of the year, they might have one, maybe 2 spots that they're like, yeah, I don't mind parting ways here, but 3, 4, probably not. And so, you look at a guy like Ricky Vanasco. He's on the 40-man. What would they do with him? Because, he's just finally getting back and healthy, but he might be 2 years away, and maybe he's not even a starter. It depends on how they view him. And so there are going to be some tough decisions that have to be made, and that's the other thing that people don't think about, and nor should they. I mean, it's baseball's roster stuff is way more complicated than any other sport, and that's another conversation. But one of the reasons why it's not just as easy to add this guy and that guy, you got to think about the moves, not just today, but 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, what's on the horizon. And the 40-man part of this conversation is going to be a challenge. And the Rangers are going to have to, be creative. And maybe we see some domino effect type transactions that catch people off guard to make room.
Well, thanks for the insights, Jared. I feel your pain on the impressions. I'm not that great myself, but
I'm horrible at it.
The good news is I think you got a good start on a Yogi Bear impression. That's what I'm going with. Yogi Bear?
Okay, all right. Maybe I can look into that.
Hey, you just stumbled right into that one, Jared. Nice work. Is the PNC backdrop the best in the sport?
It's beautiful. It probably is. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you got the Allegheny River. You got the coloring of the 7th Street Bridge and the Clemente Bridge to go along with all the the skyscrapers downtown. It's pretty badass.
You're the man, Jared. Have a good call, and we will catch up with you, I believe, on Friday. On Friday, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, we got an early one tomorrow. All right, have fun, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Bring home a couple dubs, or move on with a couple dubs. There he is, Jared Sandler, play-by-play man, along with Matt Hicks. They'll have the call coming up at 5:30. Pre-game's coming up at 5 o'clock right here on your home of the Rangers. Thanks to Carter Freeman, coordinate that video back there. Did a heck of a job. You can jump on our Twitter accounts, our YouTube accounts, and see some recaps of yesterday's bet payoff. Wolchuk and Chiafalo tied together, the conjoined nosebleed twins. You got Alec Medford filling in for Lucius, doing a great job here. He'll be with you all week long. For Wolchuk and Chiafalo, there's Brian Broadus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Until tomorrow after the game, about 2:30 or 3, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease.